Dear colleagues, on behalf of the IRF Global, I welcome you warmly to this first webinar of the IRF Work Zone Safety webinar series hosted by the IRF Committee on Road Safety. Whether you're joining us from near or far, we greatly appreciate your present participation. I'm Aubrey Perry from the IRF Global, and it is my privilege to facilitate today's session. So the IRF, established in 1948, has been a leader in promoting the exchange of best practices and the adoption of cutting-edge technologies in the road and transportation sector. As we celebrate over 75 years of service, our dedication to these goals remains unwavering. Our IRF Work Zone Safety Seminar Series is a key component of our mission to disseminate knowledge, share valuable experiences, and drive innovation for safer, more inclusive and resilient road and transportation systems. For those of you joining us for the first time, we would like to share some housekeeping notes. To ensure smooth experience for all participants, your microphones will remain muted throughout the webinar. However, we actively encourage your involvement, so please use the question section of the control panel located on the right side of your screen to submit your questions and comments. During the Q&A question, I will submit your questions to the esteemed speakers who will respond as time allows. Please note that all IRF webinars are recorded and a video recording will be sent to every registrant. IRF members enjoy complimentary access to our exclusive webinar library, while non-members can explore our content through single or multi-user licenses. If you're interested in becoming a member or learning more about our offerings, please feel free to contact me after the webinar. We are thrilled to embark on this journey of knowledge together. Today's webinar, entitled Work Zone Training for All Stakeholders in the Risk of Noncompliance, will focus on the importance of work zone trainings for all stakeholders and the importance of compliance. So before I hand off the microphone to our Work Safety Committee member, Philip Weigiers, I would like to ask the attendees to mark their calendars for the upcoming IRF Global events. IRF Europe and Central Asia Regional Congress, the November 24th through 27th at Plovdiv, Bulgaria. The IRF Road Safety and Sustainability Conference in November 2 to 4th in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the IRF Asia Pacific Regional Congress in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, November 5th through 7th, and the IRF Global R2T Conference and Exhibition, December 10th through 13th in Orlando, Florida, USA. And for more information on these events, please visit our website at irf.global. So thank you, and it is now my pleasure to introduce Philip Weigiers to give an overview of the IRF Road Safety Committee of activities.
Yes, Aubrey, thank you very much for your introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Road Federation, I have great pleasure to welcome you to the Safer Work Zone Practices webinar series, which is held as part of the activities of the IRF Road Safety Committee today. My name is Philip Weigiers, and I chair the IRF Road Safety Committee, together with co-chairs Sumaya Al-Nayadi and Professor Charles Adams. Work zone safety is a critical road safety theme, both for road users and workers. Reports from highly motorized countries showed around 1% to 2% of road fatalities occur around roadworks. And this figure is estimated to be much higher for low and middle income countries. Also, from a traffic management perspective, work zone road safety measures are of crucial importance. This unique and tailored webinar series is designed to provide detailed overviews on key road safety aspects of work zone safety. It is developed by the IRF Road Safety Committee's Task Force on Safer Work Zone Practices, which is enthusiastically led by Phil Luke of Highway Care in the United Kingdom and Chip Darius of Safety Priority Consultants in the United States, both true professionals with decades of experience in work zone and other road safety areas. Each of the 8 work zone seminars is presented by a dedicated road safety expert. On behalf of the IRF, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Phil and Chip for the leadership and relentless efforts in promoting work zone safety through this task force, and also for creating this crucial webinar series. I hope that these webinars will further expand your knowledge and expertise in this important road safety area, and I trust it will contribute to lowering fatalities, injuries, and crashes in work zones all over the world. With great pleasure, I now hand over to Phil Luke, chair of the Safer Work Zone Practices Task Force, for more details on this exciting webinar series. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Philip. Aubrey, if you could you make me presenter, please, just so I could share a screen? Aubrey?
Looks like it came to me, Phil.
Yeah, I also clicked it away. It also came to me.
Bear with me a minute. Yeah. I do have something happening. There's a little rotating. So, okay. Hopefully what you can see at the moment is the screen I'm sharing. The task force itself is called Safer Work Zone Practices. It's a task force within the IRF Road Safety Committee. Bear with me a minute. Okay, so first thing that I'd like to just do is just to introduce myself. My name is Philip Luke, and I work as the International Commercial Manager for Highway Care, based in the UK. Highway Care is a company that focuses on work zone traffic management jobs. We work in the UK, and we actively are, we hold well over 80 kilometers worth of work zone barrier ourselves, and so we've got quite a long-standing knowledge of actually operating that and working within work zones. Okay, the task force itself, if I could tell you a little bit about it, it's about highlighting and advocating safer work zone practices. That's across the globe. What we really primarily want to focus on is educating and assisting developing countries who may have outdated or in some cases non-existing work zone practices, and that's really what the task force itself is all about. So why is it that we're doing this? The first thing is that construction work zones themselves on highways are full of potential risks. You're effectively taking a road itself and changing the layout and everything about it, putting construction vehicles onto it, and more importantly, people. That massively changes the way that things need to be handled and how you handle those risks. The World Health Organization, and Philip has mentioned some of these statistics already, estimates that around about 2% of fatalities occur at roadworks. That statistic appears to be taken off some of the, what I would say, more developed countries who actually hold these statistics and look at that. But I'll come to a little bit some of the others now. Global deaths itself, last estimated from figures from 2021, this is in the World Health report from 2023, is at 1.19 million people. But if part of that, if 2% of those fatalities at roadworks, then what we're seeing is 24,000 deaths globally. Or let's put that into perspective, that would be the equivalent of 47 A380 aircraft, basically the biggest passenger aircraft that travels the globe, crashing almost one every week. If we were to look at that in itself, and consider whether or not we would accept that, the answer would be no. No one would ever get on a plane. Yet we seem to still quite happily travel through work zones every day and not even give that sort of statistic a thought. More importantly, though, 9 in 10 deaths, according to the World Health Organization, occur in low and middle income countries. So really, when you think about that, actually the best place with which to be able to reduce deaths globally is actually to focus on those low and middle income countries. In particular, when we consider that this is where we see that those countries themselves typically have the poorest work zone safety practices, and where the easiest changes and easiest fruit to get is. So how do we work? First thing we say is we're formed of a group of IRF members with experience of work zone practices themselves. We look to work with key stakeholders who are seeking themselves to improve their work zone practices within their location, within those countries that we were talking about just now. They could be people who are road safety engineers, they could be road authority members, or they could be investment authorities such as banks who are investing in projects. What we do as a group, we capture and promote new and emerging methods or technologies, but also we share best practice in terms of what we do. So best practice and technologies from countries with an established focus on work zones. We would help them to develop their own plan, to adopt existing practices, or even to develop their own. And then we would help them also to establish specifications and to establish minimum standards for road safety. We're not really inventing the wheel here. It's about using the knowledge that we already have to enable people with how to be able to put these things in place. And that's how we work. The purpose of our webinar series for now is that there are 8 webinars in this series. The purpose of it is to be able to give you just a snapshot of the sort of things that we can do and to give you a feel of what it is that you can learn from this and how you could implement that. Obviously, the very first one that we have here is the work zone training for all stakeholders and the risk of non-compliance. And this is the one that Chip will be taking care of for us today. The second, obviously, then will be the role of communication in work zone safety. That will happen on October the 1st. So, to not take too much time, what I'd like to do is just briefly introduce to you now the first week's webinar. This is the one led here by Chip Darius, the one called Work Zone Training for All Stakeholders and the Risk of Non-Compliance. So very briefly, I'll allow Chip to introduce it more detailed himself, but just to let you know, Chip has got well over 30 years worth of experience in occupational health and safety, 22 years of those as an instructor for OSHA themselves. And he's an expert witness in over 380 legal cases, and those involve catastrophic injuries and fatalities, personal injury, and workplace health and safety issues. So Chip is well placed to actually address this topic of the requirements for training and that risk of non-compliance. And he'll go through some examples as well of the consequences of not doing it. And with that said, I'll pass over to you, Chip, if you wouldn't mind taking over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to my colleagues for that fine introduction and this very important webinar that we are about to embark upon. So let me get my slides geared up here, and you should be seeing my initial slide. So thank you again, colleagues and attendees. This topic is extremely important in achieving the UN's goal of reducing roadway deaths by 50% by 2030, the decade of action that we're right in the midst of at this point. So we hope you'll take notes, we hope you'll ask questions, we hope you'll offer input. By way of clarification, this seminar, the entire seminar series, is certainly appropriate for developed and developing and starting to develop countries. So no matter where you are along the continuum, there is some good information that will be provided for you today. Description. Today we'll be chatting about the importance of effective work zones training for all stakeholders, and this cannot be underestimated. Anyone who has anything to do with a work zone in any way should understand the obligations that are placed upon them. So it's very important, whether they're a worker or a company owner or a police officer or a legislator or a regulatory enforcement person or a supplier, anyone who fits into that network of supplying and delivering safe work zones needs to understand the role that they play. So it's a very large network, and we'll be talking about that. When there is a failure, or when the system has not yet been developed and people do not understand their place and their responsibilities within the system, then there is risk. There's personal risk, professional risk, and corporate risk. And how that plays out, of course, varies in different countries depending on your legal system and the compliance consequences that you may be under. So we'll also chat about some real-world examples in our time today. My background, as was briefly mentioned by Phil Luke, who, by the way, is a brilliant co-presenter. I very much enjoyed presenting with Phil in Dubai on work zone safety. I've got 33 years experience in occupational safety and health training and consulting and risk management. And I've dealt with many different types of organizations for safer work practices, construction, business, utilities, many different types of agencies throughout the United States and internationally. and closing in on 400 legal cases I've been involved with as an expert witness. I was named as Safety Professional of the Year by the Associated General Contractors here in the United States, the Connecticut region, and I've been an instructor for the OSHA Training Institute Education Center for 22 years now, where I'm adjunct faculty for both Keene State College and Fitchburg State University. In addition to that, I'm a master instructor for the American Traffic Safety Services Association, where I teach a variety of certification courses related to work zone safety. So I've got some skin in the game, I've got some time in the field, and I've dealt with a wide variety of clients who have to deal with work zone safety. So we'll bring that to bear today as well. In our time today, we'll be looking at several different topics. So here's the preview. First, we'll deal with the concept of effective and safe work zones. What does that mean? And we'll give you some nice sound bites that hopefully you can use as guiding principles in the development of your work zone safety systems. We're going to look at training requirements and recommendations. I am personally most familiar with the United States Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, so we'll use that as a basis. By no means, of course, am I saying that the US MUTCD is preeminent, but certainly there's a lot of experience that can be drawn from. And if you find the concepts that we talk about applicable and valuable, you may want to imitate them in your country's MUTCD or in the work zone standards and principles that apply where you're doing your work. We're going to look at the stakeholders. Who are the players in this game, and how do we make sure that they receive the training that they need? We'll talk about how that gets applied. Technology and distance and time and people and trainers. There's many things to consider there. And risk management in general. What does that look like? And the consequences. What happens when it doesn't work well? Things that we want to avoid. Of course, at the end, there will be time for questions and answers. Feel free to jump right in on that question application in your app, and you can send in questions along the way. We will address those at the end. So let's jump right in. Effective and safe work zones. That is the goal of the Safer Work Zones Task Force. It's the goal of the IRF. It's the goal of many departments of public works, occupational safety and health. Many, many entities share the goal of effective and safe work zones. Well, what does that mean? In a nutshell, it means that people who are working in the work zones can come to work and can go home in a safe condition. People passing through the work zones can do so in an informed manner. They know what's coming, they know how to react, there's clear guidance, they can make their way safely through the work zone without suffering harm or damage to their vehicles or themselves or others. So what it means is that the entities who are involved in work zone safety understand that they are accountable. They are accountable in a moral sense. They're accountable in a legal sense. They're accountable in a very, very practical sense. The roads are part of the economy. If traffic doesn't move, goods don't get where they need to go. People don't get to their appointments. Ambulances don't get to the hospitals. It is very important that we manage not only the work zone itself, but understand the role in the entire system. So as an accountable entity within the work zone system, accountable organizations expect and accept responsibility for managing the changes in road user conditions that they are responsible for or that they are able to influence. Road user conditions, sight lines, speed limits, grades, stopping points, prevailing speed, gradients. There's many different aspects to what the user of the road expects, and they're coming down the road and then they suddenly encounter a work zone. There's a change in the road user conditions. So who is going to face these hazards? Road users, motorists, bicyclists, motorcycles, scooters, hoverboards, roller skates, skateboards, wheelchairs, people on foot, of course, children, experienced road users, inexperienced road users, handicapped persons. We may have blind or deaf or physically disabled people who are also using the road. We need to think about all of them. We need to think about the workers in the road. Some of them are in vehicles, dump trucks and graders and bobcats and skid steers, and others are on foot. Workers on foot are considered vulnerable road users, or VRUs for short. Pedestrians are also vulnerable road users. And anyone on a vehicle that's not surrounded by protective systems, like a scooter or a bicycle, they're also vulnerable. We need to think about pedestrians. And as I mentioned, we need to think about the entire transportation system itself. If there's a detour, where will it go? If there is a detour and those vehicles are not coming through that road or that area, what happens to the businesses that were counting on that traffic? There's an impact on those businesses. Then they don't have money and they can't pay their employees, and those employees can't feed their children. The consequences. We need to think about managing all of that. It's a huge spider web. So, effective and safe work zones. Here's a nice soundbite to aim towards. Work zones are effective, safe, and efficient as a result of planning. Someone has to plan. What are we going to do? How are we going to do it? Where will we do it? How long will it take? Who will be involved? When will we be finished? How will we do it safely? In light of all that planning, clear standards are applied. Safety and health standards, environmental standards, laws, local guidelines, standards are applied. And then training, which communicates the expectations to all of the stakeholders, needs to take place. That means there has to be curriculum, perhaps certification, a formal training class with a test at the end where people get certified in a particular role, like a flagger or a traffic control supervisor, for example. Training communicates the expectations to all stakeholders. And that's not just the workers. That includes, for example, driver education. When a new driver is learning to drive, what do they hear in their driver education class about work zones? It includes law enforcement, their expectations about the roles that they play in safely guiding traffic to, through, and around the work zones where we work. Plus, there will be inspection and enforcement, which supports meeting those standards. Occupational safety and health, engineers, the transportation officials are going to inspect and make sure the project meets their guidelines. And then there will be systems to encourage safe work. There might be incentives for working well, there might be consequences for working poorly, and interactions. Encourage safe work and safe interactions between colleagues, between the workers at a job site. If one contractor backs a dump truck blindly and runs over another contractor's employee, that's terrible tragedy, and it's avoidable with proper training and safe systems. Now, all of this is a continuous cycle. We build, we come home, we go out, we build, we come home, we do this over and over again. So there's a continuous plan your work, do your work, check the results, and then change something to make it better. Plan, do, check, act. It's the basic guidelines for continuous quality improvement. So toward that end, the International Road Federation has a policy statement. The policy statement is called Mandating Safer Work Zones Globally, and the URL that you can type into your computer to obtain it is listed on the bottom of the slide. Don't worry about that at this moment. The slide set will be available to you afterwards, most likely in a PDF form, but you can get your hands on this guidance statement and a few key statements for you to know from that guidance statement. The IRF calls for coordinated efforts to foster a safety culture on road construction sites, currently responsible for hundreds of thousands of injuries and thousands of deaths worldwide. The IRF encourages road authorities to develop and update national guidelines. I mentioned, for example, in the United States, an MUTCD. Many countries have an MUTCD. Many others are developing an MUTCD. Certainly encourage you to look at what your neighbors have and borrow from them what has worked well. So develop and update national guidelines and incorporate best practices and set a level playing field for the private sector. We'll talk about that a little bit in contract award just in a little bit. Contractors must similarly be held accountable for training their crews on safety best practices. So the government or the Road Transportation Authority will set forth a guideline. The contractor must meet that guideline by training their crews and, of course, should be able to prove that they've done that training with records, documentation, certification cards, etc. The IRF also says road authorities should not rely on the contractor to design a safe work zone unless the contractor has clear guidance on how to achieve the safe work zone. The road transportation authorities need to make the guidelines and standards from their MUTCD available to the contractors, provide training, and even certification, or have qualifications. Contractors who have met these guidelines can and completed the training can bid on contracts. Those who have not demonstrated enough responsibility to participate in this dangerous and potentially life-threatening activity. IRF also says the importance of training for workers in a work zone cannot be overstated. Too many countries do not enforce the necessary training requirement, and as a result, the workers are putting themselves as well as road users in harm's way. The IRF strongly endorses the need for proper safety training for all workers in a work zone. Agree. So that's more than just the flaggers holding a stop slow paddle. It's more than the police officer who is directing traffic. It's more than the laborer who may be putting out cones or drums. Everyone on that job site needs to understand their role, as you'll see in one of the examples we'll get to at the end. So let me give you some training-related excerpts from the United States Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. As you may know, we had a 2009 edition of the MUTCD, which was in effect and remains in effect at this time. However, the new version, the 11th edition, was just released in December of 2023. So the states have 2 years to consider that and decide if they will accept it at face value or raise the requirements on a state-specific level. That's another model you might want to think about. There's a national or a federal set of minimum guidelines, and then within a state or a province or a designated area, that local government might choose to raise the bar, to add additional requirements above and beyond the national minimums. So a few examples here. This manual presumes the user of the MUTCD has sufficient working knowledge, professional training and experience, and education in the principles of traffic engineering. In other words, if you just pick up the MUTCD and start reading it, there's going to be parts that won't make sense unless you know what you're talking about when it comes to traffic safety. You can get training on that from the IRF, from your Department of Transportation, from American Traffic Safety Services. There's online and in-person providers to help provide that. Second paragraph, training in the application of principles of the MUTCD might be available from the state's local technical assistance program. Here in the US, each state has an LTAP, Local Technical Assistance Program, the purpose of which is to get the information out there, to get information from the MUTCD out to contractors and local decision makers and roadworks managers so that they understand what the principles are. It's funded and subsidized, and it's an education arm. Works very well. Third paragraph, a temporary traffic control plan in detail appropriate to the complexity of the work project or incident should be prepared and understood by all responsible parties before the site is occupied. Remember, we said planning is really important. Here's your planning. Any changes in the plan should be approved by an official who is knowledgeable, for example, trained or certified in temporary traffic control practices. This goes back to what we said and will continue to say. People need to know what they're talking about when they make decisions. Another one from the US MUTCD, each person whose actions affect temporary traffic control zone safety, from the upper level management through the field workers, should receive training appropriate to the job decisions each individual is required to make. High-level people in the organization need to understand their business obligations, contract obligations, risk management obligations, moral and employment obligations, overview, high level. They don't necessarily need to know how to assemble a sign on the side of the road, but they need to understand the elements of the system so that CEOs and CFOs and COOs can make sure that directors, managers, supervisors, and foremen put it into effect in the field. Only those individuals trained in proper practices and have a basic understanding of the principles should supervise selection, placement, and maintenance of temporary traffic control devices. The entire system relies on training. If there is no training, there's chaos. If there's chaos, there's death and injury. So here's an example from one of my inspections. This was a work site where the folks at this location thought they had set up a reasonable work zone. I did not agree with them. They've got a random collection of drums and cones, not very well maintained. There's yellow tape all over the place. There's clouds of dust. There's no obvious way through this incident location. It certainly did not meet the standards or expectations. But for many countries and many parts of the world, this is just par for the course. People expect that there will be confusion and that these people really don't know what they're doing. So you have to figure it out for yourself and find your own way through. When that happens, deaths and injuries result. few more paragraphs from the USMUTCD. Temporary traffic control plans, the diagrams, the traffic control plans, should be prepared by persons knowledgeable, trained, or certified about the fundamental principles of traffic control and work activities to be performed. Also, the various provisions for pedestrian and worker safety set forth in Part 6, that's referring to a chapter of the USMUTCD, shall be applied by knowledgeable, trained, or certified persons after appropriate evaluation and engineering judgment. Aha. Now here's a connection between people who have been trained and access to traffic experts. The engineering judgment comes from engineers, traffic engineers, civil engineers, people who have a deep understanding, and the people in the field have less of an understanding, but they have a go-to, they have someone they can call or reach out to when they have questions or concerns. Last comment, training. All workers should be trained on how to work next to motor vehicle traffic in ways that minimize their vulnerability. In a perfect world, every worker would be behind some type of positive protection, a concrete barrier, or the traffic would be detoured and there would be no risk of outside traffic intruding into the work zone and causing an injury to workers. But that's not reality in many parts of the world. So we have to train our workers on how to work safely. Things not to do, like don't walk across live lanes of traffic. Don't expect traffic can see you. Don't turn your back on moving traffic. There's basic principles that really have a lot of value. So workers having specific traffic control responsibilities should be trained in those techniques, device usage, and placement. Here's an example from another inspection, walking down this university roadway and sidewalk. There's a sidewalk closed sign with a type 1 barricade. In our country, when the sign is black and white, that means it's regulatory and it has force of law to it. So this sidewalk is legally closed. And if a pedestrian comes through, then they are in violation. However, just down the pike, short distance away from this one, was this work zone, which is awful, which is not professional, which doesn't meet any standards, which forces pedestrians into the road. So we had a good example and a really bad example in very close proximity to each other. That is certainly not how we want to proceed. Switching over here. All right, flaggers. Many countries will use flaggers. This is a worker on foot with a stop slow paddle or some type of traffic control device, and they will be in the street indicating when traffic can go and when traffic must stop. The flagger is also a vulnerable road user. They're exposed, they're at risk of being struck and injured or killed. So the USMUTCD says because flaggers are responsible for public safety and make the greatest number of contacts with the public of all highway workers, they should be trained in proper traffic control techniques. Well, yes, of course. And public contact techniques. Oh, so it's not enough to just control the vehicles. It's also important to have a positive communication, a positive customer service experience, if you will, with the people who are coming through the work zone. To be polite, to be professional, to be informed, to answer questions, to provide clear guidance. So it's more than just traffic control, it's also public interaction. And it goes on to list the skills that flaggers need to display. Now, if you have a sharp eye and you're looking at this photo, you might be saying, hey, that doesn't look right. And you're right, that doesn't look right. I took this photo. We have a flagger who's positioned 5 feet behind a stationary law enforcement vehicle, which has 2 cones behind it in those 5 feet. And that's all there was to indicate the traffic cannot use the left-hand lane and that they should shift to the right-hand lane. Certainly not where a flagger belongs, in the middle of the road with no escape route, and not what we would expect. So even though there's training and certification, sometimes people still make mistakes. Thus, we need the enforcement aspect of it. Our MUTCD goes on to say on-scene responder organizations like police, fire, EMS, ambulance folks should train their people in traffic control practices for accomplishing their tasks in and near traffic and the requirements for traffic incident management. So yes, in the United States, fire responders, EMS, and police responders also get trained on the requirements of the MUTCD so that they can effectively and consistently meet the requirements of the system. I took this photo. It was a double rollover at an off-ramp from an interstate. The truck on the right that is tipped over to the right was in the exit lane. The truck on the left decided at the last second that this was the exit that they needed and cut from the live lane of traffic across the gore directly into the off-ramp. And the collision resulted in both vehicles overturned, and the entire exit was blocked, which caused a significant rush hour backup. So the consequences just ripple through the system when things don't work the way that they should. Stakeholders. We have many stakeholders. We mentioned some in the beginning, just kind of a quick recap here, and you can probably think of even more. We have the folks on the ground, the workers who are lifting barrels and putting out signs and setting up drums. We got their crew leaders, their supervisors, their managers, just going up the chain within the company. We have the purchasing people. Purchasing people need training. I had a client call me very upset. They just got an order for 5,000 additional traffic cones, and they came through yellow instead of orange. And the safety person went to the purchasing person and said, "What are you doing? Traffic cones have to be orange." And the purchasing person said, "Well, yellow's a safety color. What's the big deal?" They didn't know. Now they have 5,000 yellow cones they can't use on the road because they have to be orange under the MUTCD. That would have saved money. But now the risk is somebody's going to say, "Well, a cone's a cone and we'll just take them because something's better than nothing," and they end up out in the road. That's not where we want to be. Company owners, inspectors, insurance, risk management, they have questions. What are your policies, procedures, training records? What's your history of loss? And how much will it cost to insure your company? Contracting agencies, whether they're local, state, or federal, are going to want to see your history and your competence in the areas of work zone management. How about the environment? As we mill, as we generate dust clouds, silica exposure is a health concern. Noise is a health concern. Runoff is an environmental concern, affecting rivers and brooks and wildlife and birds and disruption to the environment that we live in. There's more to think about there. Then we have government entities and public-private partnerships, P-P or PPP, public-private partnerships. They need education as to their roles. Police, of course, need laws that they can enforce, the authority to enforce them, and judges need to carry through and properly discipline those who have violated the laws. We're taking care of our workers with occupational safety and health. We need to have standards and enforcement and consequences when employers don't care for the work, health, and safety. Public health. People walking by our work zones or driving through our work zones exposed to that silica cloud, or the noise for the neighbors, and they just can't sleep at night, or mental health and stress. Many things to think about. Responders, we've talked about. Trainers need to have good curriculum. They need to have qualifications and experience to present this training as well. Road users and vulnerable road users need to be trained to use crosswalks, to wait for the lights, to look both ways, to make sure that it's safe before they cross. That includes children and pedestrians. And as we mentioned, the economy. The economy counts on trucks getting where they need to go with goods in them, and buses and taxis and drivers getting where they need to go with people in them, so that things can be accomplished and the economy moves forward. So what about all this training? Where do you get it? How do you do it? Well, in some cases, it's very standardized. In the US, for example, the American Traffic Safety Services Flagger class can be taken online. Anyone with a computer can log in, pay their fee, and complete an online training certificate. Not all states accept it. Not everyone should, depending on their local application. But there's one example. You can commoditize the training so that those who need it simply swipe a credit card or make their payment, and they have access to the training when they want on their schedule. In other situations, in many situations, there's in-person training. This is our hero, Phil Luke, doing some training with me over in Dubai. And we have road engineers going through an exercise of setting up a work zone in a tabletop exercise and discussing the pros and the cons and how does it work and should this be here or there. Very practical, hands-on, in person. However, that requires a trainer to go to the trainees or trainees to come to the trainer, and in some cases, distance learning is preferable. Or in the real world, there's going to be a mix of both. There's probably going to be some long distance training, either by video, it could be a CD-ROM, a DVD, it could be a VHS, it could be streaming over the internet, or it could be in person, of course. And a combination of those two is best, usually, to achieve your desired result. So it's all about managing risk. That's one of the main points you're going to get from this seminar series, is there are risks. The numbers have been shared. We have millions of people who are getting hurt, 1.19 million people. 9 out of 10 of those are in low and middle income countries who may have need for other resources they don't currently have access to. So it's about resource management, allocation, sharing, and support from the World Bank, from developing countries. All of that takes legislation, takes legislative input from government leaders to prioritize things on the agenda, to provide funding, to provide consequences for those who are not moving forward on the agenda. So yeah, even legislators and elected officials and government leaders need some training. Who's going to get to them? Can't really demand that they come to a training class, but that's what lobbyists and articles and presentations and information sessions are for. The point is to reduce the risk, to improve safety, to keep the economy moving forward, and to take care of our people. So risk management is the process of identifying, assessing, and controlling threats that may cause loss or harm to an organization. It could be financial loss, it could be legal penalties, it could be reputation, loss of reputation resulting in lost business, resulting in lost income, resulting in lost jobs. Many things are connected. So when we put together everything we're talking about in the seminar series, what we're driving at is the duty of care. The duty to do what a responsible party should do in that situation. In some cases, that duty is codified in law. You must do these things. If you don't, you get a citation and a penalty, or a judge will impose a penalty upon you. In other cases, it's moral duty. And in other cases, it's self-imposed duty. I've seen that in many cases with company owners who've said, on my jobs, with my people, we're doing it this way. We will take care of our people. It is unacceptable to send someone home in an ambulance or in a body bag. We're going to do the right thing. So that commitment to do the right thing can start with an individual, a crew leader, a company, a general contractor, a department of transportation, an entire country. And actually, it should start at all of those levels. So that's one purpose of the seminar series, is to spur you on toward making additional changes. A few other things to list here. Individuals who are knowledgeable, trained, or certified in proper traffic control should be assigned responsibility for safety in temporary traffic control zones. So here we see a dovetail between worker safety in a work zone and occupational safety and health. In the US, the two are connected by Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA. OSHA can enforce the standards, but the employer is responsible to assign someone to manage safety on that site in compliance with OSHA standards. It also says worker safety planning. A trained person designated by the employer should conduct a hazard assessment for the worksite and the job classifications in that activity area. This is a safety professional, someone who has been skilled and trained in the area of occupational safety and health, and they should determine engineering controls, administration controls, personal protective measures in accordance with OSHA standards. Your mileage will vary. Your state, your county, your province, your country will have a different legal standard perhaps, but the goal is to make sure that people are doing the right thing with workers. Here's another photo I took when I was out and about. Some conflicting signs, some apparently unskilled workers who set this up, or an unskilled supervisor who didn't correct it. Do not enter wrong way, but the other sign says one way. A couple of cones, a barricade, a black and white sign, something propped on a stand. It's a mishmash. It's certainly not professional signage. This is not the goal of what we're looking for. So let's talk about consequences as we close in on the end of presentation time. If we don't pay attention to the 1.19 million people getting killed and injured. If we don't pay attention, people get hurt, property is damaged, people die, workers and non-workers, public and employees. Then there are lawsuits, or someone wants justice in some way. There are penalties applied to the wrongdoers in some cases. There's shame. There's loss of reputation. People feel badly when they've hurt other people, and it's avoidable with proper training and systems. The shame results in lost reputation and, in many cases, lost contracts. Here in the US, the modification ratings and the OSHA numbers are looked at very closely, and if you're an unsafe company, you don't get contracts. That's a natural consequence. The picture here is of a US Lady Justice. This is known as Lady Justice, wearing a blindfold, impartial. The evidence goes on the scales and it tips one way or tips the other way. You're either guilty or you're innocent. And the sword is to defend against those who might try to skew the system one way or the other. The system is impartial. Things are right or wrong. When we know the right thing to do and choose not to do it, that's a time for shame. When we know the right thing and we choose to do it, even if other people oppose us or ridicule us, that's a time for celebration. So what happens at the end? Your legal system may be slightly different where you're watching from, but in the US, we have 4 things that get proved, that need to be proved in order for a lawsuit to proceed. Number 1, there had to be a duty. Someone should have done something or should not have done something, and is clearly defined. Second, there's a breach. They did what they should not do, or they did not do what they should have done. That has to result in injury or property damage, injury to a person or injury to property. And we can show by line of connection that that duty and the breach of that duty led to that injury. When all 4 elements are present, a lawsuit is likely to be successful, depending on the skill of the counselor. So 2 examples. Here's one for you, a $6.7 million verdict against a truck driver. So in this case, it wasn't the contractor who was judged guilty, it was a truck driver passing through the work zone. The scenario was a sewer cave-in in a street. A work zone was properly set up, but in this case, for some reason, a hose was run across live lanes of traffic to reach a fire hydrant so that they could wash down the street. A large truck drove over this hose, and the hose became entangled in the axle of the truck. It ripped out of the fire hydrant, and that big metal heavy end of the hose landed on the worker's foot, went flying, landed on the worker's foot, and caused a partial severance of that worker's foot. Duty to drive safely was breached, the worker suffered injury, and a large settlement was achieved. Another example, this one against a construction company. A grader, there's a photo of an example grader here, a grader was traveling in a work zone, but it was in the live traffic lane. The particular grader had no brake lights, no hazard lights, no flashing lights, no turn signals, and no shadow vehicle behind it. It was just in the travel lane. A van came driving along, and according to the van driver, the grader appeared to be parked to him, so he went across the double yellow line to go around the grader and proceed through the work zone. But as he did so, the grader turned in front of the van. A collision occurred. The driver suffered a broken leg, a bruised lung, and a double fractured jaw. And the jury said $3 million can go to that person. And that means $3 million came out of the pocket of the construction company. So the consequences can be quite severe financially and, of course, reputationally. Training. In this case, the grader operator didn't have a shadow vehicle. In the other case, the worker was within a line of fire, and the truck driver managed to cause injury. There's just 2 of thousands of examples that we could share. So a quick review here, and we'll take some of your questions. We've talked about the need for effective training. We've talked about consequences of ineffective or no training whatsoever. Effective and safe work zones need training, standards, systems, enforcement, as we talked about earlier. We've talked about some of the requirements and recommendations, giving examples from the USMUTCD. The stakeholders, there's many to think about. So as you make your list, you got to ask yourself, how am I reaching or including those stakeholders in my work zone safety initiatives? And it is a multi-pronged approach. It is a complex endeavor to reach all of them. Application. How will you do the training? In person, stand up, online, video, distance learning, streaming, universities, colleges, high schools, using existing channels or making new ones. There's many ways to do it. And of course, the consequences. Consequences are harsh for both the victim and for the person or the company that is found to have done wrong. So we hope this was some helpful time for you. We will now take your questions and share some answers. If you'd like to contact me, my information is here on the screen, and I'd be happy to link up with you on LinkedIn as well. Phil, back to you.
There we go. Thanks very much, Chip. That was definitely quite insightful. If I could ask, Aubrey, are you able to see any questions at all within the chat or questions? If not, then I've certainly got some questions myself I'd like to put forward. I can't get hold of Aubrey.
No questions have come through in my version of the chat, but I may not have the moderator.
None that I could see. But Chip, look, I mean, I've certainly got some questions myself. You know, often within construction, you know, everything's based on price, isn't it? In terms of who gets awarded. Once it, you know, past the technical hurdle, it all comes down to price. So jobs awarded largely to the lowest bidder. Now, someone who's a safety conscious company who wants to invest a bit more in their work zone safety, they're going to have to invest that money. They've got to recoup that. And so consequently, they're going to end up with a higher bid than a competitor that, well, their standards may not be quite so high, or they ignore some of the points. How can we help to level the playing field here?
That is an excellent question, and I do hear it frequently in my travels as I do safety training. Those who are expending the effort and saying, I'm trying to do the right thing, I'm training my people, I'm buying protective systems, but I've got a competitor who's just not doing these safety things and they keep taking business from me. How can we level this field? Well, that doesn't happen necessarily at the construction company level. That happens at the contract consideration level, contract award level. So in our area, we see several different systems. One is to change the consideration from low bid to lowest responsible bid. And by simply inserting that word responsible, it gives the contract awarding agency the ability to see this agency is responsible for safety, this agency is not. So they can choose to discount what would be a lower dollar bid, recognizing that would come at the cost of lives and injuries. In addition to that, it can move beyond the contract awarding agency. In the US, the state of California, for example, has now passed legislation that says in considering the bid amount for roadworks, the state will not take into account the dollars allocated for safety. In other words, safety is taken off the table as a competitive item. It is expected those contractors will have safety in their bids, so they don't get penalized when it is in the bids. And they've committed to paying responsible and reasonable amounts for safety, protective systems, police, etc. So those are a couple of ways to level the playing field. But that certainly takes cooperation from the contracting agencies or higher at the legislative levels.
And I think one thing I would say, at least from my side, it is really on the, it's on the responsibility of those who are tendering in the first place to make sure that they're elevating their standards, raising their standards, learning from, you know, webinars like this, for example, about what's out there, what can be done to improve the way that they're working, look into other territories or other countries and how it is that their practices may help them change what they're doing and actually improve on that, rather than just stick in what they've always done.
Yes, and also making it a condition of contract that safety must be addressed in the following ways, or you have to call out your specific costs for safety. Sure. There's another way to do it. Fold it into the contract.
And this is what I think is key, really, for what gets termed, at least within the World Health Organization, as the sort of lower and middle income countries, we think that those standards, those specifications really need to be set at the tendering level. Okay. Got another question though. We talked about the work zone training. What's the difference between work zone training and work zone certification?
Oh, good question. Yeah, we hear this a lot as well. Training can be, it isn't always, but training can be a one-way endeavor. Let's say the Roadworks agency comes up with a safety video that all contractors must watch. Then they send out the video or they make it available online, and the contractor shows it to their workers. Yeah. Well, there's no guarantee that it was in a language they understood, or that people weren't sleeping through it, or that they didn't show it while everyone was having lunch, or some scenario where they didn't pay attention. It's a one-way scenario. So training is done with the hopes that people who receive the training did pay attention and will apply it. Certification takes it to a next higher level. There's a point of accountability at the conclusion of the training. You have to demonstrate a skill or pass a test, either written or skill or both. So it ensures that the knowledge and skills have been received and internalized by that individual. It's certainly a higher level to say someone is certified rather than simply trained. And the encouragement is towards certification.
And in terms of your attendance and involvement in legal cases, I mean, which is the one that they're looking for in terms of proof here?
In general, it does vary depending on the jurisdiction. There are places where certification is specifically required, and if someone is not certified, they are simply not qualified. In other cases, the condition is performance. Was the objective achieved, whether they were trained or certified? Was it set up properly? Okay. And in some cases, it's a group mentality. So you may have a certified traffic control supervisor, for example, who's overseeing a group of laborers who are not specifically certified, but they're only taking action at the direction of a certified person. And that's another good way to have accountability in the system.
Okay. Good.
Sorry to interrupt, but now it's time for us to end. We have to end a bit early, but thank you so much to each participant. We extend our sincerest gratitude for your presence at today's IRF webinar. So all these questions are great, and I see some excellent ones on the Q&A, but we just don't have time to get to them. You will soon receive an email with the PDF copy and the video recording of today's session, typically within 24 hours. This email will also include a survey. Your feedback is invaluable as we continually strive to tailor our webinars to meet your needs. So we thank both of you once again, especially Tip Darius and Phil Luke for your participation and all your attendees, and we look forward to welcoming you at our future events, especially in 2 weeks in October for our next webinar session for this great course. So thank you both so much.
Okay, welcome to everybody. This is the presentation series by the Safer Work Zone Practices Group. This is a task force within the IRF Road Safety Committee. I'm the task force lead. My name's Philip Luke, and I work for Highway Care International. I'm the international commercial manager. We work across the globe from the US through the Middle East, Europe, into Asia, and across right down into New Zealand as the international part of it. And we also have a large presence here within the UK. So tell you a little bit about the task force itself. Its primary objective is all about highlighting and advocating safer work zone practices across the globe. Our primary focus is all about educating and assisting developing countries who may have outdated or non-existent work zone practices. So why do we do this? Well, construction zones themselves on highways, they're full of potential risks. The World Health Organization estimates that about 2% of fatalities occur on roadworks. Personally, I think that this number, since it's derived really from what I would call developed countries, where they do actually capture this data, I think that statistic may actually be a lot higher. In fact, the recent IRF exhibition event in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, someone indicated that number may well be 4%, but again, I still think it's far higher than that. But taking that 2%, with the World Health Organization saying that global deaths are estimated at 1.19 million, we know then that that equates to about 24,000 deaths globally in work zones. The equivalent of that would be 47 A380 aircraft, almost one a week. If that sort of thing was happening in the aeronautics industry, people wouldn't be flying, and a lot of things would be done to do something about it. So we're destined here to do something about it. But what's worse is looking at World Health Organization, they tell us that 9 out of 10 deaths occur in low or middle income countries. So 90% of that is happening in countries where, in my travels at least, I get to see that they have the poorest work zone practices. So if we want to make and do something about this, this is the place that we want to focus on. So that's really the purpose of this task force. How we work? We're formed of a group of IRF members with experience in work zone practices. We work with those key stakeholders in country to improve their work zone practices. As a task force, we capture and promote new and emerging methods or technologies, and we seek to share that through best practice technologies, from countries with an established focus on work zones. Things like, at the moment, having this series of webinars, for example, this is a great place with which to be able to show that. But also then we'll help those people, those stakeholders who have an interest to develop their working plan to adopt these new practices and also to develop their own. It's all about establishing those specifications and making those minimum standards for road safety. In terms of the webinar series, we did the first one, which was on September 18th. We've got the one now with Hayley, which will be about the role of communication in work zone safety. But we've got further 7, we've got in total there's 8 of these, and from now on out, there'll be one every week, concluding then on November the 12th. So in terms of the last one, the first one in the series, that was presented by Chip Darius, who works with Safety Priority Consultants. It was a presentation of about an hour with Q&A. In total, there was 70 attendees, and there was 10 questions asked through the chat, and all of them were actually answered by Chip through post-email correspondence. And it may be the case that we have to do the same thing again this time. Next week, just to cover what we're going to do there, on the 8th of October, so just keep that in mind in your calendar. That'll be presented by Dr. Aubrey Demicolli, who is the Director for Road Safety Department in the Transport of Malta. And she's going to be talking about road safety awareness at Roadworks sites. And that leads on really very nicely from the webinar which will be presented today by Hayley Serrell. So Hayley is our Head of Communications and Marketing here at Highway Care. And she's had a career focused on communication. It's her profession. It's what she does. She's been in industries such as nuclear power and highways, where how you communicate and what you communicate is really important. And this is a thing that Hayley will be looking to talk about today. So without any further sort of comment from myself, I'd like to introduce Hayley. Let her introduce herself. In fact, probably do a better job than I do. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'll pass over to Hayley, if I could, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Phil. And thank you very much to IRF for inviting me to come and present today. It's brilliant to be able to shine some light on the communication industry and what we do and how we focus on making sure that the actions that we take are also impacting for the public, for members of the workforce that are out on the roads doing such a crucial piece of work for every in country that they're doing it within. So thank you so much for joining. And as Phil said, please feel free to drop any questions or comments that you might have. There's an easy to use question function, so hopefully you can add a question in there, and any comments that you might want to add in as well, I'd welcome you to do. I'm going to take a moment to talk about myself. I don't love that, but hopefully this will give you some context to what I've done in my career and why I've been invited to come and speak today. So as Phil's mentioned, I've had a career in that spanned really from demolition, construction and highways, and that's included the nuclear power sector and also into branching then into the highway sector. The main constant thread throughout my entire career has been customers, whether it's a road user, an internal member of staff that want to know everything that's happening or going on. My main goal is to make sure I'm sharing information, and that has been through the entire process. The main thing I focused on when I was in nuclear power was around communications and community engagement. There was a ton of people that were interested in the construction of a nuclear power station that's here in the UK. It's in the Somerset area of the UK. It's called Hinkley Point C, and it was on the lips of everybody that lived locally to it, but also nationally as well. So a lot of people that were interested in that. And there was a ton of risk in the development and construction. So the importance of being transparent about movement of traffic, about making sure that we were collaborating with different pieces of work that were going on in the area, making sure that we were engaging with the community to make sure that they knew what was happening, really led to this vital piece of work that we did. I've also expanded into customer relations. So I'm going to talk a lot about the M25 today. The M25 is a big motorway here in the UK that wraps around our capital city. And I'll go into a bit more detail about that in a moment. But that really expanded into this public relations facing presentation. So allowing the public to have more generalized information around what we were doing and how we were implementing change on the M25. So it kind of went from a smaller localized group of people into a broader sense of public relations. And that changes and ebbs and flows through what we say, how we communicate, and how best to get that information across. I've also been able to have a big focus on workforce communications. A lot of what I do now, we talk to the public and we talk to the highways industry. But what's also really important is talking to the operatives doing the work within each of these environments and each of these areas of work as well. They play such a vital role in making sure that what we are saying we're doing is really what we're doing. So making sure that the integrity of the communications is really solid. One of the things I have always had to do across every role I've ever had is make sure that I start with analysing my audience. What do they really want to know? How am I going to reach them? What are the best channels of communications for me to use? So they have been the key sort of cornerstones of what I've been doing, is making sure that I take a step back to understand who I'm talking to before I start developing a message, because otherwise normally when you're doing a communication plan, if you don't start with who your audience are, you start telling them messages that they don't need, and therefore you disengage them from the start. In the marketing theory, which transitions over all communications, a lot of the time we talk about this 7-point contact. It is being said in psychology that you need to see something 7 times over in order to really to process into your brain. So a lot of the time when we are doing communications and there's a very key important message to deliver, we look to translate that into 7 different forms of communication. That might be something on LinkedIn or something on an external platform like that. It might be a text message alert. It might be all of these different elements of ways in order to communicate with people. Print media is also a really good function to do that. It gets people, maybe even a billboard in a local area, allowing people to see it. It starts building this constant message over and over with consistency around what you want to deliver. So that makes it clear, it makes it concise, and it means that you're able to really build a picture in the audience's mind, whoever that audience might be. And of course, those platforms that you use are very important to understand where they're going to be seen by your particular audience. So my career is basically wrapped around that and allowed me to be able to see every form of communications in that way. And also I've gone from talking to the general public, talking to local community, talking to internal people. And so what I want to do today is build a picture around the importance of focusing on communications in order to make sure that we can be as safe as possible in operating in our roadwork environments. So as I said, I want to talk about the M25 because this is a real success story that's recently happened. So at Highway Care, we provide the temporary steel barrier that's protecting the workers that are doing the work on the M25. at junction 10. Now, the M25 is 117 miles long. It wraps around our capital city, as I said, and it is the busiest motorway in Europe. So there are thousands and thousands of people that pass through each junction every single day. One of the things that just doesn't happen on the M25 is that they close it. It had never been done before until this year. They closed the M25 for planned works on the Junction 10 expansion project. As you can see here, it's a big roundabout that wraps around the junction, and that's being expanded. New roads are being added to support the A3, which is another road that runs across the top of it, which you can see in this image here, where it runs across the top of the roundabout. The reason for the closure was because there was lots of targeted work that needed to happen in that one space. However, they predicted that they would interrupt around 500,000 journeys over the time which they were doing the works each day. So as you can imagine, the amount of people that would be traveling through that area would have been quite significant. And the most important thing was the transparency and predictability of that closure for the people that had to be disrupted. So the Junction 10 team, who are run by an organisation here in the UK called Balfour Beatty, and also the National Highways team, who are our local authority here in the UK, they work together to be able to provide really clear information for the public. They developed a public-facing site. So this was one channel. Like I was saying before, if we think about the 7 areas that you could focus on in order to deliver a really clear message, they decided that the public information website would be their first and most centralized point of information, so that they could always link back to that very clear message. So this was developed and issued right at the beginning of the project. It's been going on for at least 18 months to 2 years now. And this was developed with all of what they're going to achieve, how they're going to achieve it. And it is being kept up to date with new information as new closures are being put to planned into the works, and as the progress is happening on the site. So as you can see, they put an announcement, a latest update on the website, that public-facing website, to let them know that there'd be a closure. This one is slightly different to the full closure for the screenshot that I took, but they were giving these clear updates each time. They put that on there, and then that was their go back to. It was like their point of contact for every single communication they did from that point on. So to develop that, they used their LinkedIn platform to be able to link back to that information, but also giving very easily digestible and image-led communications for the closure times and dates that were needed. So that if you weren't going to digest a lot of written information, you could easily digest the more like picture orientated information. They also then posted out a second time to explain what they were doing, why it was closed, what they were trying to achieve. And in the follow-up of that, once the success of the closure had taken place and the works had been done, they also followed up with the public to explain what they achieved and how it was achieved, and some of the real unique things that were about the project that a lot of people wouldn't have the insight to be able to see, giving them sort of behind the scenes access all areas pass to what they were doing, which formed a real connection with the public to the project, which meant that people were more engaged with it and interested to see what they were doing. So that was the main external announcements. It was over every news channel that you ever put on the telly. It was very clearly communicated to the local public. I actually live close to this junction and got a direct letter through my letterbox to tell me what was happening and when it was happening. So that was another targeted communication they could do. So this whole project allowed them to be able to demonstrate that this level of communication to the public is really important. But why is that? And that's the most important thing for this session, is understanding the commitment you make to communications and the benefit it can have for you. So let me just run through some of the risks that they could have faced, okay? As Phil said, unfortunately, there are a lot of risks associated to doing big projects across the network. And one of those is frustrated road users. Now, there's a lot of things that come off the back of a frustrated road user, but the way in which the complaint process happens in the UK, we get a significant rise in complaints from road users during roadworks. So the idea is what we've seen is when they're told why they're waiting or why the road is closed, they're less likely to get in touch and complain, which is being able to cancel out the issue at the root cause, thinking about how can we really channel our focus on those people that would feel an urge to complain because they're frustrated that their journey is being cut, made a lot longer or a lot slower. And that's things that can really frustrate a road user. The other one, and I'm playing a video here, which I hope is coming out smoothly for you, is unfortunately we get an increasing amount of incursions into our working areas. This is one very physical risk that our workers unfortunately face. This video in particular shows an incursion on the M25 at night. This wasn't linked to the M25 closure I was originally talking about. But as you can see here, a vehicle has made its way through the barrier due to a police pursuit that was happening up the top. Now, if you take a look at these workers here, they've only got minutes before this vehicle comes past them, and they did not hear the siren go off because the vehicle was moving so quickly during that time. I'll just let the video finish because I think it's interrupting my stream. So unfortunately, when we made this video and this footage came to light, luckily no one was harmed in this incident, and that is very shocking because you can see how close a call it was. It was used as a piece of footage that allowed us to bring some importance to thinking about incursions into work areas and people's understanding about what was happening ahead of that road closure. So if you see a barrier that says road closed and you have had no indication of why that was happening, then the likelihood is that you say, oh, is it really closed? Can I just go straight through? And that is in the mindset of some road users when they see a road is closed. And so one of the things that this video has highlighted is we've been able to utilize this to the public to let them know and make them aware that actually, even if it doesn't look like there's works happening in the forefront of the closure, there are real people with real families working ahead that you could impact quite significantly, or unfortunately could lead to fatality. As it says on this video, there was 112 incursions reported in just January of 2023 alone. And so there are way too many to even comprehend not taking action to make sure that we're doing all we can to stop incursions. So that was definitely a potential risk. I'll try and pause this video, otherwise it will cut. There we go. Okay, road users using alternative routes. This is another issue that is faced by the communities that live locally to a road closure. So in an area where the M25 is closed for a duration of time, there will be a diversion route put in place when someone can't use a significant road or any road, whether that's in the local area and an urban road or a major motorway such as the M25. And they are marked with diversion signage. However, the big sat-nav organizations such as Google Maps or Apple Maps or Waze actually don't take into account what those diversion routes are. So the sat-nav will try and take you as quickly as possible to the destination you want to get to. Unfortunately, this usually means that you're going past properties that don't usually have a lot of traffic on them. It means that they're potentially going down much more dangerous roads. So one of the main drivers when diverting people off of the M25 or any motorway is to keep them onto an A road or an associated road that allows people to keep as safe as possible. However, it might be that a B or C classification road is actually a quicker journey, and that's where your sat nav will take you. That puts the road user who's driving at risk, but it also potentially puts the people living in that area at risk if they don't expect the high level of volume of traffic coming past their property. So one of the risks that they had when they closed the M25 for that duration of time is pumping such a huge volume of traffic through another local area could have had knock-on consequences for those local areas. This will therefore lead to upset local communities. So sometimes it will lead to an increase in complaints from local community members. Other times it might lead to people that will complain against any other further closures that are required in the future. And so making sure that those people feel communicated with and understand what the upcoming closures are going to do to impact them is very important as well. And then one thing that I'm going to touch on a little bit more in detail at the end is around abuse that the public unfortunately give to our road workers here in the UK. There's a big piece of work to understand that. And because of the raised frustration when there's a road closure, this can lead to an increased amount of abuse to the road workers, whether that's of physical or whether that's verbal. That level of abuse can increase because of the level of frustration that they're feeling because they're being held up or they have to go a lot further on their journey. So again, another risk. Lacking visibility of activity can be a real risk when, if you have a closure, let's just take this picture for instance. If that's the barrier that is showing you that a road is closed and you can't see any activity post that barrier, you think that there's nothing happening in the road closure, people are more likely to want to try and move the barrier out of the way and get through. And so that can be a real risk within road closures as well when it comes to lacks of communication. So let's turn the vibe around. I'm now going to turn around and talk to you about how these risks weren't realized, okay? So there's the negative, right? That could have been the risk. But in the road closure that I explained at the beginning, when it came to the closure of the Junction 10 for M25 expansion, there was a lot less road users in the area completely over that whole duration of closure, which was a whole weekend. It was from a Friday evening right through to a Monday morning. There was reports of a lot less attendees in the area because they knew it was closed, so they avoided it, or they changed their plans and they didn't go to where they wanted to be. They rearranged it to a different weekend and all those sorts of things. So the pre-planning of being able to communicate when the closure is, they're able to say, actually, I won't have a visit to on this weekend. I'll do it next weekend because the M25 will be running much smoother. So the lack of people in the area, the road users in the area, obviously reduced the risk to the road workers overall. It meant that they were a lot safer because there was a lot less traffic on the road. Incursions. So there was no incursions experienced or reported to be experienced during that closure, which meant that we were very clear in the boundary of the closure. The way in which you came off the motorway was communicated well to the road users. So it meant that people knew where they were going and what they were doing, and they didn't feel the need or desire to incur into the road closure, which would have had a detrimental effect on the work that needed to be done. There's currently little data when it comes to proving a result here, when it comes to roadwork users using an alternative route. There hasn't been any reports of complaints because of people using an alternative route during that closure. So that's the only data I can go on here when it comes to using alternative routes for other road users. And that equally knocks on to, there was a very small, if not any, complaints from the community during that time as well. It really there was really a perception that this would have a real negative impact on the communities around them, but actually it was a lot more controlled than anyone could have ever predicted. So the communication in the lead up made a big difference there. Abuse from the public was there was no reports of that either. So again, we pushed a big campaign, which I'm going to speak about, around making sure that we understand road worker abuse, we know when it happens, and that we empower our road workers to tell us when that abuse is happening. And so if we haven't had reports of that abuse, I feel confident that they would have had the ability to let us know if that was what happened. But in this case, there wasn't any. So therefore, we can take that as a good sign that there was no abuse during that closure. And therefore, I take that as a benefit that there wasn't as much frustration felt by road users during that time, because that is one of the biggest reasons for abuse to road workers. And then lacking activity, there was clear knowledge on what was happening, that people understood. Of course, there's an element of this where you can't speak to or approach everybody in a situation like this. The M25 is used by such a huge number of people, whether that is local and live in the UK, whether it's visitors to the UK, whether it's people that are transporting goods around the world, will touch the M25 in some way. So it's very challenging for us to be able to communicate effectively to everybody that might come along. So a lot of this is done in collaboration and tandem with other abilities to redirect people on clear diversions that they feel hasn't impacted their journey too significantly. And we do all of this based around the planning of the events and planning around the operations of the activity as well. So one of the things I just wanted to shine a light on, because when we talk about road worker safety and road work zone safety, we think mostly around the physical. We talk around the physical impact of people incurring into work zones and people that will not understand that they can't go into a certain area and therefore go in and incur, and they can lead to real physical impacts on our road workers. But the Stamp It Out campaign is focused as a new UK-based campaign that we're working to understand the impact of worker abuse. And this is for members of the public, unfortunately, with either physical or verbal abuse to highways workers. So they're just going out, doing their day job and being abused for it in a mental or physical way. And the mental impact of that is extremely significant on the road workers. And again, a lot of this is down to frustration. A lot of it is down to people feeling that they've been put out of their way in order to get to their final destination, and they're upset that they can't get there as quickly as they think. All of those sort of impacts can build on frustrations and therefore make a road user ready to redirect that frustration onto the person that's doing the work on the road. Of course, this is never acceptable and something that we need to stamp it out, which is hence the title of the campaign. The main area of focus for this is to make sure that we give really clear reporting tactics for the road workers to let us know when it happens, so that we are aware of how we can overcome it. Going back to that root cause analysis and understanding how we can better avoid situations that people are put in that are facing this abuse or having this impact on their lives. So as it says on the slide, we're highlighting that 1 in 4 highways operatives that experience mental health issues as a result of worker abuse. It's not acceptable and needs to change. Bring awareness to the skills and commitments to the highways operatives. So what we want to do is build a really positive picture in the minds of the public around what the road workers are doing. Making sure that they see them as key workers, helping them to get from A to B. That's what we're all looking to do. If you're a road user yourself, you know that the main thing is when you hit the road in your car, you want to be from A to B as quickly but as safely as possible. And what we want to do is be able to build the picture in people's minds that anybody that's working on the road is making sure that whatever happens, the roads are in a good condition and a safe condition for everyone that's using them. So really, they're there for them. And that will hopefully give this much more personal connection to the roadworks that are happening, to the people that are there doing it, and therefore their frustration will be misdirected and not sent to the road workers in that abuse form. So that's one of the main things. Now, again, it's a huge task from a communication force perspective. I find that I take on a huge sense of responsibility in making sure that we're being transparent with people, that we are being clear with the public, and making sure that they have the ability to speak back to us. So the Stamp It Out campaign, we went on a nationwide drop-in centre process where people could come, they could ask us questions, they could talk to a person and understand what local works are happening in the area, what other areas that they could understand around works and road safety and everything that we do. And we had a good attendance. People came, they dropped in, they asked us questions, they had a cup of tea. It helped that we did it on a wet and rainy day, so people came in from the rain to be able to have conversations with us and have a biscuit and a cup of tea, as we like to do here in the UK. And it really allowed us to have those more personal conversations. Everything I've spoken to you about up until now really is much more around a digital presence. It might be a written presence, but putting a face to that is really challenging. So when we get the opportunity to be able to do that, we jump at it and we make sure that we utilize that as much as possible. During my time at Hinkley Point C and doing the nuclear construction communications, that was one of my biggest things I did. I used to go weekly to different community areas and have drop-in sessions where I could talk face to face with people. And I always found this, I was like the face of Hinkley Point C, and that was good and bad sometimes, but it allowed me to be able to put their minds at rest, and that was really beneficial and satisfying for me as well in what I do. So I think one of my key messages for today is about making sure that you do, I think I've used the word clear about 100 times. So making sure you're clear, making sure you're transparent, understanding what your audience need to hear. So remembering to always go back to who your audience are, what your audience will be looking to understand, and how they might be acting in certain areas and situations. So putting yourself in their shoes before thinking about the message you want to deliver, and then utilizing many different platforms in order to get to a point where you can communicate your message in the best way you possibly can. Those key areas are what will make it effective for you from a communication perspective to your road worker, to your public. And then just to go back into full cycle and full circle, the other thing to really consider is the impact that the communication externally you have on your operatives. So this Stamp It Out campaign, it benefited the public because that was who was learning, they were developing, they were understanding what we were doing. But equally, the feedback that we've had from the operatives is really strong as well. And it was the same during the M25 closure. They felt a huge pride in what they were doing because it was so publicly being spoken about. It was being seen on all the news channels, and people were being asked to communicate what they did, particularly in the works that were being showcased. But also it puts them at the very forefront of the communication with the public if they want to as well. It allows them to feel like they mean and they matter. So it gives a double angle for what you might try to achieve in order to make sure that your work zone is as safe as possible. So I'm definitely not coming on here to say that communication is the only thing you have to focus on. Of course, when you're doing your work zone risk assessments, it's really important to put in physical and safety measures in place. But the effect that communication can have can really de-escalate the risks you have in order to make sure that work zones become safer, that have more engagement from people in a much more polite and less frustrated way. So hopefully I've given you, in a nutshell, what I do in communications, the impact it can have, the positive impact it can have on work zone safety, and it allows you to be able to see how it all fits together. I'm going to pause now, take a sip of water, and hopefully there might be some questions for me.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Hayley. Definitely very interesting. And a lot of that really ties in really closely with the kind of experience I've had just traveling the roads to work in the morning. In fact, there's nothing worse than doing your usual route to find all of a sudden that some people in construction have come and placed a construction work zone right in your way. And I've had it not just on one place, but up to 3, to the point where I was so frustrated I was ready to go home. But the key thing is, what I've seen with this is when that happens, it's not just me who gets frustrated, it's everybody else who's trying to drive down that road. And what you first of all do is try and find an alternative route that you know, and you head off down that, only to find absolutely everybody else is doing it, including all the sorts of traffic that's completely unsuitable to the tiny road that you've just selected.
Yeah.
What then happens is just absolutely pandemonium and gridlock. And what I've seen is when it is done well, is that you end up with, lots of notification, people using things like variable message signs, just basic signage telling you that there's going to be a work zone. And it gets you thinking for your normal route, just to know that I've got to plan something else come this time. So in your mind, you're not going to choose all those unsuitable roads. You're going to go and use roads that are properly suited to the way that you should be going. So, the reason, I think that this is so suited to the Safer Work Zone group is quite simply because if you reduce the amount of traffic that's going through that work zone, you're massively reducing that risk in the first instance. And it's really the first place to, the first thing to go about doing when planning to have a work zone. But I just think, the example that you give is a really good example of where things went very well. And you mentioned about like it was an 18-month process that they put in place with which to be able to advise the public of what's coming up. But have you got a good example of really when things didn't go well at all?
Well, I think you might have almost done my job for me here, Phil, because the ones that jump to mind are the more urban roads in the area. I know that you and I travel on very small country lanes when it comes to getting into the office, for example. And the challenge there comes from you're targeting people that are doing that route every day or every other day, or because of the way we operate and the fact that we can now do these sort of things and the world is a lot smaller and we can do it all through our computers, they maybe aren't traveling as frequently. So it's a lot harder to reach out to the people that do it less frequently. What you'll find, unfortunately, is because people know the area well and they dart off in different directions, there's a lot bigger impact and risk when it comes to smaller urban roads. So it was only a couple of days ago that I came up to a closure that I didn't expect on my very usual route, because there was no pre-warning around it will be closed in a couple of days or even a week's time. So I couldn't pre-plan. And all of the people that were using the road and turning around in this very small space to do that were all communicating with each other, and they were all getting each other more angry, and the frustration was building and building. And to the point where people were even saying to me, don't use the diversion, go and do this other thing. And so that's where the frustration from a communication perspective comes too, because I was saying, no, I promise you, follow the diversion, it will actually help. So it's all about this bigger message as well of, are we doing, I sit on the boards of different improvement groups as well when it comes to things like diversions, and And it allows us to say, if your diversion isn't put in place effectively, you damage the reputation of diversions going forward, and then people don't rely on them. So it's all about consistency as well. So the example I gave you was of a big national highways road. It's a strategic road network road. So there's a lot of investment into the way they communicate, the way that they put their signage up, digital signage now, as you've said. Whereas on the local roads, it's done much more on like static signs that are printed and there for a couple of days, and that's about that. And so what we're doing is sharing knowledge across from National Highways Strategic Network over to more urban local authority-led roads so that they can learn the best ways as well. But also vice versa, because audiences are very similar. Road users transition from strategic road network to urban road very frequently. So there's a few examples where people don't give people enough time to pre-plan. The diversion isn't smooth and easy for them to travel on. There can be a huge amount of frustration, and being head of a communication function for the M25 once upon a time, I know that I can see the impact of the complaints rising and people getting in touch to say, why did you do that to us? It's really personal for them as well.
I can imagine. Now, with that in mind, got one of the questions in the thread here is, what's your experience with the cooperation from radio and TV media to spread the news on work zones? How cooperative are they? Is that something that they are very cooperative at the moment, or is it something that even they still need to learn and help with?
So the media, press media specifically, can be challenging because really and truly they want a hook, they want a headline, they want something bad that's happening because that's what people listen to, unfortunately. So actually, when something goes well, it's not as well covered. So what we need, what I'm always trying to do in the roles that I'm playing, and I know that all my colleagues in the same vein are trying to educate the press to make sure that they play a real key role as well in influencing the public. So the M25 closure that I've been talking about was a good example of radio picked it up, news picked it up, and they also subsequently celebrated its success. The closure actually opened back up 8 hours ahead of its original schedule. So that was a real hook and a real headline for the press media to pick it up. So here in the UK, and it is all I can speak about from my experience, is that the radio is a good one because obviously a lot of people are listening to it in the vehicles. So when, as I said before, coming back to analysing your audience are probably listening to radio. It's a really good one to think about when it comes to telling them a key message. So I think they play a role. They always will. Print media in the UK is declining slightly, but it still plays a big role in the highways industry, and the way like newspapers will play a role in people that utilize a vehicle. It will always play a role in some way.
I must admit, with the one on the M25, the example you were given, what I remember really is the ones I was listening to on the radio, and their messaging was really very clear, and it was just stay away, don't come.
Stay away, exactly.
It was that simple.
Even in this scenario, when they said, stay away, it won't be worth coming through because it will be chaos, actually was quite helpful for us. It didn't become chaos, but actually by the time people did stay away, it really helped us out. So, yeah.
It did. Another question we got is there do you know of a checklist or a white paper or something we can refer to in terms of communication so that people could use that for sort of further practices?
I don't know of one, but it feels like an invitation to write one, doesn't it? So maybe I'll put my thinking cap on and see whether I can come up with something that I can share. It sounds like a very important piece of resource that we can share from an IRF perspective. So let's pick that one up afterwards, and I'll make sure to try and pull something together for everyone.
Yeah, I think so. As within the group, it'd be well worth trying to do something like that. As a simple checklist is quite a good idea. Another question. If there are different maintenance work zones in a city or in location roundabout, Is it
Mhm.
better to communicate all in one website or to separate each one in a small communication?
I would I would take two different approaches to this and say both, which probably doesn't help. But what I would go back to the main public website that the M25 team used. So they had a main public, almost like a Dropbox of all the information that was needed about that area. So if you were in one area of your community and you had lots of different things going on, at least people know that that's their central point of contact to be able to get information. And then your subsequent follow-up information would be then to drop them back to that centralized hub. So if you can build a website even it doesn't need to be as significant as a website. It could just be a landing page or on a separate website, or it could even be sort of you can utilize LinkedIn in some ways as well to sort of put it as like an article maybe. And then you can drop people back to that central point through the additional communications that you do. You just have to be aware that, with anything like this, if you're delivering different messages with different works, it can dilute each other. So you just might need to put a little bit more effort into linking them together, or how many times you communicate each one.
From my own point of view, and coming back to the story I say, just trying to get into work and back, one of the things I do use now is a website, which I think is called One Network or something like this. And I use that
Mm-hmm.
as a means of just it's a map, basically. It's a map with
Yeah.
all the work zones put on it. So
Yeah.
I can simply look at the route that I'm using to go into work, and I just see, what is this? Is it a road closure? Is it going to be traffic lights? So I expect some sort of delay. And also it shows diversions as well. So I think that's probably a good example of something that people abroad, elsewhere, could be using, is to set up something like that so that you can capture all of that in one space. So you can look at that and think, this is what's relevant to me, and you look at those ones
Yeah.
and plan your route around that. And in my case, I use it from, you can either look at it on today, what's effective today, or what is coming in 2 weeks or 3 months' time. So you've got a means of pre-planning yourself. And I found that really useful, actually, from my point of view, to just to help manage my own stress levels.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what the audience here need to understand is that, I've had experience of communicating these big projects out in my career, but at the moment I'm coming to you as a road user. I'm experiencing this communication
Yes.
firsthand, so I'm giving my experience of that too, and so is Phil. We're both road users here in the UK. We both use strategic road networks, so big motorways and urban roads. So, we've had it from both sides, almost giving that message, but receiving it too.
Yes, yeah, and probably building your own understanding of what's effective and what's not.
Yeah,
On
exactly.
another one, as someone who's interested really about your message about abusing workers, in fact, how are you using communication to prevent users from abusing the workers? I suppose this is really coming down to a little bit more about the Stamp It Out campaign. How are we putting that message across?
So the channels that we're using, you mean around
Yeah,
Stamp It Out? Yeah.
yes,
So
yeah.
we are driving a lot of that through LinkedIn. So there is a lot of LinkedIn traffic and communication. There are also trade press associations that have backed the campaign and allowed us to do things like that. We've also done bigger events. So we do Stamp It Out summits that allow us to bring key influential people into an arena that we can then talk at around what the issues are, and also allow them to come back to us and present around how they can help and influence the industry and how we can make it change. So the other thing as well, though, is that we are listening to the road workers. So again, in this campaign, it's almost a double-edged sword, I guess, in some respects, because you've got the frustrated road user that we need to target, and we need to give the right message to and ask them to stop and realize what they're doing. But we also need to make sure that we're communicating with the road workers and allow them to understand what we're doing to try and protect them. And the only way we can protect them is really understanding what they're experiencing. So one of the biggest campaigns is actually internally focused into road working environments that allow people to communicate back to us. what they're experiencing, so we can take some tangible action. So there's two forms: a form that you hopefully will see because you'll see it publicly broadcasted, but you won't see the internal communications that's happening on a much more localized level with operatives.
Okay, all right. You mentioned about the likes of Google Maps and Waze and that directing people down probably more inappropriate roads, truck drivers, for example, using it and they end up going down category B or C roads. Got a question related on this one, actually. Why aren't you putting, why is it we don't put these road closure information into Google Maps or Waze? Why is that not something that we're doing?
So it's not without trying. During my time at the M25, we were in quite close contact with Google Maps specifically. Waze is a bit different. Waze is very led by the public. They can put in information that sort of tells people that road work is coming up and things like that. So it's harder to control because they're putting this information in themselves. The biggest backlash, I guess, we get from the maps teams and places like Google Maps is they don't want to disrupt the road user even further. So they, instead of saying, oh, you have to go on this official diversion route, they will get you from A to B in the quickest way you can, but based on the things you put in that you want to avoid or you want to go via. So, for example, a truck that can't fit down specific roads, they focus mainly on ensuring that they know the width of the vehicle if it's being put in by the user, and then making sure that they prioritize roads that they're going to be able to fit down. So they won't, if it's going to delay a road user even further to get from A to B, they won't send them in an alternative direction, or they will give it as an option, but people won't choose it. So it's a catch-22. You know, I understand where they're coming from and what we want from them as road users. We want to be able to travel as quickly as possible. But there are so many times that I myself go, I'm just going to follow the sat nav, because it can be really difficult as a road user in certain conditions. So, you know, traveling in daylight when it's not, you know, when it's sunny, which we don't get much in the UK, but when the sun does shine and we can see the road, the diversion signs, that's great. But when it's dark and it's raining and it's really hard to see, sometimes it's better that someone's talking to you in your car telling you where to go. And so sometimes even I will rely on my sat nav, and I will always regret it because I'll always get a bit stuck, or someone that's driving that road that shouldn't be is on it. And it makes everything a lot more confusing. And where my frustration level was probably plateau, it probably spikes because of that.
Yeah, and I think it is important to highlight that diversions typically are done on roads of a similar category. So it can mean that the diversion route itself, whereas you might need, I don't know, let's say 2 miles around where the work zone is, it might take you 20 or 40 miles through an alternative route that actually you or using Google or Waze may, you know, indicate that there's a better way to go. Unfortunately, what you don't know is everybody's going to be trying to do that, and usually probably down a single lane track. And I've experienced this before, where it does end up in just absolute pandemonium with all sorts of stress going on. So it's quite,
it might be
even
worth
that is dangerous.
Yeah, it might be worth pointing out as well is that, you know, I was saying about how communications isn't the only form of, you know, activity you need to do. A lot of when there were anything that was happening on the M25, or whenever there was anything happening in that area, there's a lot of work that goes on to be able to coordinate different diversion routes and different works that are happening. So what they do very well in our whole network is that the diversion routes that teams that put on the diversions for closures on big strategic road networks speak to those that are doing the urban road ones. And there was one time where we needed to close a tunnel for at the Dartford crossing, which is a big crossing here in the UK, to get across around the M25. And the diversion, if we had put it on, would have taken us all the way up to the north and all the way back down again. It was like hundreds and hundreds of miles on people's journeys because there were so many diversions happening at the same time. So they said, we won't do it tonight. We'll delay it to another time. So there's always these planning points that can be put in place before you need to think about what you communicate.
Okay, good. And I think I might get a chance to get at least one more question is, what's the
2
best
minute
way do you
countdown.
think? Yeah, we haven't got long, I don't think. What do you think the best way it is to gain the most reach or coverage with communication? What's the most active thing to get public to actually see it and really react to it? What do you think is the most effective?
Again, it's probably going to be a sit on the fence answer to this, but I would say it all depends on your audience. Okay, so every country will be very different, every audience will be very different. So, you know, for the example I gave you, a digital reach was exactly what was needed based on the audience and who uses that area. However, if you're going in a more urban area, a lot of the time they are reading newspapers, they're listening to the radio, they're maybe watching the telly. So you need to target your communication through the audience that you need to target. So depending on what your objective is to the communication plan, it's really important to understand that, you know, different ways will have different benefits. They'll have different levels of reach. So although you might need to do it as a holistic approach to communications, and you might need to have a bit of radio and a bit of digital and a bit of print, you know, your impact might be completely different for every single project because of the audience that you're talking to.
Yeah, I suppose that there is no one answer to that, is there really? It is, everybody uses different things. I'm not a strong social media user, so doing it that way would completely miss me. However, I do listen to the radio. So I suppose by having it on the radio at least is something, and that's why, you know, for example, your M25 example, I did know about that one, and that's exactly how I got it. And yes, it was really driven home across all channels along that side, and so I think that's really why that one was at least so effective.
Exactly.
And with that said, I think we are looking to come to the end of this. We've come to the end of the allotted time. So thank you very much for your insights into the communication part of it. I've got to just remind everybody that next week, because we're going to be doing one every week from here on out, we do have Audrey on, who's going to be covering for us the road safety awareness at Roadworks sites. And this is really going to be about just education. And in fact, I think that'll be quite an interesting one, because education of general public is important for helping us to improve on road safety. With that, I think I'll look to come to an end on this. Thank you very much, Hayley. And,
thank you, everyone.
So with that, I'll pass back to Audrey. Aubrey, did you want to close this down, Aubrey?
Yes, thank you so much, Hayley, for such a wonderful presentation. It was very informative. I remember visiting London, and people still complain about them to this day. So I'm sure it must have been just a completely huge project that just required total focus. So it was great hearing about it, and thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys attendees next week. And just a reminder that recordings will be available as soon as our website loads them. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you guys soon.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We better look to start with the webinar itself now. Okay, so what I'm showing on the screen at the moment is the Safer Work Zone Practices. This is, for those who've seen it before, it's a task force within the IRF Road Safety Committee. Just a little bit about myself, if I can. I am the task force lead, and my name is Philip Luke, and I'm with Highway Care International. I'm the International Commercial Manager for Highway Care in the UK. The works that we do across the globe spans from going across from the US through Europe, Middle East, across Asia, and into Australasia itself. A little bit about the task force itself, its primary objectives. It's all about highlighting and advocating safer work zone practices across the globe. And our primary focus is all about educating and assisting developing countries who may have outdated or non-existent work zone practices. So that's our key focus. So why is it that we're doing this? Well, construction work zones on highways, they're full of potential risks. And it's one of the things that our speaker today, Audrey, will be talking about. The World Health Organization estimates about 2% of fatalities occur at roadworks. I've said it before, but we think that number is probably very low. But even if you take that number, the current deaths that was last recorded in 2021 at 1.19 million, just 2% of that is 24,000 deaths globally, or 47 A380 aircraft plunge into the ground, one pretty much every week. If that sort of thing happened in the aviation industry, then people would be looking to do something about that. But more importantly, what the World Health Organization tells us is that 9 in 10 deaths occur into what they describe as low and middle income countries. So that means that in places where they're not focusing on their work zone practices so well, they've got the majority of these deaths happening, there within their work zones. It's in these countries that we see the poorest work zone practices, and so that's obviously what the work zone task force itself is all focused on. So how is it that we work? Well, we're formed of a group of IRF members with experience of work zone practices. We work with key stakeholders looking to improve their work zone practice in country. They've got to approach us to actually require us to do something about that. We work to capture and promote new and emergent methods and technologies, and that's some of the things that we'll see in some of these later webinars that we've got coming up later in the series. They will talk about these things. So we share these best practices and technologies from countries with an established focus on work zones. Typically that is the likes of Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and the USA. And we look to take that into countries where they haven't yet to develop that. We come up and we develop a working plan for them to adopt with their existing practices, or even to develop their own, and also to establish specifications and to establish minimum standards for road safety. So that's really how we work. The webinar series itself is 8 webinars, of which today will be taking number 3 in the series. The first one we did, with work zone training for all stakeholders and the risk of non-compliance, was done by Chip back on September the 18th. And just last week, we did the role of communication in work zone safety with a lady I work with called Hayley Terrell. So speaking of Hayley, last week, she did that one on the 1st of October. In terms of that, it was a 1-hour presentation with Q&A. Total registration is about 267, and attended for the webinar itself was 35 people. We had a series of questions and answers at the end. It was around about 9 questions and answers that we covered at the time. So Hayley covered in quite some detail about communication, and particularly about just communicating about coming works that were coming up. And the prime example that she used was a case called the M25, a key motorway that we have around London here, one that had never been closed in all decades that had been operational. So in order to be able to close that, perform those works, a huge effort in communicating that works had to be put out to the public so that absolute pandemonium didn't go about. And she talked quite some detail about that. Next week, we're going to be doing, this is on the 15th of October, we've got another one which is called Disabling Distracted Drivers in Work Zones. And this will be presented by Fadi Petro, who's Regional Manager for Middle East and Africa with PSS. And that webinar is going to address the growing threat of distracted drivers. And we're seeing that across the globe. And it's something that Fadi within the Middle East is going to show some examples of, and how they're working with people in the UAE in order to deal with that. So that's something he'll be covering. But today, we're all here to deal with week 3. So I've got with us today Dr. Audrey Demicoli, who is the Director for the Road Safety Department for Transport Malta. So Audrey is going to be telling us about road safety awareness at work zone sites. And this is a webinar that raises the importance of educating the public to raise their understanding and reduce risks and improve safety. So just a little bit about Audrey while we're here. So Audrey is a warranted architect and civil engineer with a bachelor's degree from the University of Malta. And she's also got a master's degree in traffic and transportation systems from Nottingham Trent University, and also has gone on to get a PhD from University of Malta. So obviously very well educated and certainly in a good position to talk about this. So with that, I think what I will look to do is to pass over to you, Audrey, if that's okay, if you'd like to take control of the screen, and then we'll have your presentation, and then we'll do the Q&A after that. So the floor's over to you, Audrey.
Thank you. Hello to all. Today, as Mr. Luke has explained, I will be discussing some work which we do from a different aspect in relation to roadwork sites. As we know, roadworks are part of a cyclical operational process. Why? Because we construct roads, sometimes we need to modify parts of the road. There are other periods on the life cycle of the road where we need to do maintenance. So there is always work going on the roads. And as we all know, sometimes when road works are going on, we might need to still retain part of the road open to traffic. Hence, we cordon off the area where roadworks are going on, and the rest of the road is still open for traffic, sometimes on a one-way system. Hence, it's important that the roadwork site is designed to ensure safety from the workers themselves, for pedestrians, vehicle traffic, and cycling traffic. Obviously to minimize the risk to all users, including the workers. Research has shown that the risk of traffic collision in our road work sites tend to be 3 to 5 times more than on other parts of the network. Hence, the importance, the safety aspect of importance where we have roadworks going on. As we know, roadworks will always create some degree of disruption. Why? Because basically we are changing the roadside scenario from the normal scenario where all standard signage measures are in place to a different scenario where we have roadworks going on. And into this aim to reduce the risk related to the roadwork sites, there are various measures which are implemented: reduction of vehicle speeds, and we ensure good visibility and lighting. Signage is very important. As I'm saying, the sites need to be cordoned off so that we have full segregation between the vehicle and pedestrian traffic and the roadworks themselves. Sites have to be well managed, well designed, and well planned out, and the temporary traffic management arrangements need to change according to the phase of works being carried out. The workers themselves need to be trained, especially in how to ensure safety on site and good communication even with the public. And this shows that safety at the work site for the workers themselves and how they are equipped is very important. However, it is just as important to ensure that the road users, so the people using the road traveling by car, people as passengers, people using the bicycle, people walking, pedestrians, understand and appreciate the importance of keeping themselves safe and the safety risks related to work sites. So here we are seeing the aspect of road safety at road work sites from a different perspective, rather than seeing it as we always tend to see it, hence the roadwork site and how we equipped the road site to ensure safety. Here we are seeing it from the angle that we train other road users to use the road safely, understand the work sites and the risks to ensure that they are safe when they are passing by and around these sensitive road scenarios where we have roadworks. Hence, we have identified this need to have road safety awareness education campaigns and also training focusing on work sites. This, as I'm saying, is something which is generally omitted from general road safety educational programs. However, we think that it is very important because, as I am saying, and as we saw before, work sites, the accidents at work site tend to be 3 to 5 times more than on roads where no works are being carried out. To this end, we have formulated a program, an educational program. This program is used for all age groups. The difference between the age groups is the way we deliver the message and the tools and the teaching aids which we use to deliver the message. However, the message is the same across the age groups, all age groups. And as I'm saying, we deliver it in a different way according to the age. So first thing that we focus on is the sensitivity of the roadside when roadworks are being carried out. And we explain that traffic lanes might be narrower. There might not be a hard shoulder for broken down vehicles because space for hard shoulder might be either part of the work site itself or it might be used as part of a lane, of a traffic lane. And as I am saying, the changes to the road, the roadside environment is different from the normal roadside environment for that section of roads. We might have diversion of footways, so pedestrians are diverted to use a different pedestrian route. Crossing facilities such as zebra crossing might be shifted. Bus stop locations might have changed. Cycling infrastructure, cycle lanes might have been temporarily removed or suspended or diverted. The construction site itself, you might have flying debris from the construction site. Pedestrian cyclists might not be seen due to construction activities or due to hoarding. So these are a very important aspects which arise also from the design of the scheme itself. And as for all other scenarios, drink driving poses a high risk. However, when the roadside scenario is different, and when the roadside scenario is more traffic sensitive and more risk sensitive, obviously, drink driving or driver distraction has a higher risk. Teaching aids which you use to deliver this message, besides obviously explaining as I am saying, we use the drink drive simulator, which is a form of a goggles which simulate how a driver under the influence of alcohol would see, and we use traffic cones, and the persons attending our education session try on the goggles, and we make them walk around the cones, and they see how difficult it is, so that they appreciate, besides the problem of drink driving under normal conditions, how much more risky it is when the roadside scenario is different and has higher risks. And we have incorporated also roadworks in our cycling rodeo. This is a part in the photo here. You can see part of our cycling rodeo carpet, and this part of the carpet has a simulation of a roadwork site. So when we are training and with the bicycles, and we explain to them using the rodeo, so it is something physical they can see, the signs leading to a roadworks site, and how the cones and the arrows, so that we make it a bit more tangible, that they see what we are talking about. We also explain about road safety equipment and how important they are, what they are there for, and how they work. And you see in the picture is a scenario we use for children. For for young adults and older adults, we use the same principle, but the scenario is not cartoon-like. It is a more realistic scenario. This is obviously a scenario which we use for children. However, we have a similar scenario which is not like a cartoon, which we use obviously for older people. And what do we teach here in this game? What information we give? We give information regarding the barriers, why they are there, why they are important that the barriers are interlocked, why is it important that the plastic barriers are filled with water or with sand, and why they should be aligned. we explain that where we have roadwork sites on the approach, you will realize because the signage and road markings are yellow to indicate that you are approaching a roadwork site. The traffic cones that we use, the different colors of traffic cones, which we use for example, if we have roadworks going on at high level, so it's not on the road, but for example, electricity cables, and there are works on the pylons or on the cables themselves, the cones are blue, for example. And we teach the colors of the cones, that when you have green traffic cones indicate that there is an access to a work zone site, or that a green traffic cone lead you along diversion routes. Sometimes you also use temporary traffic lights either as a stop-go for traffic, or else they might be temporary because we would have relocated the Pelican crossings. Floodlighting, why it's important that roadwork sites we have increased the luminance levels, so that obviously at night they are more conspicuous. And temporary diversion routes, why they are important, why they and how they are planned. And another important thing that we educate on is the stop-go flagging, and the hand signaling and of the enforcement officers or the traffic controllers on site. Teaching aids which we use, as I am saying, mock desktop layouts, as I am showing you on the table here. Traffic cones with different colors, we show the colors. And also we use the wands, as you can see in the picture, the hand signals, the flagging signals, and we also show how the stop go or stop slow signs are used, and what they mean and how they work. In the picture here, you can see the simulator of the drink drive, the goggles, that is the simulator. Another aspect, why we explain the importance of speed reduction at roadworks. Why? When we have roadworks, we have speed limit signs that go down to 30 km per hour, for example. Why we choose 30 km per hour? We explain that speed limit, that temporary posted speed limit, is calculated depending on visibility lines, depending on the road configuration itself, depending on how we are closing the road and in which part of the road section it is. We explain about the unfamiliarity of the roadside environment, how this impacts, obviously, the road users, that we have narrower lanes. So narrower lanes would obviously necessitate that we have slower speeds. Uneven road surfaces, maybe because of the construction site itself. So it is important to have slower speeds. Driver reaction time, slower speeds allows braking distance, so you don't need that much braking distance as you have for higher speeds. So braking distance is less. And the driver reaction time at slower speed, the driver has more time to see a scenario incident, and has more time at a slower speed to react. And obviously the safety of the road workers themselves vis-a-vis speeds of approaching vehicles. And what do we use besides explaining these things in detail? And what else do we use to explain better, to even so that we have more of an impact on the people who we are trying to educate, or on the children? So we use a speed gun. This is a speed gun which is used only for research purposes. It does not take photos. So that we explain why it is used. We explain that we use it even to verify that we have the correct posted speed limit for a temporary period. We also take a survey even when works have started to ensure that the drivers are adhering to that reduced temporary posted speed limit. We show speed signs, and we show the difference between the sign of a road hump and the sign showing an uneven road, because sometimes people get confused from our experience. And this is a card, as you can see in the picture. It's a reaction time card. This is like a little game. We drop it from a height, and the reaction time of the person participating is measured on this card. And in that way, we show them the importance of driver reaction time vis-a-vis explaining that reaction time that we would have been playing this game with them, how important it is vis-a-vis reducing the approach speeds. Use of the pedestrian crossings, as I am saying, sometimes when we have roadworks, we have to shift the pedestrian crossing. Sometimes we do not shift it, but we still mark it to show people that there is a construction site. And these are equipment which we use to demonstrate what we are saying. We always stress on the principle of stop, look and listen, which are basic principle whether there's roadwork site or not. However, as I am saying, where we have roadworks ongoing, the site is more traffic sensitive with higher risks. And we also explain how the pelican crossing, we always explain that, works and the difference between a zebra and the pelican crossing. And we also explain the colors of a temporary zebra crossing, that we have it in white and yellow. For children, we also use car costumes. So when we go in the schools, they wear the car costume, and we make it like a game for them, so that, and the children, they love it. Basically, wearing the costume, they all love it. We explain that it is yellow and white and not black and yellow. And we explain it is because in legislation, Maltese legislation, the zebra crossing is white stripes. The black is not part of the paint for the zebra crossing. The black is the base color. A zebra crossing is white lines. So when we have it temporary, it is the black that becomes yellow and not the white that becomes yellow. So that the white stripes, according to legislation, are still retained. It is the base color that is yellow. Here you can see the children in the photo at the bottom with the costumes. We have costumes of vehicles and of a traffic light, and they love them. Another very important aspect which we deal with vis-a-vis roadwork site is the importance, especially at access points to where construction vehicles are entering or leaving the site, and approaching to the work site vis-a-vis the construction vehicles themselves. People tend to do not appreciate that a driver in a heavy vehicle, a truck, equipment, a roller, they have very limited visibility lines, and they have blind spots around their vehicle. So sometimes they cannot see through direct vision or use of mirrors, because the construction equipment and the vehicles are very large and they have a closed cap. And this is something which we explain to people why it is important to keep away from vehicles, construction vehicles. Don't go near them. Why it is important that to explain to them why the access point of a construction site is a very high risk. The bigger the equipment, the larger the blind spots of the vehicle or equipment itself. It is important that nobody enters the prohibited construction sites and keep away from the vehicles themselves. People should wear high visibility clothing, especially at night. They should listen for backup alarms, horns, and signals, and obey the vehicle spotter. And obviously understand the hand, wand, and wave and flag signals, as I explained already before. The teaching aids which we use for this case are blind spot diagrams with with models of the different construction equipment. For each model of different pieces of equipment, we have the specific blind spot charts for the equipment. We have the models, as I'm saying, and for the smaller children, they wear the costumes, and we explain even on the costume themselves. For obviously for the smaller children, one thing which we highlight especially is the forklifter. The forklifter is not a big vehicle, it is a small vehicle, but it is very dangerous, especially because of the forks. People don't see the forks, and what we explain about the forklifter is that forklifters are not only used in construction sites. Sometimes they are used in parking areas, for example, a mega store. So it is important that this is explained. So in the particular case of a forklifter, we don't only explain blind spots, but we also explain the issue of the forks. Thank you very much from my end.
Okay, just to rejoin you there, Audrey, thank you very much for going through your presentation. Just for those who are listening at the moment, if you'd like just to place your questions for Audrey into the questions box, and I'll quite happily read through and go through them with Audrey on your behalf. So if you'd like to do that, please do type it into the questions box, and we'll run from there. But Audrey, I've got some questions as it happens. It's interesting. I really enjoyed seeing this, and I think it's quite a unique approach. I think it really actually very important to be educating children at an early age and right through into even adults need education in terms of work zones and how to handle them and what's important. Is this something unique for Malta to be doing this? I'm not aware of other countries doing this. Have you heard of it elsewhere?
From research which we carried out, we did not find any other country who has taken this approach. And as I said, it is a different approach to roadwork sites. But we believe that it is a very important approach, especially when you see the statistics, as we have quoted, that we have 3 to 5 times more risk of an accident occurring where we have roadworks. So we believe that if road safety education is very important where we have the normal roadside scenario, it is even more important where we have this higher risk scenario of roadworks.
And how long is it that you've been doing this for in Malta?
Yeah, this program, we started it off about 6 months ago.
Okay, so it's quite a new one, in fact.
Yes, it is very new also for us, and we tried it with different age groups. So when I was explaining what we do, we already tried and tested it. We have met with different age groups. We have presented with this approach, and also the delivery of this message, road safety message, and the teaching aids which we have used are effective, were proved to be effective for all age groups. As I am saying, the basic principle of the delivery of the points, that the road safety points that we deliver, is the same across all age groups. However, it is the way we deliver the message and the subtle changes in the teaching aids that we use, depending obviously on the age groups.
Okay, and that is a point in question. It is a question that has been raised. In fact, on the question thread here is, you've focused more on the elementary school children, and of course, how do you go about changing it for the teens and really the drivers for their education? How do you go about changing that?
Yes, for example, when we have teenagers, as I showed you in one of the slides, we had a table with a mock roadside scenario. In case of teens and older adults, we do not set it up, but we have the equipment, the model equipment of cones, and we ask from the participants, we ask them to come up and to set it up themselves, and then and then we tell them what we think they should change, how it should be, why it shouldn't be that like that. So it's a very hands-on approach. We get them to come and do it. When we have smaller children, we set it up ourselves. For example, when we have teenagers and younger adults, one thing which they love is the speed gun. So obviously, and we show them how it works, and we say how important this is. We specify that it is not being used to issue penalties, but obviously because we have to monitor why it's important that we monitor. Another thing which they love is the drink drive simulator, the goggles. So obviously, when it comes to older adults and teenagers, we spend more time on the goggles, and we spend more time, for example, on the speed gun, and we spend more time showing the way that the traffic control officers and the enforcement officers use the flagging, use the wands, because obviously they are drivers.
Yes, yeah. And funny enough, there's been a couple of questions actually on this line, people just wondering if there was a more sophisticated version of this training, but essentially, I guess you basically have the sort of same training. I mean, less of the maybe wearing the outfits of the car, but basically they're still using those sort of visual aids and physically getting engaged is really how you approach that for the teens and the adults. And do you have like a program to do the older people, the adults and that? Do you have a separate program for that?
The programs are basically the same. However, obviously, there are some differences. For example, I give an example. Older people, for example, we stress the importance that when they are crossing the road at a zebra crossing or a pelican crossing, from observations that we made on site, because we do many behavioral settings and studies, we noticed that older people, when they want to cross the road, they do not look right, left, and right to ensure that vehicles have stopped. What they look at is their feet going down from the footway.
Yes.
And so I'm saying the differences that we do. So when we are having the crossings and we explain the colors, that it's yellow and white, we explain the pelican. When it comes to older adults, we stress the importance more than other groups that they should look at the cars that they stopped rather than look at their feet to see that they won't fall off the footway.
Yes.
So these are the subtle things that as I'm saying, the basic program is the same. But then there are subtle differences depending on the age groups, which we target specifically for the age. I'm giving an example.
Okay. And then just another question again, which I'll combine a couple of it, is how many children have you trained so far in the program, and how do you monitor the stickiness of the training, their retention? How do you gauge that?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. First of all, in these 6 months, because obviously it was summer, so they weren't in schools, we attended at summer schools. We attended some scout groups, the scouts and the Girl Guides. They have these groups in summer where they meet. Yes,
Right.
and in all, children, we did 623 across these 6 months. And we had 4 groups of elderly, and then we had some groups of teenagers and younger adults. How we monitor? Now, there is a difference how we monitor. First of all, it's very difficult to monitor 2 accident statistics. So what we do is that the children, we give them a workbook, like a worksheet.
Okay. Yeah.
And we tell them that they should fill it in with their mom and with their dad or their guardians at home. And then they send it back to us. And those who win the competition, we give them a prize, a gift.
Okay, very good.
So we monitor how many we receive, how many we get back. So first of all, for us, that is a way to see if the message is arriving correctly. They are understanding what we're saying. Obviously, if they send it back, they are interested. And given that we specify that they take it home, because that way we are also reaching the parents. When they take the worksheet home, indirectly, we are also reaching the parents.
Yeah. And if I could say, this is quite clever, because actually, funny enough, another question I'm literally looking at here on the question thread is any thoughts about creating activity books that the kids could take home and share with parents to
Yes.
reinforce behavior in adults and in a non-confrontational way? And I guess this workbook is basically doing exactly that, getting the parents
It's a very
engaged.
simple workbook because it's used as giving something very complicated, but we have like a work like coloring sheets, for the little ones. Yeah.
Funny enough, I mean, we do have something very similar here well, we have an automated cone laying machine, and funny enough, there is a book related to that, which for those of us who've got children have taken home and we tend to do with our own kids. So yeah, it's something that works very well. I'll have a quick look at the just other questions. Let's have a look here. Do road safety audits inform this program? Okay, this of interest. How are you publicizing this program? And also, just to capture another question on here is, I'm just thinking in terms of, there's a lot of kids, there's a lot of schools. Is this something that you can get teachers engaged in so that they can also do the same thing and to basically cover more schools and more children in the time that you've got?
When we contact the schools ourselves, but then by word of mouth, schools, when they start getting aware, because obviously it's part of the whole program, we do more. We do the cycling rodeo when we visit at school. We do a lot of material. But then with word of mouth, schools contact us themselves and ask us
Okay.
to go and make a session. But we also phone and we check with them. We contact the local council. For example, for the older adults, generally we contact the local council and they put us through the organizations. For elderly, we check with old people's homes. And yeah, but we do a lot of legwork ourselves. Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's still quite early days in that then.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
As I say, this specific program we started 6 months ago.
It's quite new, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about this. I mean, what I've seen, I've not seen a training like this for children, which I think is fantastic, is getting them trained in early and understanding why they're doing what they're doing and what it all means. But what I have seen in terms of training programs has been more to do with the construction workers. And
Exactly.
is there a training program at all for adults practicing in the road construction industry? Reason I mention it, one of the things you've covered is about basically people encountering forklifts, being driven over by forklifts, the forks being a hazard. That would be more typically something that you might want to train the road workers themselves. So is that something that you also have?
Yes, we have a different program where we train road workers how they should set up a scheme, the risks on the scheme, how they put the signs, how they put the barriers, how they put the lighting, the importance of having them there, the colors of the cones, how the risks to the equipment, and even their spotters, how the spotters have to work. That is a different program which we make from our end. We train not only the private contractors and their workers, but also we do training in the public works division departments, the government departments, which have the workers which do the work. That is a yearly program which we do once a year in October and November for the workers. I
Okay.
have the first session with them on Thursday. Yes.
Okay. And how do you go about auditing all of this in terms of you mentioned about the auditing? So
Yes.
how do you check all of this and in terms of in terms of the training in particular that this information is going in?
So this information, obviously, when we do the sessions with the workers, it's very difficult that we have feedback after the session. However, during the session itself, the way we train, besides giving the theory, as I said, we don't have only that carpet that I showed with the cartoon like roadside scenario. We have sheets where we make as big as a table, and where we have a mock roadside, and we mark a mock trench, for example, and we split them into groups, the persons attending the course, and we give them the models of the barriers and cones and of the signage, and we tell them to set it up. And they have to set it up. Yes. So it's not only theory that we do, but also practice. We have to keep in mind that not all roadside workers have all the same level of education. So the way
Yes.
we structure the training is that we make sure that we are reaching the different classes of participants.
And it's I've done the same sort of thing before when I've done IRF training courses with people in that we have a setup where they have the cones, little cars, the signs,
Yes.
and it is quite an invaluable tool, and really seeing how different people, there's no one way necessarily to do things, but when you take, if you like, the construction work zone manual and you look to apply it, there are different ways in which you can approach a problem. And it's interesting to see how those people do approach that. And very often it's a case of you take that with one group, they do that, you can bring another group in and they may come along with an alternative way of doing something, sometimes simpler, and simpler would be better, of course.
But from experience, when we do the roadwork site training, when we are teaching them the theory, the session of the theory, well, they are listening to us, you know. Well, all of a sudden I tell them, okay, now what you have heard, I'm going to set this up, and now you come in groups and you have to set it up yourself. All of a sudden, they're all looking at the PowerPoint presentation, the printouts that we give them, and they're all looking through it, like suddenly they wake up. Yes,
Yeah, it's
and
funny.
yeah.
Got a question for you, just on the thread here. Is someone who's just interested in how you within Malta deal with the basically the urgent vehicles, so the emergency vehicles, so the ambulance, fire brigade, and other important vehicles that are crossing through the work zone. Basically, the highlight, and sometimes flagmen are not flexible on such services to cross the spot. How does Malta deal with the emergency services looking to come through a work zone?
um, Basically, if there is a work zone, if the road is too narrow, we have it one way.
Okay.
If it can accommodate two way, we have it two way. If there is an ambulance, the vehicles behave like they would normally do. They go to the side to try and
Okay.
let it pass, because if it can't pass, useless having the person with the wand trying to make it pass. I mean, cars can't evaporate or fly away, like.
Yeah. Okay. No, and a similar sort of thing. And funny enough, one of the things that we covered last week with Haley's presentation was we mentioned about incursions within work zones. And actually, one of the things I know here is that often we do classify as an incursion when a emergency vehicle has to travel physically through the work zone to get past traffic which is stuck within the work zone itself. Is that something that you have as an issue at all, or it's not something that you encounter?
We do not do that, no.
No. Okay. All right.
Important to stress. I made a reference to it at the start. Obviously, Malta is a small island. Our roads are not 6-lane roads,
No.
so our work sites are are very restricted. So the way they work, there is no space for an ambulance to go through.
Yes. Okay. Another question. Do you use music or songs to help reinforce teaching for children? Is that something that you do at all?
No, not yet.
So, something maybe you might look to introduce.
I never thought of starting to sing for them, and I don't think my staff would sing either.
No.
I don't know. Maybe in the future we make a song, but no, we haven't considered it yet. No.
Okay. Not yet, at least. Okay. No, that's interesting. Okay. In terms of the road safety, the construction sites, what do you think is least understood by the road users? You know, the kids, the adults. What do you think is least understood?
The lower speed limit, I think this
Hmm.
least understood. People grumble, and because we have lowered the speed limit, I think I think that is what is least understood and appreciated. That you have to have lower speed limits to ensure safety. They don't understand, I think, the correlation between the risk and the speed, approach speed of vehicles. I think that is uh, what they don't appreciate more mostly. What they people generally are more surprised though is the extent of the blind spots of the construction vehicles. That people are
Yes.
surprised by that. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
that I think. Yeah,
I often think from our side here, you know, just people who drive cars would really benefit us through their education to as just to get a driving license is to actually have time in a heavy goods vehicle to physically get up inside it, sit where the driver's cab is, and actually have a good look around. And they would be surprised just how much there is by way of blind spots that you know, people just simply wouldn't be seen. You can hide entire cars within those blind spots that you know,
exactly.
they haven't got a chance of. So obviously, people within the construction zone, you know, just a person is a very difficult thing to see. And I think once people realise that, they would probably take more care not to get themselves within those blind spots.
Especially as I mentioned, especially at the access point of the site where
Mm,
vehicles are coming in and out. And usually they come in and out onto the road, which is open
mhm,
for traffic.
mhm.
Obviously, they have to go to batching plants, to dump sites. So, and
Yeah.
that is
One thing I did pick up on in your presentation material, you mention and you do reference it. You say that the risk of a collision is 3 to 5 times more than in other parts of
yes,
the network within the work zone. And I think this is something that sort of helps me sort of think. You know, when I introduce this, they say that 2% of those fatalities are within work zones. This is World Health Organization. I'm convinced that this is really under the mark, simply because of this fact is that, you know, you would expect, in fact, the risk of a collision to be
yeah.
3 to 5 times more.
That
But
I quoted. It is from CAREC
mm,
2018.
mhm.
I quoted the reference. Yeah.
But why is it that the road construction sites are considered a higher risk like that? What is it that what is it that really makes it the higher risk?
What? Why we consider? Because they are different from the standard roadside scenario.
Hmm.
Lanes, as I am saying, lanes are narrower, speeds are lower. You have obviously cones followed by barriers closing off part of the road. So basically, you have equipment in the road which is not usually there.
Yes.
And so obviously there are the risks related to it. People might not be aware that there is a road construction site. They might not see the signs,
Hmm.
and heavy vehicles coming in and out of the site. It, it is a different scenario to what is usually there. It is more traffic sensitive. Why? Because obviously you have, for example, concrete barriers in the road. They are not set back like we have, for example, in the verge. We have setbacks for street lighting poles, for example. Barriers do not have that kind of setback. So there are many aspects of it. It's not a crash barrier. If you collide in a concrete barrier, it's not like you are colliding in a crash barrier which has the crumple of it, which absorbs the energy of the collision. You have a concrete barrier. The collision is not the energy of the collision is not absorbed by the barrier, by the concrete barrier like a crash barrier. It is taken all by the car and driver. So yes, they are extremely high risk.
And I agree. I'll be doing a presentation within the series myself, and of course my focus will be more on the crash barriers itself. And I think that they are the likes of the crash barriers, they're a necessary safety, so bit of safety hardware to have within a work zone, particularly more the high-speed ones, and maybe you don't have as many of them within Malta as you described, smaller roads, smaller island. But on the high-speed roads where mobility is required, they want to keep people moving at higher speeds. We do need to have such hardware. Do you include the hardware at all within your training? Do you show the kids the difference between the different hardwares that there are available? I see, you know, we've got cones and barrels that mentioned, but do you talk about the barriers? Do you talk about truck-mounted attenuators? Do you show the risks that comes from you know, if these things are not available?
Where it comes to, as I'm saying, the basic principles are the same, but we differentiate between little children and obviously older adults. And this is one of the things which we stress, which we explain. Obviously, when we explain to children, we explain that the barriers should be touching each other. That if they are plastic barriers, they should be filled with sand or else with water. These are things that, yes, we explain to the children, but we don't go into detail. For example, we have we don't have the detail. We don't go into, and that they should have reflectors on them. They should have flashing lights. Those, yes, the basic, yes, but we don't go into the detail. For example, we don't differentiate between, for example, having that the profile of a concrete barrier and have a vehicle hitting it. It will get the vehicle back onto the road. We explain that to adults, but we don't explain that to a child.
Yes, okay.
The profile of the barrier, because people ask us, but you know, we are having these concrete barriers in the road. Are they dangerous? We say they have their advantages and their disadvantages. For example, a motorcyclist, he doesn't hit his head against the pillar of the crash barrier, unless obviously there is the motorcycle guard. Why? Because the concrete barrier is a continuous surface without pillars. If a vehicle crashes into them, it does not. The profile itself causes the tires of the to put the vehicle back onto the road rather than to overturn. So we explain more detail to adults, but not to the same principle. But obviously we put different kind of detail when we explain depending on the age group.
Yeah, so really what you're saying is it very much, how you present it very much depends on the audience themselves as to how you go about showing that. Okay.
For example, we also, I didn't show all the teaching aids, but sometimes, for example, reflectors, we have some samples of reflectors which we show. We have glass beads, a larger size of glass beads. And in that case, when we have the younger adults, we explain how the glass bead reflects the light, and we explain the convex shapes of the mirrors, why they are important. And sometimes we also take a model of a simple traffic light, a circuit diagram, because for the older children, for example, we try to merge what they learn in physics at school with what we see on site.
Okay, no, that's a nice way of applying that, isn't it? Let them see what they're learning in school.
Not for the little ones. That's for example, the 14, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, yes, and even younger adults, because they are usually interested. And we take sample of a road mirror, for example, we take sample of the beads, and so yes, that's yes.
So I mean, look, it's early days. I didn't realize that you'd only been doing this for about 6 months, but what's the early indications that you're getting from this program that you're running in terms of, is it something you recommend for others to be doing elsewhere? It's like I said, I've never heard of it elsewhere. Do you think this is something that we should be doing? Again, coming back to when I introduced this as the webinar series, we're aiming what the World Health Organization called the low to middle income countries, and doing this sort of thing. This is not big dollars to spend on educating people about work zones, letting them understand, see what the risks are. Very often people don't know what the risks are and what those hazards are and the simple things that you can do to address it. So the question is do you recommend this, in fact, to others who are in those low to middle income countries, that this is really an absolute necessary first point? Yes.
it is very important, I think, especially your presentation. You made reference that the lower income countries and they have higher risk, so it is even more important. And this is something which does not is not that expensive. This program to set up. Another maybe small thing for people for entities who might be interested to set up this program is that one challenge that we have is obviously to find teaching aids.
Yes.
It's not easy to
Okay.
find teaching aids, so we are a bit creative. Many teaching aids we do ourselves. We
Okay.
build them ourselves at the. So, for
Yeah. Yeah.
example, I showed you a picture, for example, of the Belisha light that we made ourselves. We got electricity pipe, we put black electricity tape, and the orange Belisha is
Okay.
actually is the floating ball of the water tanks.
Right.
So yes, a lot of our equipment, which we don't find, you don't find to buy this kind of equipment. We actually make ourselves. For example, the rodeo that I showed you, that we designed it, we drew it up, then we gave it to a company who printed it on. It's like a vinyl carpet. And it's not that only that part. We have 4 large pieces like that and 2 smaller ones, which
Okay.
you can mix and match depending on the area which we have where we can do the rodeo. So depending on the area and the shape of the area of the yard, for example, we assemble our rodeo depending on the area. That's why we have 4 separate carpets, large carpets and 2 smaller ones, to give us some flexibility on how to set it up. For example, as I showed you in the photo, the signs are traffic cones, and then we have plates with the signs. We
Okay.
found these small cones which they use in sports, and then we made the signs ourselves and assembled them. We cut part of the cone to assemble the sign. So most of the equipment which we use is equipment that we have to be a bit creative, to get from other places.
It does sound like you've put a lot of thought in how to go about doing it, and I think probably a necessary outcome that we'd probably want to do within the task force here is to use what you've learned and how you're describing things now to put that into a sheet or a list of guidance on what people can do, and I think that's maybe something we should follow up on after this webinar in order to make sure that we've got that to hand, because as I say, I do think that this is something that others should be looking to copy and do, just to raise awareness of work zones, how to handle work zones, and how to deal with them in future. Get the young kids and early adults learning about it and realizing those risks and actually doing something about it. With that said, Audrey, we have come to the end of the webinar, and also I have covered, I think, all of the questions. I don't believe that I've missed anything out, which is ideal. We've managed to get through all of that, which is perfect. I could say thank you very much for your presentation today. It's really been very interesting. And just for those who are participating at the moment, I will highlight that next week, of course, so October the 15th, we have got the 4th in the series, which is disabling distracted drivers in work zones. So that is with Fadi Petro. If you'd like to join us next week at the same time, then please do so. Fadi will be taking us through the distracted driving, and I'm sure that will be yet another interesting webinar. So from my side, at least, Audrey, thank you very much. And if I can, Aubrey, if you would like to be able to close this down for me, I think I'll say goodbye to everybody and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello to everybody, and welcome to the next in the series of the Safer Work Zone Practices webinar series. The Safer Work Zone Practices is a task force within the IRF Road Safety Committee. Some of these slides, for people who have seen them already, will be a little bit familiar, but just to introduce myself, I am the task force lead. My name is Philip Luke, and I am the International Commercial Manager for Highway Care International. Of course, I'm heading up this task force, which is the Safer Work Zone Practices group. So what's the task force objective all about? We're all about highlighting and advocating safer work zone practices across the globe. We've got primary focus on educating and assisting developing countries who may have outdated or non-existent work zone practices. Why do we do this? Well, we know that construction work zones themselves on highways are full of potential risks. The World Health Organization estimates about 2% of fatalities occur at roadworks. We know that global deaths were last estimated at 1.19 million people in 2021. When we calculate that, that's about 24,000 deaths globally, or about 47 A380 aircraft, almost one a week. Now, I've said it before, but we actually think that probably this number is actually higher than this, rather than the 2%. It's probably more than that, particularly in more of the poorer and, if you like, underdeveloped countries. But what they do say also within the World Health Organization is 9 in 10 deaths occur in low and middle income countries. So, you know, these are the countries where we really want to focus on and improve their work zone practices, particularly when we consider that these are the countries where we see the poorest of work zone practices out of all. So there's a lot of work and easy pickings to be got here. So how do we work? Well, we're formed of a group of IRF members with experience in work zone practices. We work with key stakeholders looking to improve their work zone practices, people who are interested in actually improving what it is that they are doing in country. We capture and promote new and emerging methods and technologies, and we share those practices with countries who are, who want to focus on improved work zones. We help them by developing a working plan to adopt existing practices, or to even just develop their own, and we, to establish their specifications and to improve on minimum standards for their road safety. In terms of the webinar series, we've done 3 so far. We did start off looking into the work zone training for all stakeholders and the risk of non-compliance. And also then we moved on to look at the role of communication in work zone safety, how it is, how important it is to actually inform road users of work zones that are coming up, on how they might deal with that. And then last week, we were looking into road safety awareness at roadwork sites, which is basically all about education, which was what was covered. So speaking of last time, on the 8th of October, we had Dr. Audrey Demicoli, who is the Director of Road Safety Department for Transport Malta, a 1-hour presentation with 23 attendees. And of course, all registrations to this webinar series do get a link that allows you to look over previous presentations that we've had running. So please, I implore you to go and look at those and have the chance to follow up and see on ones that you may have missed. Next week, just a quick opportunity to tell you what's coming up. 22nd of October, we'll have a presentation by Philip Wires, who's with Census Gatso. He's going to be talking about speed management within the work zone. It's a common speed management is a common tool for managing the hazards and risks within a work zone. Effectively, you're imposing a reduction in posted speed limit. What he'll do is go through the available technology and techniques to manage this speed reduction. But moving on and coming on to this week, today's webinar is all about disabling distracted drivers in work zones. And with that, we'll have here Fadi Petro, who's General Manager for Transportation, and he's a transport safety expert. So just a little bit about Fadi himself, expert in road safety and traffic management systems. He's got an MBA, and he holds also a degree in civil engineering, and he's got more than 25 years worth of experience, so he knows what he's talking about. This particular webinar addresses the growing threat of distracted drivers, not just in general road applications, but particularly in road works, where we're going to go about changing how things go. So basically, Fadi's going to be telling us all about how to handle this growing problem. With that, Fadi, I'm going to hand over to you now. If you could share your screen and you could take over, and let's have a look at your presentation.
Thank you, Phil, for the introduction. Again, my name is Fadi Petro. I'm based in Dubai. I work closely with road agencies. I work closely with the road consultants and several companies to introduce solutions to resolve some challenges we are facing in traffic in the Middle East region. So today I will be sharing with you my presentation, and I will talk in specific about one challenge, which is a common challenge actually, I believe, between countries, and this is about distracted drivers. And when we talk about distracted drivers, we talk about different kind of distraction. And in specific, we talk about smartphones that drivers they use for texting and phone calls. During the presentation, I will share with you some statistics, some, let's say, our experience in this field, the problem. I'll talk about solutions, and then share with you like 2 videos that show you how solutions could improve safety in these situations. So using the latest research on the human brain, we will also show the effect of texting that has on drivers' awareness and the reaction time. And in specific, reaction time is very important because it's the time needed for drivers to take action and to decide, when they approach like a construction work zone or any road change condition. So time is very important, the reaction time, but under, let's say, distracted drivers will have less time to react, that put them at risk. So sharing some statistics, actually, this is from 2015 in the USA, where fatalities show like more than 32,000 fatalities in the year. And, out of these 32,000, we have, let's say, more than 3,400 fatalities from distraction driving. And this is a big number, and this shows you how big is the problem. And within this, like fatalities, we have more than 550 pedestrians involved, and 390,000 people were injured. And this reflects, how big is the problem, and this is why we need to address this problem. This problem still exists. We see more and more, distracted drivers on our roads, and many accidents happens because of that. Some statistics from the local market. Actually, this is like a recent report for the Ministry of Interior in UAE. It shows like, there is a big, let's say, improvement in fatalities compared in 22 compared to 21. And this is because, UAE and also Saudi Arabia and many countries in the Gulf, they really invest in improving safety on the roads. And they implement new, let's say, programs and solutions to improve safety. So we have like a 10% reduction in fatalities. However, the number of injured people increased by 15%, and the major accidents increased by 13%. So still there is a big problem, and we need to address this problem. It's worth mentioning that 65% of the fatalities and 57% of the injured people are coming from like 5 violations. I'll talk about these violations, and you will see that on top of the violations is the distracted drivers. So the distracted drivers come again as on top of the challenges that we're facing. Also, we need to mention that young road users represent a big percentage of these fatalities and injured people. So we have like 41% of fatalities among like young road users below 30 years, and 53% of the injured people also coming from the young road users, which means that we need to do more with the segment of road users in terms of education, in terms of awareness and other programs. I talked about the violations in UAE, and these are like the top 5 violations that represent 65% of fatalities. And on top of that, the distracted driving, as you can see, 25% of fatalities coming from distracted driving, which is like 85 fatalities. And 15% injured people also from distracted driving. So the problem is big, and it needs to be addressed. I know that also some cities like Abu Dhabi, I've been told that the percentage is even higher. It could be like 50% fatalities coming from distracted driving. As a second violation, it comes the sudden deviation, represent 14% fatalities and 16% as injured people. And then not leaving enough this space, this is what we call tailgating. So there is no space between, vehicles. They drive next to each other, behind each other, and this causes like accidents. And this represents 9% in fatalities and 13% in injured people. And two more is the driving under the influence of alcohol or banned substances, and negligence and inattention. Also, these are two violations that we need to consider. But on top of that is our topic today, the distracted driving. Recently, Dubai police announced that 6 people have been killed by drivers using mobile phones. And this is it's a big crime, when drivers, they use mobile phones and they get involved in accidents that is threatening the life of people. So 6 people were killed recently because of drivers using their mobile phones while they are driving. 35,500 offenses being registered the same period, and 50 people were also left injured as a result of these offenses. The director of traffic police in Dubai said that distracted driving is a significant problem on the roads and it puts everyone at risk, which is true. And not only the driver at risk, but the driver, the passengers, and also all road users. So we talked about the problem. We talked about how big is the problem. Now we want to talk what do we mean by distracted driving? So distracted driving is any activity that take away the attention of the driver while driving. So anything like talking while driving, using the smartphone for texting or for calling. Some drivers they eat or drink during driving. These are all kind of distraction. And especially these days with the new vehicles, with the dashboard full of electronics, navigation system, this adds to the problem. So this is why the problem is getting more and more bigger. So distraction could be visual. So what we mean by visual, taking your eyes off the road while driving for any reason, like texting. So any message you want to text, it needs like 5 seconds at least. And if someone is driving at 100 kilometers per hour, imagine he will cross around like 140 meters on the road without looking to the road. And many things can happen in 140 meters. It could hit any object, it could hit anybody on the road because he's not looking to the road for like 140 meters. This is one of the distraction that we consider. The second one, we talk about manual distraction. And what we mean by manual is the driver is using, let's say, his hands for something else. And so he take off his hands from the wheel. So like maybe holding one cup of water or coffee, and the other hand, he's holding a mobile phone. So he's not really holding the wheel. And this is another type of distraction. Cognitive is also a distraction. And what we mean here is that, also the driver is busy in something else. His mind is not really into driving. He's like, thinking about something else. So taking your mind off what you are doing is really is a real distraction. This is a study being done at Kansas University about what we call the functional field of view. So it's a comparison between someone or a driver that is not speaking on the phone and another driver is speaking on the phone. So what you see in the red box is the normal situation where driver is not speaking on the phone. So your functional field of view is that big. You see many items on the road. While it becomes smaller, the green one is when the driver is really using his phone for talking. So you see how many items you lose between the red box and the green box. And this This put everyone at risk, the driver and all road users. Another study being done actually to compare, the driver talking on a cell phone with the driver that under, let's say, drive intoxicated under like alcohol impact or anything to the legal blood alcohol limit. These are equal, and the only difference is that when the driver, let's say, stop talking, he go back to the normal situation, while in the other case, he needs more time. But what we mean here is that it's that dangerous that when you talk on the phone while driving is like someone who has like under the impact of alcohol or drive intoxicated. A big accident, actually 3 accidents happened in 2004, where, the road authorities in Kansas in USA started to look for a solution. And they asked, many companies to come up with a solution to resolve the problem of distracted driving, especially at the construction work zone. So in a road of two-way, two-lane, rural highway, 3 accidents happened, 9 fatalities, and 13 people were injured. And then, authorities, they start to consider seriously this problem and how to alert the drivers when they enter a construction work zone or any like road change condition. So, and at that time, a company, PSS, a leading company in road safety, they come up in 2009, actually, they come up with what we call temporary portable rumble strips. Everyone knows the permanent rumble strips, but for construction work zone, you need something like more practical. So they came up with temporary portable rumble strips that can be deployed without any adhesive, without fixing. It's easy to transport, and it has the same effect as the permanent rumble strips. At the same time, it's stable. A study being done by Kansas University as well to see, how effective the temporary rumble strips, and they did a test for 3 days, and they found out that the vibration coming from the rumble strips, the sound coming from rumble strips is exactly and even greater than the permanent rumble strips, which was great. Another study shows that the rumble strips, the temporary rumble strips, not only, alerting the drivers because of sound and vibration, it also, help in reducing speed. So at one location, there was a speed change after placement of the temporary rumble strips by 8 to 13 miles per hour, which also, reducing speed help in increasing safety on the roads. I'll show this short video to show how stable are these rumble strips, because many people, they think because they are not fixed, it could be not stable. So I will share with you this video about, police vehicles approaching the rumble strips and braking and speeding. So we have seen, the video and how stable are these rumble strips, although they are not fixed to the road. And also we have seen motorcycles, and it can, any kind of vehicle, trucks or small vehicles, they can be, they can go through the rumble strips without any problem. One of the issues that, some, let's say, authorities, they face near, let's say, when they have like a lane closure, is that, vehicles, they don't really merge to the next lane, but they do that like in a late stage, and this is also dangerous. They don't have enough time to change the lane, and also they don't reduce the speed. And by using the temporary rumble strips in front, in advance, it has shown that the vehicles, they start to merge before like 100 meter before upstream, and the speed reduction noticed to be like 5% less. So using a device like temporary rumble strips, it really alerts the driver that there is something in front. There's a road condition changing, and you need to take action. So this also help drivers to merge to the next lane without any problem. They compared this device compared to the police car. When the police car having the warning light on, it has the same effect. It really alerts the driver on the road. Another project that I want to share with you, this was in a highway in Texas, where there was a need to add one lane, and it's a long road. I mean, it's 160-kilometer highway. So this is like 5 years project, and the work was going only at night. And there was like 17 individual projects within this project. The problem was, the accidents, and like every month there was like 3 fatalities. There was heavy truck on these roads, like 60,000 to 100,000 per day, and more than 50% of these vehicles are trucks. So it was that dangerous. So they have used what we call end of queue components. In addition to the portable message sign and speed sensor, they added the temporary portable rumble strips, and altogether this solution, it did help reducing accidents and fatalities to zero. So these are some statistics from this project. We see the severe crashes without end of queue solution. It went down from 58 to 41%, while for the severe crashes, while with end of queue, rear end crashes went down from 58% to 36%. Also, the crash severity dropped from 31 to 28.6, no queuing. And in queuing also it improved more, because queuing is dangerous. So it went down from 50% to 16% using the solution that I have mentioned before. So the results for this project was crashes reduced 18 to 45%, and there was savings between like $6,000 to $12,000 per deployment, and zero fatalities with end of queue deployed. So where is the portable rumble strip system is used? It's used in most of the states in the USA. It's used in outside USA in Canada, Chile, France, Switzerland, Poland, Portugal, and United Kingdom. This is in France. Just recently, France, they have enforced the use of portable rumble strips to be used in most of the roads in France. So these are the references. If anyone would like to go back to the references, please feel free to do that. Also, I will end this presentation with showing you a summary through a video, and then we will open the floor for any question or discussion.
Every morning, thousands of men and women arrive to work well before first light. They help ensure that the highways and roadways of our country are safe to travel. At PSS, we have been working for more than 3 decades to design and manufacture innovative safety devices that help safeguard these workers, as well as drivers and pedestrians. We have developed safety solutions that add an extra layer of protection to workers by alerting distracted drivers to changing traffic conditions with sound and vibration. The system works for any size project, from multi-lane highways to residential street maintenance. Workers can easily transport roadquake temporary portable rumble strips, deploy and position the strips, and retrieve them with solutions that significantly reduce worker strain. For high-speed work zones, ESS has developed innovations that keep workers off the road entirely, so they can focus on the job they need to do and install it quickly and effectively. Roadquake Safety System is a comprehensive collection of innovative products that help reduce accidents, alert distracted drivers, and make sure that everyone returns home safely to their families every night.
By this, I end my presentation, and I will ask Phil to maybe share any questions being raised.
Thanks very much, Fadi. Yeah, really good. I do think, obviously, that the distracted driving it's a big problem in normal roads, but I think an even bigger problem when you come round to the just the construction work zones, where we're all of a sudden changing things in terms of people's normal direction of travel. And if they're not paying attention and they haven't observed the signs and everything else that we're putting out for them on the work zones in order to tell them what they're going to do, and they haven't done that, then the chances are they will end up in a collision. And what I see as a real plus here is that these rumble strips are just getting their attention by making stuff happen around them that will make them pay attention to their surroundings. And I think that's really what's happening here. So yes, a really good presentation. Thanks for that, Fadi. Just to let everybody know, if you can, please place your questions into the questions box. I've got a few for you though, Fadi. I think a key one, actually, we've got a couple of questions around the same line of thinking here, is really about the fixation. How do you fix these rumble strips? And well, you kind of told us just placed down, but a lot of people are surprised actually thinking that they're unfixed. Is it the case that these are just simply put down on the road?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, this is the question we always receive, because contractors, they are not used to have a tool like this one on the road without fixing. Mentally they think it will not stay, but it's simply that the surface should be clean. Clean from any stones or gravels, and just we lay down the rumble strips perpendicular to the road, and also in a way in the direction of the traffic, and in array of like 3 strips together with the correct spacing between the strips. It depends also on the speed of the road for the spacing between the strips.
Okay, all right. So with the change up the speed of the road, if you've got a higher speed, how do you space them out more, or is that how it works?
Yeah, we have a manual actually to identify the speed and the distance. So I give you an example, like for a road of the speed is like more than 100 kilometers per hour. The distance between each one and the other is like 6 meters. While if you talk about a road of like 40 kilometers per hour, the distance will be smaller, like 3 meters. So we have a manual that we can share with you and with anyone, and or countries, they follow the country's manual. Sometimes a country can develop a manual for this, or they can follow it meets the MUTCD requirements in the USA.
Okay, fair enough. And I mean, keeping to the line of thinking about how it's fixed. I mean, I guess are there any road surfaces that you can't actually use these on, or is it suitable for anything?
Yeah. Thank you, Phil. I mean, this is an important question. Actually, what we don't recommend is that to apply the portable rumble strip on a soft surface, like when it's fresh asphalt, or there's like a coating on the asphalt. So it's not recommended to use the rumble strips. and also because it will not stay, and also when you don't apply the rumble strips on unfinished road like gravels, of course,
Makes
it's
sense.
not recommended. So these two, let's say, situations, we don't really recommend to use the portable rumble strip.
Okay. And another question, several all on the same topic really, but I've seen, we'd seen the video where you're showing the police cars going over the top of them, they don't move. The police cars braking hard and skidding over the top of them, they don't appear to move, bikes. But what about for large trucks? Someone's got a question here specifically about large trucks. Do they cause them to move at all?
No, I mean, from our experience, there is no there is no effect when big trucks go over these strips. There is no additional movement. I've tried this myself. Even I was on the road, and we applied these in several locations, and we have video also on trucks going on top of these rumble strips without any movement. No, these are stable even under heavy trucks.
Yeah, is that the same for the heavy trucks hitting the brakes hard over the top of them?
I don't have, let's say, trucks, braking on these rumble strips, but I can check that. But I didn't, let's say, I didn't experience this.
Okay, all right. No, it's just a necessary question. Someone's obviously asked about that.
Sure.
I'd imagine it's unlikely to move simply because we see that with
It should be okay. What we also say, in our manual is that even because this is for temporary work and to protect workers at construction work zone, if the rumble strips move, it might move it's allowed to move after a few hours, maybe a little bit, and if it moves more than that, workers will readjust the location. But in case, but usually it does not move, but it's allowed to move maybe half meter from one side, or it could move lateral or perpendicular on the road, but not more than half meter.
I guess really it comes down to the case studies that you would have. This would have been used a lot within the States, I guess, by the examples that you're showing. Have they had experience of them actually moving in fields in practice?
Yes. Even I have them applied in several cities in this region. And let's say it could be after maybe 6-7 hours, you could see a slight movement, but it's fine, still they are effective. The objective of these rumble strips is that to provide sound and vibration, and there is no danger on the vehicle. So they might skewing, or they might move a little bit to the side, but after maybe 5-6 hours. And usually, these are applied for short construction work zone, or as long as the workers are in the site, and the supervisors, they can notice that, and if there is a need, they can readjust. But the objective of these rumble strips is still there.
Okay. And you mentioned just now about the region that you're in. Obviously, there in Abu Dhabi, you've got some pretty high posted speed limits on the normal roads, reaching up to 160 kilometers an hour, about 100 miles an hour. People who are used to more miles an hour than kilometers per hour. Obviously, you're using these leading up to a work zone, so they're probably going to be used in areas where the speeds are over 100 kilometers an hour. Have you got experience of using that in higher posted speed limits?
Our recommendation, or these being designed for a speed up to 130 kilometers per hour. But I can imagine for a road of 160 and you have a construction work zone, the speed limit will be reduced, maybe 1 kilometer before. So, there is enough time, before, because we applied these rumble strips maybe 300 meters before the construction work zone starts. And in this area, the speed is definitely should be less than 160.
Okay, all right. And then, thinking about the noise that they make, does it startle any animals? Do you get any problems about noise pollution from people who may be close to work zones themselves? Does that create an issue?
No, we didn't face this at all. I mean, I think because construction work zone, there's noise always in the construction work zone. But from the rumble strips, I think only the people inside the car, they can feel it, they can hear the noise, but not from the, let's say, the people outside.
Okay,
Not
all
that
right.
much.
Okay, and then how is it that they're typically used? Are you finding that the contractors are buying these and using themselves and taking them from one work zone to the next, or is it the road agency themselves that are taking them and using them? How are they typically being used?
There are like two models. Contractors, we have some contractors, they like to protect their construction work zone. They want to protect their team, so they use these devices, without having any, let's say, enforcement or having any regulation. So contractors, they can buy it and use it, and provided that the road authority, they don't really object. Or, in many cases, it's been specified as a requirement, and the road authorities, they enforce contractors to use these devices for safety and improvement of safety at the construction work zone.
Okay, all right. I got somebody who's actually asking about costing. I mean, it's not something I want to go into in any kind of detail, particularly not on the presentation like this. But I assume that something like this it's a proprietary item that you're talking about. I guess they would look to contact you if they want to talk about
Sure.
costing, and someone who wants to know whether or not they're available in India, for example. There's a question.
Yes.
Is this something that you could advise? And we just recommend that you've got
Yes.
your contact details on the screen right now. So if anybody wants to know about these, they
can
should
send me an
contact you
email. Sure.
just to talk about those sort of details.
Just to mention, I mean, I will not share cost now, but I mean, just to mention that compared to what they use today from permanent rumble strip, from thermoplastic, this one doesn't need any work to remove thermoplastic. You need maybe sandblasting or high jet water, and sometimes you damage the asphalt. This one, you can remove it, without damaging the asphalt, and easy to remove. Plus, you can reuse it for many years. So even, the initial cost is thinking like it could be like more expensive, but if you calculate this over the years, 3 to 5 years, definitely this is like cost effective.
Yeah, so a better quality product then, basically what you're saying, you get a long life out of it rather than some sort of cheap and cheerful solution that maybe you don't even get one work zone out of. Okay, fair enough.
Correct.
Besides the rumble strips that you're showing here, are there any other methods that you're using within the Middle East or elsewhere that you may be familiar with to prevent distracted driving in the work zones? Any other kind of means of enforcement you could compare it with?
Usually, signs, are there, alerting, or warning signs. But sometimes, drivers, they don't really pay attention to the signs. So together with the rumble strip, it helps, because it has the feeling of vibration. So it's like more alerting. So signs are important on the construction work zones. Signs should be bright and visible, and especially at night. And then, the rumble strips, plus, in some construction work zones, there is like more, let's say, lamps or like flashing lights for alerting drivers. Plus, there will be more protection from, let's say, barriers like safety barriers, the construction work zone. But, for alerting the driver, signs and rumble strips and, flashing lights are really needed, and effective.
Okay, and the advantage of using this system compared to the other solutions is what really?
Yeah, when we say other solutions, I compare it to the permanent, let's say, thermoplastic actually, because they do thermoplastic in a thickness of like 1.5 centimeter. To make it like, with profile, to make it also to provide the same effect as this one. sound and vibration. But with that one, it's really there's a disadvantage that it takes more time. You close the road. It takes more time to apply it, and it takes time to remove it. So you need to close the road in both cases. Plus, you could damage the asphalt, the surface of the road. While this one, there's no damage at all.
Okay, no, that's good. I think, from my point of view, and particularly with the stuff that you've shown on this topic, I think with these, means of waking people up from their distracted driving effectively, I have a video that I use within presentations that I do more about crash cushions and things like this, where I've got one where specifically a van drives and ultimately ends up hitting the back of a mobile crash cushion. Yet there was lots of, very bright flashing lights. There was oodles of signs saying that the road was closed. And I think a product like this, where you've got something that's physically jarring the vehicle, would really work to get someone's attention, where all other things are effectively failing in doing that. So, it's definitely something that I see as a positive way of getting this message across.
Yeah, what we say, we don't really, we might not be able to stop all accidents or prevent all accidents, but what we do is we provide tools to help drivers like to avoid accidents, and to even distracted drivers. We could say it's their fault, they are distracted, but no, we give all the tools to help them avoid accidents. But accidents happen, sometimes. But we try to reduce accidents.
I think it's a matter of that we're all human. We do get distracted in things that we're doing, and these are just means, technologies that exist that can be used relatively cost effectively compared to the cost of serious injuries and deaths in country, and the problem within a work zone if you were to have an issue in the work zone, much cheaper than having those sort of issues. Solutions like this are ones, particularly with our target audience, that we think that they should seriously be looking into. With that in mind, is there any case studies of educating drivers and road users about these rumble strips, so that they, people are understanding, a bit like what Audrey was covering, last week, is educating people. It's a matter of letting them know what things mean and what's going on when they experience that. Is there anything that's you're doing about this?
We have, yes, we have case studies that we can share if anyone would like to have copy, or we have also training, let's say manual or session for contractors that we can share as well.
Yeah. Okay. We talked about the kind of surfaces that this can be used on, and one of them you mentioned is they're not for unprepared surfaces. So, some work zones may be in areas where you haven't got a blacktop to put this onto, or even a concrete road. Could be in an unprepared surface. Are there any solutions that people can use? Could use this on non-clean surfaces? Is there a means of anchoring these down so they can use them in others? Is there anything like that?
Not with this one, definitely, because this need like flat surface. It has to be clean, because you can imagine, the stability of the product. But for like unpaved surfaces, I think it could be like physical, maybe humps, like could be from concrete or from anything that could stick to the surface.
Okay. And thinking of this, do you how do you see that this? We often talk. You've done the the forgiving roads and design IRF training. How does this product fit into that concept of forgiving roads?
Definitely. This is like an additional, let's say, and it's an important element into road safety at construction work zone, and it's really been very effective over the years, like since 2009 until today. It did save a lot of accidents and life of people. So definitely this is like an important element in the area of construction work zone, and any road change condition, even checkpoints or anything that the driver could like suddenly face. And before facing this change, it's good to have like kind of a system to alert these drivers that there is a change in the road condition. So definitely, this fits very well with all the other elements.
Okay. Someone's just asking here about distracted driving can be very difficult to prove, legally speaking. What can be done to persuade governments to improve laws allowing access to phone activity? I mean, obviously, we're focusing on phones in this particular question, and to overcome privacy concerns. Is this something that you've encountered, within the Middle East? I know there it's a matter of people you've got to be very careful about how cameras are used in a lot of technological applications. Is this something that you've seen?
Yes, we see a lot of like advanced cameras now, especially in Abu Dhabi, where if someone is using the phone, I mean, he will receive a fine, and it's a big fine. So if somebody also drinking something or using the phone, I mean, you get caught by a camera now. It's very, very, let's say, effective in Abu Dhabi at least.
Yeah, but I think one thing that's clear is whilst some people may always focus on phones as being the source of distracted driving, it's not only phones, is it? It's very much now about how cars themselves are very much reliant on infotainment screens with sometimes multiple, layers of commands to go through before you get to the things you're trying to change, which really distract people's attention. So it's really not just phones, is it? It's distracted driving is also really about the way that we're designing vehicles, in fact, and that's obviously something for the car manufacturers themselves to sort of consider.
Correct. This is what I talked about, the different, let's say, kind of distraction. And one of them is a driver talking to others in the car, or maybe he's thinking about something else. He's not really focused on the road. So this is a kind of distraction that, I think this goes with like awareness, education, and other, things that we need to do with drivers. Yes.
And I presume as well, I mean, one other sort of means we don't sort of necessarily think of it as a distracted driving, but people who are driving tired as well. I mean, this sort of technology would be a very good way of grabbing their attention, wouldn't it? I mean, we're coming back to that physical vibration that hopefully that was the sort of thing that would jar them out of that slumber and make them pay attention to the environment around them, right?
You're right, correct.
One of the things we're moving towards as we become a little bit more technologically advanced, we talked about in the cars, we've got now people with self-driving vehicles. You've got Teslas running around where people are looking to climb into the back of the vehicle as it's driving its way along. Not that suggested at all in any way, but how are self-driving cars going to react to these rumble strips?
This is a good question. I think there will be something else, when we have like self-driving cars. Yeah.
Do you think that it could be the case that somehow that they would interpret these objects on the road as being a hazard in themselves? Has it been anything that anybody's looked into? Is it because they're reliant a lot on sensors and things like this? So has that been considered?
I mean, this is when we talk about the future, we talk about connected, let's say, items and connected vehicles. And this is definitely, of such a solution. I mean, this will be connected to the vehicle. So when the vehicle approach a construction work zone, I mean, the driver will have like a message that there will be a construction work zone, and there is like a rumble strip in front of him, and before approaching. So, and there will be a kind of sensor, and these items, to be identified. So I think so. I mean, this is like another generation of the rumble strips, but this is part of what we call connected vehicles and connected roads.
So it could really be the next generation, really, of You got
Yes,
distracted
yes,
cars that maybe haven't noticed yet the work zone in place because something is not right. This could be at the next
correct.
level that goes. Okay, no, it's interesting. Um, let's talk about the installation process in a little bit more detail. Now, if I understand it right, the rumble strips, you showed the video, you've got a truck that can place these things on the road?
Yes, yes. I mean, there are like three ways of placing these rumble strips. This
Hmm.
could be manually, like two people, can carry, it's like 50 kilogram, the weight. So two people, they can carry it and they
Okay.
can place it on the road. And there is also on the track, there is what we call a crib that can handle 6 to 12 pieces. And there is a retrieving system that they can pull the rumble strip to the road and back, from the road to the truck. Plus, there is like automated, I can say, system a machine that can be installed in front of the truck.
Hmm.
Like, we have a TMA at the back of the truck. Another machine could be in front of the truck where, it can place the items, the rumble strips without the involvement of people. So it's
Mm.
safe for workers. Plus, it can collect back, these rumble strips. So we have a device that can be attached in front of the truck, and while you go through the construction, before the construction works on, it can place down, all these rumble strips without the
Yeah.
involvement of people.
Okay. And
Mainly,
I
they do this on highways.
okay. And I'd say really that's the way that you would prefer to see this system being deployed and also being taken back up. You don't want to have workers physically in what is a live lane to deploy the system, do you?
Correct. It's when the track is safe to use a track that has a TMA at the backside, and it's protected and it move and it plays the temporary rumble strips and it move again. So this is the safest way to deploy that. Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, what sort of speed does this truck move at when it's deploying?
Very slow. I mean, it could
It's
be
okay.
10 kilometer per hour like this.
Okay. And one of the questions, we've had a lot of questions really about the strips potentially moving, and you said that they can potentially move some. If the strips move a lot, does the truck have any issue with picking them back up again because they're skewed, they may be at a bit of an angle, they're no longer parallel to the direction that, or I should say, perpendicular to the direction that the truck is traveling?
No, there is no issue. The truck, they can collect back and they can readjust and place again the straps on the road. So there is no issue. And it's a safe way to do that.
Okay, all right. And so in fact, that same truck can be used to adjust them, say, during a quiet period during the night, I don't know, 3 to 4 in the morning when the traffic's a lot less. You can do that adjustment at that time in the morning, ready for the next day. Is that the way that it's worked?
Yes, yes. Whenever there's like a major displacement,
Mm.
which does not happen like in 5, 6 hours, it could be like after more than that with like heavy vehicles or heavy traffic. But usually, I've seen construction work zones for 5 hours with zero displacement.
Okay, all right. Um, Perhaps you could tell me a bit more. How many rumble strips are used in the array? And roughly speaking, I don't know, on a road, maybe 100 kph. What's the spacing in between each?
Yes, the array, from experience, what we recommend is 3 rumble strips in each array. And
Okay.
the correct distance should be based on the speed of the road. So for 100 kilometer per hour, we leave 6 meter between each one. And so you need like 3 of them spaced by 6 meters
Hmm.
for a road of 100 kilometer per hour. And how many arrays, it depends on the construction work zone. If you are closing like one lane in a road of 2 lanes, is different than you closing like 2 lanes in a road of 3 lanes. So
Okay.
we have a kind of layout of different type of construction work zones in our manual that engineers could look at it, and also they can design their own, let's say, layout for how they want the arrays being laid down on the road. But usually, you know, like for one lane, you need like 2 arrays only. 3 and 3, 6 pieces, it's enough.
Okay, all right. So is this something more led by your guidance at the moment rather than being something defined by a road authority or within a manual? I guess it really
Yes.
comes up your manual, is it? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, usually, yeah. I mean, our manual is based on many years of experience. So many road authorities they use it, and many contractors they use it.
Okay. And from what I've seen, the rumble strips themselves, they're only used leading up to the work zone itself. You don't tend to use them through the work zone. I mean, I'm thinking if you've got a particularly long work zone, maybe a kilometer, 2 kilometers worth, is it used again sometimes, or is it suggested to use them again, or is it only when there's going to be a change, something's going to happen, you're going to redirect people, or that's when you would do it, is it?
Yes, yes. When there is a change only. So even let's say if you have like you closing one lane and then you get into the construction work zone and then you close another lane, you know, then you need to alert the drivers again. So
Okay.
whenever there's like a road change condition, it can be used.
Okay. All right. No, that does make sense. Okay, fair enough. Okay, with that, I think we're pretty much coming to the end. I've pretty much gone through all the questions that I have. We've had a lot of questions from the audience themselves. If anyone's got any more questions, now's the time to be asking it. I'll just get a last question in. Other than that, I think we've got this well covered. No, perfect. I think we're there. Well, thanks very much, Fadi. I think you've really covered that very well. It's a very good explanation of it. It looks to me to be a very straightforward and sensible, technology that people can use within, the target audience that we have, which is the lower to middle income countries. I think this is one that would really get people's attention. In order to understand that we're entering the work zone now and that they really need to be paying attention to what's going on. So I think that's perfect. So thanks for that, Fadi. Excellent presentation. Just a quick reminder for everybody who is paying attention to this. Next week, we have got another one coming up. In fact, it's about speed management within work zones. And that'll be by Philip Wires, who will be covering this important topic. Obviously, we've mentioned about speed within this particular presentation, but I think that'll be all the more important for the one that will come up next week. So that'll be ideal. So with that, I think we'll look to stop there. Thank you very much, Fadi. That's perfect. And thanks to everybody who's asked all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, then. Thanks, Fadi. Cheers, and bye now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the attendees of this webinar. Thank you very much for your attendance and welcome to this webinar that is promoted by International Road Federation Global and really inside the task force that is dedicated to safer work zone practices. Thank you very much for being here. I am Ivonne Rechalde. I will be the moderator of this session. Today, I try to do the best because, well, really, this kind of issues usually are done by Phil Luke, that is the task force leader, and well, really, I put here the contacts of Phil because really. Probably some of you could be interested in taking part in also the different issues that and the different tasks that we develop in the task force. So, well, here you have also the contact with Phil. And first of all, I will explain in 3 minutes which are the main objectives of our task force, because this webinar is involved in a series of webinars that we have developed for you, but really is inside the task force dedicated to work zone practices, because we want to highlight and advocate these safer work zone practices across the globe, with this primary focus in education and assisting in developing countries who may have these problems in work zone practices or non-existent work zone practices. And we think that this is very important, that because really the construction work zones on highways are full of uh, potential risk for the users and potential risk for the workers in these work zones. And really, the estimation of who is that 2% of the fatalities approximately in the roads occur in these road works. This is an estimation because really in some countries there is no, in a lot of countries, there is no the detail of these issues. Sometimes in the reports of the accidents, it's not easy to discover if they have happened in these road works or not. So it's quite difficult to know, but approximately these 2% of fatalities occur in these places. And really, this suppose a big global death. When we are talking about this approximately 24,000 deaths globally, we are comparing it with the aircrafts. We say that it's like crashing 47 aircrafts a year, no? And this is something that is not easy to assume in other sectors, but in our sector, in the roads, it seems that can be assumed, and we think that we have to work against that. The 90% of the deaths occur in low and middle income countries, and that's why these webinar series are very, very focused to these countries and to these people that want to apply work-from practices in safer work-from practices in their countries. I will finish this explanation about our work, how we work in the task force. Really, we have a group that is has people from very different expertise in different fields, all related to the work zones and road safety. And we are working with key stakeholders looking to improve the work zone practices, and also showing and trying to look for new emerging methods and technologies that are interesting for that, like is the case of this webinar today. We want to share best practice methods and technologies from countries with an established focus on work, and we develop a working plan to adopt these existing practices and establish specifications, procedures, and establish minimum standards for road safety. This is the way, or the things that we do and the way we do in the task force. But well, today we are in a new webinar, a part of this series of webinars that started in September and will finish in November. And well, today we are with the fifth one that is focused in the speed management within the work zone. In the previous webinar, we were with Mr. Petro. Mr. Petro was talking about disabling distracted drivers in work zones. We had a 1 hour presentation with 26 attendees and a lot of questions in the chat. And today we have a webinar focused on the speed management within the work zone, presented by Philip Byers, the Director of Government Affairs in Census also. And we will focus today in this webinar in the tools that can be used to manage the hazards and risks in the work zones related to the limitation of the speed in these places and how to control it. And we will learn about the available technologies and techniques that help to maintain this speed reduction. My last words in this moment are to introduce to Philip. Philip really, well, is a very well-known person in IRF because he is the chair of the IRF Road Safety Committee, but also has a very broad curriculum because Philip holds a master's degree in economic geography from the University of Amsterdam with a minor in transport economics. And after business development and strategy related to positions in the transport industry in the Netherlands and in Japan, he joined the Ministry of Economic Affairs. in the year 2000 and held positions at Netherlands embassies in the Far East dealing with economic, transport, traffic, and technology-related issues. In 2010, he joined GATSO, and since 2016, this Swedish-Dutch Census GATSO group as Director of Government Affairs, in close cooperation with governments, with the police, with road safety organizations. In the company, they develop automated traffic enforcement systems and services enhanced road safety to improve traffic flow and to contribute to a higher quality of life by lowering traffic speed, noise pollution, and emissions. So, well, this is Philip, and now I let him to share his screen and to start the webinar. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much for your introduction, Iban. I think we're all set. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the listeners. Thanks for your introduction, Iban, again. Also, I'd like to thank Phil Luke, who is not able to join this time, for putting this very complete series together. We will deal with speed management in work zones for the session of today. Thank you for joining. So the presentation outline basically consists of the following items. It's work zone, the safety stakeholders and the influencers, the characteristics of work zones, the key role of speed in road safety, not only in work zones, but in general. Then the speed management in work zones, the importance of the upstream zone, the considerations you need to take care of when implementing speed management in work zones, speed management options, and then a focus on enforcement, and then a conclusion, and then obviously time for a Q&A. So we'll first focus on the stakeholders and the influencers. It's very important to consider. So obviously we have the contractors, we have the workers, very important. We have the road authorities who basically initiate most of the construction and the work zones. We have the highway engineers at a slightly lower level. Obviously publicity, which was addressed earlier, I think in the third or the fourth session. We have the police and enforcement related personnel who help with setting up matters related to enforcement. Obviously labor unions who protect the working environment and safety for their workers, road users themselves, the drivers, and obviously politicians and the general public. So these are the groups of stakeholders and influencers we need to take into account when addressing issues that relate to work zone safety and work zones in general. Just focusing a little bit on the characteristics, there's a huge variety of work zones from low speed zones in urban areas to motorways with all different speed regimes. We have to deal with complicated, unexpected driving environments because many work zones are different, and especially for most drivers, they are new. So the people need to be aware of a new environment. They're also very often unique. They have unique characteristics. Some very short, some can stretch on for miles and miles. The fact that they are unique and complicated means that there's a very high cognitive workload on the driving public because they meet unexpected situations. So that's difficult to deal with. It's an unexpected environment. It's also challenging from an enforcement perspective because there's many very space constraints. We'll deal with that a little bit more later in the presentation. We also have the issue that if something goes wrong in a work zone, if there's a crash in a work zone, already with reduced capacity, traffic handling capacity, that the impact is massive. So that stresses the importance of avoiding crashes, because if there's a crash in a work zone, the impact is huge on the traffic flow, not only on the crash itself, but also on the traffic flow. So that's something we need to take in consideration. And then there's also the challenge on balancing in work zones mobility, road safety, and then speed. And then with speed, I kick back to the first item, that there's so many variety from urban environments to motorways. This is a slide I very often use because it is very important. It's crucial, and it explains the importance of speed in dealing with road safety. When you talk about crashes, you talk about energy, which is represented by the EK, the kinetic energy, and the amount of kinetic energy is determined by half of the mass, so that's the amount of weight of the vehicle, of the object. And you will see that the V, which stands for velocity, speed, is squared. And this formula has huge implications for road safety and for the people involved in crashes, due to the fact that the small increase in the velocity has a huge increase in the amount of energy, and thus the impact of a crash. To give you an example, 60 or 30 kilometers an hour, you would say that the speed is twice as high, but the amount of kinetic energy is multiplied by 4. And even if you look at a speed of 60 kilometers an hour compared to 50 kilometers an hour, has 44% more kinetic energy. So this has a huge impact on braking distances, on reaction time of the operator, the driver, and also on the characteristics of the vehicle they're operating, because steering, if you steer it and you want to avoid an object, the response is totally different, also due to the inertia of the mass at higher speeds. Especially important, and this also impacts work zones, because also in work zones, the workers that work for the benefit of mobility are also vulnerable road users, and their survival rate drops dramatically as the speed increases because of this formula. And you will see in the next slide that with 30 kilometers an hour, the survival rate in a crash is 90%, and with 50 kilometers an hour is already dropping to 15%. You may have seen this before, but that is why it's so important to reduce speeds in urban areas and also in work zones, just to for the benefit of the vulnerable road users, pedestrians, workers in work zones, cyclists and motorcyclists. And this is also why many cities have changed to 30 kilometers an hour instead of 50 kilometers an hour. Many cities have taken the lead: Bilbao, Amsterdam, Grenoble, and many cities, Brussels, and many cities follow this example to improve road safety, but also to improve quality of life for the citizens. Speed management in work zones. The measures are usually along 4 important themes. One is engineering related. The other one is operational. That's the layout and the planning involved with the work zone, which also includes the signage, the warning signage, and the speed warnings. Obviously, speed needs to be reduced. We'll talk about that later. And then there's the enforcement and the publicity and the public outreach, which was the subject of the 3rd session by Audrey Demicoli. Also very important because speed management does not really work if you don't explain to the drivers and the general public why you are doing this and why they need to slow down in work zones. I would also like to stress the importance of the upstream zone in a work zone. You can see it. The upstream zone is a long zone. The work area can be small, but the upstream zone is quite long. And the upstream zone is very important because all the information you are conveying to the driving public about the work zone needs to take place in the upstream zone. And ideally, we want to standardize these work zones and also the upstream zone by means of legal, regulatory, and an operational framework for work zones in which there's a blueprint, so that these work zones are standardized. If they're standardized, it becomes easier for the driving public to recognize the work zone and to also notice the information that is being posted. So going into that, obviously, especially on highways, you have a stepped speed reduction prior to the actually work zone. This is actually where the gateway starts and when the work zone, the actual work is being done. So you will need to reduce that in steps, especially if you're on a highway and you need to go from, let's say, 130 or 100 kilometers an hour to 70. You cannot post a speed limit of 70 immediately when you come from the 30. You need it into a stepped approach. So that means that there needs to be speed zone signage and decreasing speed. So you need to prepare that in the upstream zone, and you also need to use other communication tools about the work zone and make it also predictable for the drivers how long the work zone is and what they can expect. You can also give details on the potential enforcement and fines. In many countries, the fines in work zones are doubled. That means that if you commit a speeding violation and you're caught, that you pay twice the fine that you would pay on a normal condition. This is meant to be an additional deterring effect to comply to the speed limit. Then obviously there's very often a road narrowing process in the upstream zone, which is either a lane reduction and sometimes also a lane width reduction. In Germany, this happens very often where they have one normal lane for trucks on the right side and a narrow lane for regular vehicles, which is of limited width and where so trucks cannot overtake there. This slows down vehicles considerably. So this lane reduction, the width reduction is important, but also the reduction from, let's say, 3 lanes, then to 2 lanes, and then to 1 lane, depending on the work zone. Then, of course, you have also the traffic flow guidance by means of signage, markers, cones, guardrails, and barriers. And it's also the location where speed is managed. Last week, we had a presentation by Fadi Pedro on strips on the road, which are meant to slow vehicles down, which also have the great benefit for people to focus on the road and not on their phone by means of distracted driving. So the upstream zone is also very important to inform people about any enforcement measures that are taken. Moving into the considerations regarding speed management in work zones. As I already mentioned, there's various road types in association with the road type, time of the day, the traffic volume, and therewith also the likelihood of the congestion. Some work zones, especially in evening hours, where a lot of work is being done. In many European countries, work is being done in the evening hours to avoid congestion, but that means the speeds go up, and that is an additional danger for the workers. So even in the evening hours, speed needs to be managed when there's work going on. There's obviously the transition from the pre-construction speed zone speed limit to the work zone speed limit, which needs to be introduced. The presence of workers, which is important, and then also talking about the workers, the proximity of the workers to the traffic flow, which obviously is crucial for the speeds you will use in the work zone, and the protection for the workers by means of cones, which is no protection whatsoever for a car that swerves out of the lane. Or even very often happening mobile barriers of concrete or steel to protect the workers from any calamities. Also, you want to be aware of the length of the work zone. This can vary from a couple of meters to miles and miles. Especially in Germany, they have very long work zones. I remember one from Bremen to Hamburg, and this lasted for a very long time. So you need to inform the drivers how long the work zone will last. Transparency also very important. Drivers need to know what to expect. I also mentioned the separation type within the work zone, and this can be from very low protection to concrete barriers, cones to barriers. That also needs to be involved in the speed setting and the considerations for speed management in that particular work zone. And then actually quite important that you need to standardize work zones from a regulatory, procedural and an operational perspective, so that you have a blueprint for each jurisdiction, that the drivers know what to expect in a work zone. They know what it means to drive through a work zone despite the irregularities, and that the signage is also standardized. This is also in line with Vision Zero and sustainable safety measures, that the area is predictable and that the setup in the area leading to the work zone, so the upstream zone, is predictable for what happens in the work zone itself. Here we see some measures taken, as explained. In the top, you see already the preparations leading to the actual work zone. The photo on the top right is in the Netherlands, where the number of lanes is being reduced by means of red crosses, and in a stepped approach, the speed is being reduced. In the Netherlands, we have 100 130 in the evening hours and 100 during daytime. And you want to have a stepped reduction depending on the work zone. Usually it goes to 90, then to 70, and then to 50, depending on the work zone. Then on the lower left, and this is something which is not done in Europe very often, is that you have someone who warns you physically. In many European countries, this is not allowed because to protect the workers, basically, this worker, of course, is standing in the middle of traffic and guiding traffic. Very often, this is done increasingly by means of signals or other devices. The lower left is in Sweden, and here you see similar signage to the Netherlands, with speeds being reduced to 30, and these speeds are also enforceable. Then we go to the options you have when working with working in work zones and implementing speed management. On the right hand side, you see a layout of the zone, and it's very important to standardize this. As I mentioned it earlier, what do you do when you enter a work zone? So this is from a manual, and it's a fixed setup of a work zone, which is very predictable and therefore also benefits road safety. I mentioned already the stepped speed signage to achieve the speed you want in the work zone. Then you have temporary rumble strips and humps, which I mentioned earlier, and which Fadi talked about in the previous webinar last week. Then the reduced lane width, moving from various lanes to say 1 lane or 2 lanes, and then also within the lane, and then also reducing the lane width. Flashing lights very often used, very often also in evening hours with police colors. That's usually white, red, and blue. And there's also vehicles that are posted there with hazard lights, also meant to slow vehicles down. Then there's a signage, and that is dual lane, meaning that is very often posted on the left and on the right, to be very clear. And this regards the speed limit, it regards any enforcement activity, and very often also if there's a fine increase, it mentioned that the fines are doubled. We all know the smiley face, the speed feedback indicator, that if you're compliant, you get a smiley. These smileys are interesting, but they've turned out not to be very effective in the long run. So people who cover this work zone regularly when going to work, and it's a long-term work zone, the effect wears off based on research. Not used in Europe, but very used in the United States are pilot and pace vehicles. Those are vehicles that run through the work zone and stick to the speed limit. So basically they force vehicles to slow down because they basically block the road at a speed that is indicated in the work zone. So this physically prevents any speeding because this vehicle, this pace vehicle, this pilot vehicle, doesn't move any faster. So it's forced. The speed is forced, and this helps at certain situations in certain flow dynamics. This can be very effective, but it's also very labor intensive because you need to have a vehicle that continues to run through the work zone at a set speed. Then we move to the enforcement, and I already mentioned that enforcement is difficult because of the narrow and the space constraints within a work zone. That can be done can be very visible with laser guns in the work zone area or leading to the work zone area, with an interception by other police officers in the clear zone. Obviously, you cannot stop vehicles in the work zone. That's also why it's so challenging to enforce. But it's possible to intercept these vehicles by means of an interception once the work zone is over. So that is in the downstream zone. I have some photos of semi-stationary battery and solar-powered speed cameras of covert and overt parked police vehicles. They can either be active or inactive. And this is the concept of the subjective chance of apprehension, which I'll go into at the next slide. And then most effective for work zones and very often used, especially in the UK and in Czechoslovakia, average speed enforcement, which is very effective. Here we see some examples, which I mentioned in the previous in the previous slide. You see a feedback in the top left photo. You see a parked police vehicle. This is in Germany in a construction zone. Warnings about speed humps and the photo next to speed hump, and then also a pilot vehicle, which I also mentioned in the previous slide. This gives some examples of enforcement. The top left is taken in the UK, where they have been very successful with average speed enforcement in work zones. The lower right, the top right vehicle, also an enforcement vehicle, clearly marked as an enforcement vehicle. Then the vehicles, the photos on the lower left clearly indicate that the speed limit is photo enforced. Also the photo to the right there, and then a photo in the lower right corner taken in Japan, where work zone is, and there you see basically a police doll, a moving police doll, also to warn drivers that they're entering a work zone and they may be subject to enforcement. I want to dive into average speed enforcement, which is known to be most effective in work zones, as I mentioned, very often applied in the United Kingdom and in Czechoslovakia. For those who are not familiar with it, average speed enforcement does not measure the speed, but it calculates the speed over the distance. So the distance in the speed zone, in the work zone, is measured from the entry point to the exit point, and the time the vehicle takes between these work zones is measured. If the time is too short, then it means that the vehicle was speeding, and you can see that on the right-hand side. The vehicle is measured at the entry point, photos taken at the exit point. The the license plates are digitized. They're sent to a matching server, and the matching server gathers the similar, the same license plates, and then it has the timestamps and it calculates the speed as mentioned. It can also be quite complex, as you see in the pictures or in the diagrams below, because you have entry points and exit points. And if you have a complex highway structure, you need to have exit and entry points at each gate or at each change of the lane. So it can be quite complex, but it's very effective in work zones because everyone knows that if he or she covers the work zone too quickly, meaning too short time, a fine will be issued. Just to go through the average speed enforcement issues, and this applies to work zones, but it also applies to regular roads. The academic studies that have been done show a very strong reduction in speed and crashes, especially severe and fatal crashes when average speed enforcement is applied. The speed limit compliance is extremely high, with rates falling to below 1%. So it's an extremely effective way to force drivers to stick to the speed limit. On regular roads, the speed differences are reduced dramatically, and because all the vehicles drive in the same speed, it's a very predictable traffic flow with very predictable journey times also, and also surprisingly an increased traffic density, because the faster you go, the more distance you keep between vehicles. So speed limits of, let's say, between 80 and 100 kilometers are optimal for optimizing the traffic flow on a given highway. The effect is far higher than with fixed speed cameras. It also stops the kangaroo effect, which by itself may lead to unsafe situations and even congestion. The kangaroo effect, the word already says it, the kangaroo jumps and speeds up, and also slows down before a jump. And this happens when people know that there's a speed camera coming, they slam on the brakes or they slow down, and after the speed camera they speed up, because people these days, drivers, have a lot of information on where the speed cameras are. So increasingly, standalone speed cameras are less effective due to the fact that people have a lot of information on the location of speed cameras. This also speaks in favor of applying average speed enforcement, which is very effective, and there's no way out. Every vehicle needs to comply. Additional benefits is that it reduces traffic noise, fuel consumption, and also emissions. And also drivers have prefer average speed enforcement because they know they will be caught, but still they can overtake a truck or a vehicle, and if they lower their speed afterwards to come to the average, let's say, of 100 kilometers an hour, they will not be caught. If they happen to pass a fixed speed camera, they will get a fine. So there's a higher level of public acceptance with average speed enforcement. As I mentioned, effective over longer distances, ideal for work zones, for longer work zones. It reduces the equipment needs because you only need 2 cameras over a stretch which can be as long as 10 kilometers. So it's also cost effective, and also the safety benefits are longer lasting because people know a work zone or a section of highway is equipped with average speed enforcement systems. The challenge for work zones is that the speed enforcement by means of average speed enforcement is done by measuring the length of the zone, of the enforcement zone. And obviously, if there's a miss in if the length of the speed of the work zone is not accurately mentioned, then you will get the problem that the calculation will not work. So you need to measure the length of the work zone very, very accurately. And it needs to be done several times by a party that's very often the Measurement Institute, and it can be subcontracted to a party that does that very accurately. But the length measurement of the average speed enforcement zone in the work zone is very important. Otherwise, you do not get an effective and an accurate measurement, and thus your speed calculation will be off. So that is a thing. If you want to apply that, you need to find a solution for that. Who's going to do the length measurement? And you will not do that if the work zone is only there for 2 days, but you will do that if it's there for 2 weeks or a month, because then you will be effective. This is another way to enforce speeds, and that is with cameras that are mobile, semi-stationary. They are battery operated, and they also can be equipped with solar panels. These are some examples from Singapore and from the Netherlands. And these devices, these speed cameras, are hoisted in its place, usually with work zones that are longer lasting. They're battery operated, and especially if they're with solar panels, they can last for quite a long time. Depending on the type, they can have a standalone operation of up to 2 weeks. And of course, if they need to be filled, with a generator. But usually they will last for 2 weeks. It's very predictable, and also they give a signal when the power is low. So this is also very effective, very mobile, and very easy to deploy. This is a vehicle that is being used for speed enforcement, and I have a video following this. This is a vehicle that can be parked in the work zone or prior to entering the work zone, and it measures the speed. In France, these vehicles are there's about 500 driving around there, and also standing still, because they can be used in a park mode or in a driving mode. For work zones, they're usually used in a park mode, and they can be used in a covert way. The top one, you see a photo from a vehicle in the United States. In France, they operate in an overt way, so it's a regular vehicle that you cannot be recognized as a police vehicle. So this is just to address the subjective chance of apprehension. Just diving into the subjective chance of apprehension, for you who are not familiar with it, the subjective chance of apprehension is a concept that is very often used in enforcement theory. And that actually dictates that the enforcement effort is most effective if you can convey the subjective feeling to the driver that they can be checked for speeding at any location at any time. So if you are successful in conveying that concept, that you're saying in any work zone, you run the risk of being caught for speeding, and if you are successful in conveying that concept, then there doesn't even have to be enforcement in that zone, because the people basically take a risk when they enter a work zone. If they want to speed, they can speed, but they run the risk of being caught. And of course, this only works if there indeed is enforcement in some work zones, but you don't have to apply enforcement in all the work zones. Basically, the driving public should be made aware that they can be checked in work zones. And in some work zones there may be enforcement, in some work zones there may not be enforcement, and the result is that everyone doesn't want to take the risk to speed because they know they can be caught at any place, any time of the day if they speed in a work zone. This is a photo which describes the concept not specifically for work zones, but also for regular highway traffic. I hope this works. You can see that this vehicle operates in a driving mode for approaching vehicles. It also operates when a vehicle is overtaking it, and this is in France, these are operated in a covert way, so people do not know that that vehicle they're passing is a police vehicle. In other countries, they are overt, so you can see that they are police vehicles. That is a choice the authorities can make. They can also use a mixed mode. So you see these vehicles approaching. They all get a speeding ticket if they speed, because also does approaching traffic. And also for work zones, very relevant. You can park it in a work zone, and it basically takes a photo of speeding vehicles through the work zone. Very effective for in France, used in Saudi Arabia, used in Algeria and Qatar, in many places in Malaysia, used in many places. Very effective. So moving to the conclusion of speed management in work zones. It's a crucial aspect. Speed is a crucial aspect of road safety, and speed management is of great importance in work zones, both for to reduce the number of crashes, for the drivers, passengers, but especially also for people who work in the work zones who try to improve and maintain the condition of the roads. It is a tailored approach based on the location, based on the situation, based on the road type, based on the speed regime at the given location and at the work zone. It is important to use a combination of tools, especially in the upstream zone, which we went through earlier, which clearly gives you the opportunity to slow vehicles down, to present them with the information. Very important to have that layout in the upstream zone predictable and understandable to the driving public. I mentioned that you will be successful with speed management in work zones if you give the drivers the feeling that they can be checked at any work zone they go through for speeding, and then even if you don't have speed enforcement in some work zones, they will still stick to the speed limit because they do not want to take the risk of being caught in a speed zone. But you knew for this concept of the subjective chance of apprehension to be successful, you need to apply randomly in time and in location enforcement. And as mentioned, average speed enforcement gives the best road safety results for work zones as applied in the United Kingdom and in the Czech Republic. So this concludes my presentation. If I look at the time, I think we have another little bit less than 20 minutes for Q&A, and I'd like to hand back to Yvonne for the Q&A session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to you, Philippe. Really very interesting presentation. I think that, as you have said, now we open the time for questions and answers. We have a chat, so please, I say to all the attendants, please write in the chat the questions that you want to Philip. I think that these conclusions that you have presented are very interesting, and also link it with the next webinars that we will have, because we will have some webinars in the next week, and the next one related to the danger of these work zones for the users of the road, and also for these workers that are inside these roadworks working. Well, in the while that the people is asking the questions in the chat, I have some questions and some notes that I have taken during your presentation, Philippe. First of all, you have showed a lot of examples in interurban roads, but when you have shown the system that really you have developed to control the speed, it seems that really can be used not only in interurban highways, but also in other kind of rural networks or local networks or streets. Really, how do you see? Probably, of course, the speed is higher in the interurban roads, so it's more important to limit in these interurban roads. But also we see, at least in Europe and also in US, that the vulnerable users in bicycles, in the pedestrians, are increasing the accidents with these vulnerable users in the cities. So well, the question is very simple: can we use this kind of enforcement system both in interurban roads and in the cities, or there are some differences between them depending on the use?
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. Indeed, a very important question, a crucial question. The issue is that on highways it becomes more, since the speed is higher in work zone, it is more easy to. Actually, it's the only way to apply speed management is by means of enforcement, because it becomes very difficult to put these straps, to put speed humps on highways. That is typically something for urban environments. I don't know if Fadi is present. I'd like to hear the experience of Fadi from with these flexible speed humps, the mobile speed humps on highways. But as you move to urban environments, of course, it is much more effective to work with let's say physical objects on the road. That can be a speed hump or a strip on the road to warn people that they have to move slower and that they're moving into a work zone. Also, what you very often see is that in urban environments, the workers are not as well protected by barriers as on highways. And highways still, of course, the speed is higher. In the Netherlands, they usually move to 70 kilometers an hour with work zones, and there the workers are very well protected by movable concrete guardrails or steel guardrails. But obviously, in the environment, in urban environments, it is more they work more with cones, which means less protection for the workers. But also lower speeds. Very often the speed moves down to 30 kilometers an hour. Sometimes the pavement may also be removed, so that there will be more like a gravel road. Still, you may have pedestrian crossings in work zones in urban environments that also need special treatment. So in those work zones, you can enforce, but usually the speed management in urban work zones is done by means of infrastructure measures. Of course, you have the option to park a vehicle there. From my experience, the work zones in urban areas are more often the speed management there is more often done by means of infrastructure measures than active enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Philip. We have one question here in the Q&A, and it's a question from Phil Luke. He says that often the permanent speeds are set according to the vehicle type. And the question is, do you suggest that work zones should have speeds set according to the vehicle types?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Phil is aiming at the fact that the speed limit for especially for trucks and buses in Europe is considerably lower than for passenger vehicles. So I don't know the experience from the UK, but these are also very complex issues because for the speed management of trailers, a vehicle pulling a trailer, there needs to be a length measurement. So it is very important to be accurate when you enforce. In the Netherlands, it is not particularly an issue because when we work along the road, the speed limit is set to 70. And that means that 70 is across the board. That also applies to passenger vehicles, regular cars, but also to trucks and buses. But if you have a work zone that is, for instance, 90, then you run to the trouble that trucks may already violate that speed limit because they cannot move 90, they can only do 80. So that means you have to involve a vehicle. They have to work with recognition. That is something we do automatically in the Netherlands because we always have a feedback loop that we make a photo of the license plate, and based on that, on the record that we have, We know what kind of vehicle belongs to that license plate. So with the feedback loop to the vehicle register, we know what the speed limit of that vehicle is in the work zone. So that is automatically applied. With trailers, it's more difficult. There you have to involve a length meter, meeting with the trailer, and some trailers are allowed to carry the same license plate as the vehicle, and some need a different one. So that's a little bit more tricky. We do comply with that on the average speed enforcement systems that are on the highways. We don't use average speed enforcement in the Netherlands, and I do not know, and I have to maybe even look at you, Phil, how that is managed in the UK with various types of vehicles. So sorry for I cannot be complete with my answer, but you may. I don't know if it's possible for Phil to get. I don't think it's able to get his microphone open. But I lack the knowledge about the situation in the UK.
Okay, thank you, Philippe. We have more questions. Another one is how do we suggest to make the management of these speeds in work zones that are evolving, because they are changing really the work zone along the time. The question is how we can manage speed in moving work zones like road marking. In the case of road marking, more difficult even that the traffic signs itself. How we can manage this type of work zones?
Yeah, that's actually a very important question. I think that is also something we need to dive into in the task force for work zones. Is that we build let's say a blueprint, that each country has a fixed blueprint for work zones, and also as the work zone moves further along in time. That the concept is identical, and usually also the speed limit is the same. So this blueprint concept should be developed by each country to make it understandable and predictable for the driving public, that they know what the standard speed setting is, that they know what the layout is of the speed zone, of the work zone. So that is very important, and I think that the speed limit in the work zone does not change that much. It is the upstream zone which forces cars to slow down on the highway from 90 to 70 to 50. And in urban environment, the speed reduction is less of an issue, because there you have an issue that you may go from 50 to 30. Which is manageable in a shorter distance. So I don't think the changes as the work zone moves along, that the speed limit will change that much, because very often the type of work that is being done is similar, and the speed zone will not change that much.
Mm-hmm. Related to that, we have another question from Phil Luke, that is that if based in global experience, what might you recommend as the highest acceptable posted speed limit in a work zone? Which could be this highest limit of speed in a work zone?
Yeah, in the preparation, that's an interesting question. In the preparation for this webinar, I did some research as to the speed limits that are being applied in work zones. As I mentioned, there's a great variety in work zones and also in arrangements while driving through a work zone. So it depends very much on the type of space that is available, the type of work that's being done, the type of road that's being used. For highways, which has been very much the focus of our presentation, it varies from 90 to 70 kilometers an hour. For the work zone, but again, as I mentioned, it also depends on the protection level of the workers. In many European countries, the workers are protected by movable concrete barriers or steel guardrails mounted on concrete blocks. and they are moved along as the work zone progresses, so they're relatively well protected. It depends on the distance between the moving traffic and the actual work being done. So it's difficult to give a standard for that, but I would say usually 90 kilometers an hour or 70 kilometers an hour on highways, depending on the work zone environment and the distance of the workers to the traffic. And for urban environments, very often they move to 30 kilometers an hour, again, also depending on the situation. An important road type which I have not mentioned yet, obviously, are the national roads, which usually have a speed limit of 90 or 80 kilometers an hour. Very risky roads, and also very difficult to manage for work zones, because you very often you need to close one lane, and then immediately you need to work with the traffic light to let both lanes pass, because simply there's no space. On highways, of course, you have a little bit more space to manage, and also to change traffic flows from one lane to the other lane. So that is also very challenging. But to give a standard, that is difficult. But I really would like to move to a situation where for each country you have a standard layout for work zones, standard layout, predictable, and also a standard speed limit, so that and this is a sustainable safety concept, when people enter a work zone on a country road, they know this is the speed setting. On a highway, this is the speed setting, and on the urban environment, that this is the speed setting. So that works very well. So that then the work zone talks to the driver, and they know what speed limit is set and what to expect in that work zone.
Okay, we only have 1 minute. I think that something that also is very important is to combine correctly this enforcement with also the coherence in the signs, and also with the updated information also about these places, no? Because really sometimes I see that there is a combination of traffic signs that really generate a lack of confidence in the signs, and also sometimes I see an overconfidence of the users in navigators that are providing information that is not updated in these places, no? So sometimes also it's important to combine this correctly, not to have disruptions in this place. Well, we have no time because it's the last minute of.
If I could add one thing, which I'd like to ask, because with this task force we have a very wide audience, from emerging economies to countries in Western Europe and the United States. Obviously, the solutions I have given are a little bit, especially in enforcement solutions, are a little bit focused on Western countries, where there's a lot of possibility for investing in these sophisticated mobile systems or average speed enforcement systems, but also the infrastructure measures which I mentioned, speed humps and chicanes can be very effective if the budget of the road authority doesn't allow for these measures to be taken. In that sense, also the previous presentation of Fadi with the removable strips on the road can be very effective if the budget is limited. So that's just for the audience. I also saw the question of Fahad Meyari. The clip I showed, you can find it on YouTube. If you type in my company name Census Gutso and you look for in-vehicle speed enforcement, so it's available on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibon.
No, thank you to you, Philip. The two last notes to close this webinar. Well, first of all, thank you very much for all the answers. Also, I had two notes. One is related to this question. We will contact also with him to send the link if it is necessary. And the second note is only to advance. The next week we will have here to Tim Cox that he will be presenting the webinar related to making work zones safe for all road users, but mainly focused in the vulnerable users that sometimes also have to use these places close to the roadworks, and that really they have to manage the situation in places that are quite dangerous. So I remind that because the next week at the same hour we will be here with that. And to close, only thank you again to Philip. Thank you again for the attendance.
Thank you.
To be here, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning, everybody. This is Aubrey Perry with the International Road Federation. Welcome you to our sixth session of our Work Zone Safety series, this session entitled Making Road Work Zones Safe for All Road Users, featuring our speaker today, Tim Cox. So Tim is with Cox Transportation Safety LLC. He started in the traffic safety industry in 1979, working with pavement markings until 2003 when he transitioned to work zone safety devices. He has been honored to serve as Secretary of the National Committee on Uniform Traffic Control Devices and on boards of industry associations such as us, the IRF, the ARTBA, and the ATSSA. So we are delighted to welcome Tim as our speaker today. And once he's done speaking, we will begin the Q&A session. That will be done via the Q&A at the top right of the screen. You can use that as well as the chat. You will be automatically muted when you enter, so please just reminder to use the Q&A for any such questions, including technical ones as well. So thank you so much, and please begin, Tim.
Well, thank you, Aubrey, and welcome to everybody for this morning or afternoon or evening session, depending on where you're at. One of the things that we are constantly working on is how to make our roadways safer for all users. Pedestrians, in particular pedestrians in work zones, are a real serious concern. As you know, the road deaths throughout the world are approaching 1.2, 1.3 million a year. The sad thing about that is over a fifth of them are pedestrians. So that means 740 pedestrians are dying today, will die today, and every day. Here in the US, work zone crashes, as reported by the FAR system, there were 891 fatalities in 2022. That's from 774 crashes. At the same time, there were also almost 40,000 injuries. And these stats are a 52% increase over 2010. So the situation of dealing with work zone crashes is a continuing growing issue. Of those, pedestrians injured and dying, fatalities are 7,500, and equally sad is that the injuries are approaching 70,000 per year. The folks in British Columbia are doing a real good job of maintaining their crash information. And their 5-year average for yearly crashes was 274,000. Casualties are 52,000. And of those casualties, 352 have involved pedestrians. And of those, there were 274 fatalities, 53 of them being pedestrians. In BC, they also look at some of the top factors that contribute to these fatal crashes. And as we always see, the impaired driver is a key factor. But as you know, the trend over the last 10 years has been to a decrease in the number of fatalities caused by impaired drivers. On the other hand, speed and distraction are maintaining or their same level of issue. And speed is a key factor in the surviving rate of pedestrians in a crash. So you can see here at 10 mile an hour, there's a 10% fatality risk. But if you move that up to 50 mile an hour, there's a 50%, at 42 mile an hour rather, there's a 50% risk of dying in that crash. In the same time, and equally as serious, is the injury risk. So again, at low speeds, you're looking at a 10% risk of severe injury, but moving up to 31 mile an hour, it's at 50% of a severe injury risk. So speed is clearly something that we need to look at. Before we go any further, though, I want to make a distinction between the two classes of pedestrians. On the right, you see pedestrians on foot, and that's what we normally think of when we're talking about pedestrians in work zones. But the other class that is equally at risk are the road workers. And so we need to be conscious of making work zones safe for both workers and pedestrians on foot. A few words about things that we can do to make the work zone safer for road workers. Positive protection is the clear, obvious leader, and that's putting a barrier between the moving traffic and the pedestrians. The next session in this series is going to go into depth on the various options and the best practices of positive protection. So I'll leave that to the next session. There are two other things though that we need to be conscious of, and one is making sure that the drivers, as they approach the work zone, are alert and aware of the situation they're in. And the other common risk to workers is and not from moving traffic, but rather from the a backover risk of the other equipment in the work zone. So distracted driving, mentioned earlier in British Columbia, is a significant factor, and it kills many people every day. Distracted driving can be normally summed up in three different manners. Manually, that is where you're not holding onto the steering wheel. As you see, this dear lady, she's more concerned about holding onto her cell phone and trying not to drop her coffee, which leaves her two fingers on the steering wheel to guide the car. Another type of distraction that's very dangerous is when you take your eyes off the road. So she's looking at the conversation she's having with the other front seat person, not looking at the road. If something happens in front, it takes a bit of time to reorient her driving thought. But one of the most serious conditions is the cognitive loss. That's when the driver is thinking about something other than the driving task. So here, this fella is either sending or receiving a text message with his eyes down at his phone. Usually takes about 5 seconds to complete a simple response to a text. The brain, though, takes an additional 4 to 5 seconds to return to the driving task. So the people in the vicinity of this fellow driving this car are exposed from 5 to 10 seconds. If we're going to alert the drivers, one of the ways over the last few years that has been found to be effective is to install the temporary rumble strips, which deliver a sound and vibration as you approach the work zone, and that That then gets the drivers to make the move into the open lane faster. And while it's not the purpose of the rumble strip, it does slow speeds as people become conscious of what they're looking at as they're driving. And finally, let's look at backover risk, which means one of the vehicles in the work zone is a threat to the other workers. So there's a variety of innovations that will provide an audible alarm both to the workers on foot as well as the drivers in the vehicles. An increased emphasis on a traffic control plan for inside the work zone is also going to help the drivers know where they should be and the workers to know where the threats might be. You see on the right the lead for a webinar series that talks about preventing backovers and runovers, and that's available at the Work Zone Safety Clearinghouse. You see the website there. It's very, very detailed and comprehensive. Now let's turn to the pedestrians that are walking, the pedestrians on foot. Here's a couple of examples of a work site that is not safe. It's hard to tell. First of all, on the left, you see a lot of equipment that is on the sidewalk. So that's a tripping hazard for pedestrians as they approach it. But when they get to the road closure, where do they go? Similarly, on the right, it looks like there may be an attempt to create a pathway along the left-hand side of the roadway, but it's really going to be very difficult for a pedestrian to know where they should go as they maneuver around this work site. A little bit about pedestrians themselves before we go into some of the best practices that can be done to make the work site safe. There are several different pedestrians you have to have in mind as we're designing a safe work zone. An able-bodied and pedestrian with full vision is one, but there are also pedestrians using mobility aids, walkers, wheelchairs, and other devices. And then finally, and the most at risk, are the people with low or no vision. So we need to make sure that as we design and set up the work zones that we can accommodate not just the able-bodied, but the other people that are out there in our work zones every day. For protecting the pedestrians on foot, the first step is an effective pedestrian traffic plan. So part of that would be including as the project is developed, to include pedestrians in the scoping to make sure that the project plan will result in a safe work zone. Take into account that we need to separate the pedestrians from both the vehicular traffic and the workspace. And then if a different pathway is required, then we need to come up with a pathway that is accessible to all three levels of pedestrian traffic. Planning for the pedestrians in a work zone, or as you're scoping the project, take a look at the work area itself. What is the pedestrian activity and what is the pedestrian volume? If an alternate pathway is required or a detour to get the pedestrians around it, what are the elements that we need to do to create that pathway? And as we're designing the pedestrian component of that work zone, work field access may cross this pathway that we just set up. So we need to make sure that there's provision for work vehicles to get in and out, and at the same maintain that safety for the pedestrians. For the next few minutes, we're going to look at the elements of a pedestrian pathway that both the project designers and the workers need to have in mind as they're setting up the work zone. Channelizers that separate the pedestrians from the traffic, the surface that is used, what signage we have, a key element of sidewalk closure, and finally the ramps. The pedestrian channelizer barricade is a way of separating the pedestrians from the workspace. We don't want them getting in the area where the workers are operating, and it also serves as a separation between the pedestrians and the drivers. Uh, Clearly, this is not positive protection, but it is a signal to the driver that there's pedestrians on the other side. For a pedestrian channelizer barricade, best practice shows that it needs to be at least 32 inches high. And the second point is, you notice the lady as she's moving that she's got her hand on the top of the channelizer. 90% of the blind can actually see something. 90% of the legally blind can actually see something. They just can't see enough to guide by themselves. Many of them use their hand to guide, so they find something that they can guide their way through. So the pedestrian channelizer barricade can provide that service for those people that are using their hand to find their way. Another element of this is that the lower rail needs to be close to the surface. You see her long cane that she's using to check in front of her. If she were to sweep to the right, and she would encounter the channelizer barricade. But if that lower edge of the barricade was, say, 8 or 10 inches high, she would not be able to detect it, and it could lead her to move in the wrong direction. Again, those 90% of the people that can actually see something, many of them recognize that reflective sheeting indicates that they're in a work zone. So it's kind of a reminder to those that the sheeting is a reminder to those of that they are in a work zone situation. If the work zone that you're working on requires a separate pathway, the one thing that you have to be conscious of is to make sure that the surface meets the 3-word criteria: firm, stable, and slip resistant. So that leads to asphalt or concrete being preferred. Gravel is very unstable, extremely difficult for people in wheeled mobility devices to get through. And in a second, I'll show you some untreated wood. It's common to use that for a short distance surface, but untreated wood is going to be slippery in the rain, so it's going to be a problem for the pedestrians. The slope of 5 degrees is important if you're operating a wheelchair or other wheel device. If it's alongside the road, then it follows the slope of the roadway. But if it's built away from the road, then that 5% slope is important. And then we need to make sure that the pedestrians know what we ask them to do as part of designing this roadway. So here you see the sidewalk closed, use the other side. Here's another way of doing that. And for those of us with vision, both of these signs indicate what action we want the designers want them to do. The only question I would have is on the sign on the left. the sign stand support sticks into the walking way and can be a potential trip hazard. But that leaves out those who have low or no vision. And there's been a lot of work over the last few years to come up with systems that would relay that same information that these signs do to sighted to those who have low or no vision. So these are a couple of examples of audible information devices that detect approaching pedestrians and deliver the message that we want about what their next action is, whether go to the left or go to the right, cross the street, whatever the message might be. To make these audible devices most functional, they need, in addition to detecting the pedestrian, to be able to adjust the volume of the message to make sure that it's audible above the background noise of the construction site. And for those people that live in the vicinity, that it's quieter in the evening when there's no construction going on. So the device does need to adjust to background noise. And as they have been used more, we have found out that it's equally critical that they be tamper resistant, because you don't want someone with to come in and adjust the message to say something we wouldn't want them to hear. And often when sidewalk construction is when the sidewalk is closed for construction purposes, one of the biggest areas of concern is how that sidewalk closure is communicated to the pedestrians. On the right, you see a sidewalk closed sign, which again to sighted is indicates don't go forward. But it doesn't close the entire sidewalk like you see on the left. So if you're approaching this one and you have low or no vision, there's a possibility, if you happen to be approaching it on the left-hand side, that you could either trip and fall or go into the work site itself. So the critical thing is that the sidewalk closure closes the entire width of the pedestrian way. Many times when you're setting up an alternate pathway to get around a sidewalk closure, a sidewalk construction, you have the situation where the pedestrians are on the sidewalk and then the alternate route may take them into the parking lane adjacent to the sidewalk. For those of us that are sighted and able to see what's going on, perhaps you can step off that curb. As a person with a lot of silver hair and age behind me, this is a tripping hazard even for somebody who is ambulatory like me. The critical thing then is to find a way to get the pedestrian and pedestrians with mobility devices off the sidewalk and onto the new pathway. So a ramp is the best way to do it. Here are the things that are critical in designing a ramp. If it's going to be parallel to the curb, then there needs to be a turning space that's 48 inches or 1.2 meters for the wheeled vehicle to reorient and then go down the slope. The slope of the ramp should be 8% or less. And then in addition, this surface needs to have the same firm, stable, and slip resistance that we talked about earlier when we were talking about the surface in general. So there's this landing area at the top. Equally, if you're going to install a ramp, make sure that there's that same 48-inch space for the pedestrian at the bottom of the ramp so that they can make whatever maneuvers are necessary. I mentioned earlier about wood as the surface treatment. On the left, you see a perfectly constructed ramp with plywood base, but it's it's covered with a treatment that will keep it slip resistant even in the rain. This one, even though they didn't position the plywood elements as prettily as we might like, plywood becomes extremely slippery and damp or wet. So this would be a slip hazard and is definitely not an accessible uh, ramp alternate pathway. Another way of handling the ramp situation is to build on site with firm asphalt. And you can see here, this is plenty wide, and it has uh, asphalt that's going to stay in place when it's used by even people with heavy wheelchairs. This one was set up with coal patch asphalt, and as you can see, as soon as it was beginning use, it started to deform, and so it no longer provides the stable surface that we need when we're operating with a wheelchair. The industry has come up with a couple of different versions of ramps that can be used. We saw this one a little bit earlier where it's adjacent to the curb. The yellow treatment is important. Yellow is the last color that people who are losing their vision can see. So that's a preferred color. Orange is the next last color. Both of these have a smooth transition from the sidewalk area, plenty spacious turning area, and then a compliant ramp of 8% or less. So that's a brief look at the elements we can do to make sidewalks, our work zones accessible for pedestrians and guide them safely through. Look forward to any questions you may have, and thank you very much for your attention.
Here's a question. Uh, is the 8% 8.33% or 1 to 12 ratio slope for wheelchairs accepted internationally?
Um, I would, in my experience internationally, I've seen a lot of different slopes for the ramps, and some of them clearly are higher than 8%. Um, So I don't know. I don't know the standards that there might be in Europe or Australia. I know that in my work in Canada, they have basically the same 8.33 standard. That standard was resulted from a lot of work in the late 90s and early 2000s to determine the optimum standard for primarily people in wheelchairs. Manually operated wheelchairs above 8% is extremely difficult. So that's where it came from. And I would defer to others about what standards are in other countries, but I know here in the U.S. and Canada that this 8.33 is pretty well accepted.
I have a question here. What role does Tim see in stakeholder consultation prior to the works taking place, in particular identifying likely concerns with school-aged children or elderly pedestrians?
Critical that those kind of uh, uh, that kind of information is gathered. That's I see that as part of the scoping part of a project is to look at the situation and to identify those situations you need to have in mind as you design the pedestrian pathways and the pedestrian access. So it's really important.
Great. So another one is the examples you gave are excellent for a developed country in a built environment. Are there other examples for developing countries with more rustic environments?
Um, the principles are going to be the same. They're going to be a lot. It's a lot more challenging to uh, include the separation from pedestrians and the vehicles and the surface conditions. Um, so the best advice in a place where it is more rustic, meaning there isn't as the the amount of paved surface for sidewalks, is to just keep in mind that to be accessible, the surface needs to be, and I repeat this, but these are the important parts: firm, stable, and slip resistant. So avoiding loose gravel, um, if possible, avoid use of areas where there's grass and other things, because the concern about grass is that in a wet environment, it's going to again become a slip hazard. So those principles are the same. It's you have to use what is available in the area.
Okay. And how do ADA barriers hold up in windy conditions?
Um, ADA barriers are ballasted in a variety of ways. Each manufacturer has his preferred method of ballast. Um, with normal ballasting, it can provide a secure area, secure place. There are always going to be extreme high winds, which are different, but all of the folks that are in the business and make these channelizers have their own way of ballasting. And so if wind is a concern, it's just a matter of increasing the ballast to make sure that they stay in place.
Okay. And do you have any legislative recommendations to improve pedestrian safety in and around work zones?
I would, if I had to create that, I would look at those uh, countries that have already set up their programs and build a legislative program over those. So it would include definition. So yes, I could find and recommend them, but I don't have any that at the tip of my fingers right now. But I would build off the successful programs that you can see in various countries.
Great. So labeling roadside workers as pedestrians can be problematic. Is there any movement on labeling them in some other direction?
So this idea that road workers are also pedestrians came to rise about a year ago here in the U.S., where they were coming up with a new manual on uniform traffic control devices. And in that manual, there's a heightened emphasis on pedestrians. And we looked at each other at some of the meetings and said, yeah, but the workers are on foot and they're in the work also. So creating another category is fine. The biggest thing we're trying to do is to um, remind everyone that not only are the pedestrians out on foot, the situation we need to make safe, but that the workers are also pedestrians. And so as it relates to keeping vehicular traffic out of the work zones, the key one of the key people at risk is the workers in the work zone. So we're trying to heighten that awareness, and I'd welcome a new category or label, but in terms of their being on foot and in the work zone, that's the same as pedestrians on foot. So that's why I brought it in. Not the focus is always on how do we guide pedestrians through the work zone, but at the same time to remember that our road workers out there are on foot also.
Great. And so are there any suggestions for educating pedestrians on how to safely navigate work zones?
I would want to be in contact with pedestrian advocates in the area and develop a chance to have that kind of information. Also, if it's known that there's going to be a high likelihood of conflict between pedestrians and vehicles in a work zone, that then isn't something that should be focused on during the scoping and design of the project, and come up with ways of passing that information through to everyone with a public relations campaign. The most immediate way of communicating that is at the hands of the person, the group that is building this pedestrian-friendly work zone is the audible information device, because that whether the pedestrian that's approaching that device is aware of what's going on in the entire project or not, that audible device is going to give them the information of what's happening and what their next steps should be. So I would strongly encourage that audible information devices become a key part of any pedestrian access program through work zones.
And how do you see responsibility for public pedestrian safety currently shared between the state municipality, general contractor, and subcontractors? Are there any suggestions for improvements for what you see?
Several. The first thing that needs to happen is that the agency needs to develop and adopt firm policies on what a contractor needs to do as he's setting up the work zone. General contractors and subcontractors will follow the regulations if the regulations are clear and enforced. So that's the primary responsibility again goes to the agency, the road owner, but and once that's identified, then it needs to be communicated to both the prime contractors and their subs.
Another question is, how do legal consequences shape pedestrian safety in work zones?
Um, so that answer is different by each country. So let me focus on uh, uh, the legal consequences here in the U.S. Because each country has its own legal program. In the U.S., the agency and the contractor, all of the people involved are at legal risk if they do not meet the national, state, local, and standards on how to successfully set up an accessible work zone. So there is significant risk if there is a injury or, God forbid, a fatality in a pedestrian pathway that is not built according to the standards of that local jurisdiction. Um, Other countries have different ways of having legal consequences, but here in the States, it's really important to follow the rules to minimize risk.
Do you have any examples of how pedestrian safety was improved by taking cultural issues or practices into account?
I would love to say yes on that question. I have not done research in that area, but I would love to learn more about that question.
Any thoughts on how the World Bank or other international developers are affecting pedestrian safety?
I don't know that I am not that familiar with programs that may be extant right now. I do know that it would be really helpful if the World Bank or other funding entities could develop a best practices for pedestrian access in work zones and make that an element of their funding of projects throughout the world. That's going to be the easiest and simplest way to get this safety in areas where not as emphasized as it is here in the U.S. So I'd love to see them work with somebody like IRF to develop those standards. I think that would be an incredible aid.
In general, populations around the world are aging. So any thoughts on how this will affect pedestrian safety?
As an aging person myself, the concern about, well, first of all, what is different in my generation than my mom's is uh, pedestrians, aging pedestrians, are not willing to sit on the porch in a rocking chair anymore. They want to be out and doing things. So aging pedestrians are going to uh, continue to be in our work zones. And as the aging population increases, that means there's going to be more aging pedestrians in the work zone. So it's the critical part that we need to, I go back to the presentation again, but the critical part we need to do uh, to assist aging pedestrians as they uh, maneuver through a work zone is to make sure that the surface is one that they can rely on, that won't trip them, and that we provide good guidance through pedestrian channelizers or other methods so that they know which direction to go and can be comfortable in their movement. And I think the audible information device is again going to be really important um, because if an aging pedestrian approaches a sidewalk closure, most important thing is that they know where to go. What is their next action? And having a audible information device to answer that question is going to be really important.
Do you have any thoughts on how quieter electric vehicles will affect pedestrian safety in work zones?
So the work zone is going to be set up in the methods that we talked about earlier in the presentation. A quiet electric engine is not going to be as critical. The place where it would become a concern is if the alternate route that the project selects uh, involves going to a corner and using the sidewalk to cross to the other side of the road. The silent uh, electric motor becomes a concern for the low vision folks. So it's more the same situation that low vision no and blind people have with the electric motor.
And so, what do you think should countries be planning for as self-driving or autonomous vehicles increasingly affect pedestrian safety?
Um, Countries and others need to be looking at ways of identifying the site of the work zone and communicating that to the autonomous or semi-autonomous vehicles. So the easy part of that is when a sidewalk, for example, is closed for, let's say, 7 months as they do a major rehab on a building beside the sidewalk. After a relatively short period of time, the autonomous vehicles will identify that and take that into account as they design their routes. Whereas where it becomes really critical is not long-term extended sidewalk closures, but short-term unannounced closures. I'm thinking in terms of a utility having to come in and repair an emergency water connection to a building. So there isn't the opportunity to do a pre-notice. And so going forward with autonomous, we need to figure out a way, or we need to be comfortable with a way to signal to the vehicles that you weren't planning on it this morning, Mr. Autonomous Vehicle, but there's a sidewalk closure and pedestrians are going to be at risk starting in 20 minutes. So that's I think what we need to do is be able to find a way to communicate to the vehicles of a short-term work zone.
And when routing pedestrians into a closed lane via a temporary pathway, should agencies reduce the speed to limit liability to the agency?
Of course, it needs to be reasonable, but yes, that's an important element of it.
So MUTCDs offer little guidance for short-term, short-duration work zones which last than 60 minutes. What should we be thinking about for pedestrian safety in these work zones?
The best practice that I'm aware of for those work zones involves having a member of the work crew serve as a pedestrian guide, I was going to say flag person, but obviously we don't need a flag there. But so that person's duty is primarily ensuring that a pedestrian that approaches that short-term work zone is not exposed to risk. And the caution about using a pedestrian guide is that usually this is going to be an add-on to their normal work tasks, and the supervisor, the person in charge of the work site, needs to make sure that while this person is charged with aiding the pedestrians, that becomes that person's primary job, not a secondary task.
So at the contract level, should pedestrian safety be a cost to the state or a cost to the contractor? And do you have any examples of these leading practices?
The contract should identify the cost, and the state or the agency is going to have to pay the cost ultimately, but it needs to identify the cost, and the contractor needs to accept the cost and include it as part of his work. So the best practice is that, so there's two ways here in the States, there's two ways that that's done. It's either as a separate light item for the pedestrian component of the work zone. So that as a contractor bids, they assign an amount to it. The other way to do it is for the agency just to include it in the general traffic control for the project. And that's the lesser effective because it doesn't make it as easy for a contract inspector to see whether the service is being done. So again, it's the state that's going to pay the cost. The state then needs to ensure that the contractor provides the surface and be ready to pay that cost.
Any thoughts on structuring contracts so the cost of pedestrian safety does not disqualify a safety conscious contractor?
Um, so I'm a little stumped on that. The cost of pedestrian safety is something that the project design crew and the decides on as they set up the elements of the contract. So the agency would know in advance what those costs would be. So um, a safety conscious contractor would be following the contract as it's written. Uh, if there's if there's no acknowledgement in the contract documents that pedestrian safety is a concern, then that's the fault of the agency. But the contractor is going to have to pay the. I mean, if when there's an incident, the contractor is going to be part of the share the risks. So, but again, it falls back on the agency, not on the contractor to determine safety practices.
And can you share your recommendations for internal traffic control plans and best practices for protecting workers on foot?
A long time ago, I was one of those workers in a work zone. That was a long time ago. I would strongly recommend that slide that showed the training course that's in the National Work Zone Clearinghouse for an interested party to go there and look at it. There's when you enter internal traffic control plan, there's a whole series of documents and training aids that would give you the information you need.
Great, thanks so much. I don't believe we have any more questions. So I greatly appreciate all the many questions you answered. And thank you for all your attendees for watching. The recordings of this session will be made available later today and shared to all registered attendees. And I want to thank you again, Tim, for such a great presentation.
Well, I'm glad to be here and hope everybody has a good afternoon.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone. I can begin. So, welcome to the 7th session of the Safer Work Zone Practices with the IRF, hosted by the IRF Road Safety Committee. This is our second to last session, and it is moderated by Chip Darius. You can go ahead and begin, Chip.
Thank you, Aubrey. Welcome, everyone, to our continuing series on work zone safety from the International Road Federation. The Global Work Zone Safety Task Force is pleased to present this 8-part series. We're up to number 7, and we have a great presentation for you today on November 5th. Change over here. I'm Chip Darius. I am the co-leader for the task force. Phil Luke, our co-leader, is also going to present today. So you have the two folks who are doing their best to move this ball down the field at your disposal. You will have an opportunity to ask questions today. By all means, put them into the chat. Anytime you have a question, we'll take those at the end, and we'll be happy to address any questions that you have. My contact info is on the screen, and Phil will share his information as well. Some of you have been here for all of the series, in which case this will be a little repetitive, and others are jumping in just on the topics they have specific interest in. So it's important for you to remember that the task force is highlighting and advocating safer work zone practice or safer work zone practices across the globe. We're reaching out across boundaries, across countries, with the goal of improving safety for workers and for pedestrians and for people passing through work zones as well. The IRF's goal is to educate and assist developing countries in particular who may have outdated or non-existent or work zone practices that need further development. So there is some focus for that. However, there's plenty of information here for those who already have an established MUTCD and established work zone safety practices to come up to the next level as well. Why this series? Well, construction work zones on highways are certainly full of potential risk. Some risk comes from outside the work zone. Other risk is existing inside the work zone from our own people, our own equipment, processes, and procedures. But the World Health Organization estimates about 2% of all fatalities are occurring at roadworks. And global deaths related to transportation last year were estimated at about 1.19 million people in 2021. Just by comparison, that's about 24,000 deaths globally, or 47 A380 aircraft, about one per week. So this is a very high toll. This is a very high toll in human life and human suffering and medical impact, liability and consequences, both legally and morally and emotionally. The goal of this session is to help reduce those deaths. In particular, we note that given the number of deaths we're looking at, 9 out of 10 of those are occurring in low and middle income countries. So part of the goal, particularly for this task force, is to get information out where it will have the most effect. It will have the most effect where we can improve work zone practices where they don't exist or where they are not in conformance with current expectations and practices. So the task force itself is formed of IRF members with experience in work zone practices, and we work with key stakeholders, both within and outside the IRF, key members and countries that have aligned their goals and principles with the task force. We're looking at new technologies, emerging technologies, and of course putting past practice and past statistics into a current framework in order to move forward and improve things. So the goal is to develop a working plan, even if you're in a country that can't put all of these things into effect. Just starting to adopt one or two or a handful of these and moving that ball down the road will help to reduce suffering and roadway deaths. So the goal is to establish some specifications and minimum standards for road safety, and we call upon people with great expertise in this area to help us do that. We have 8 sessions in this particular series. 6 have already come and gone, but good news, the recordings are available. So you can access those. You'll receive a link after this webinar with a link to all of the sessions, even if you weren't able to attend them originally. And you can, of course, pass those on to key influencers, legislators, and stakeholders involved in work zone safety. We've already covered work zone training, communication, awareness, distracted drivers, speed management, and making work zones safe for all road users. Today, we're looking at making work zones safer for drivers and workers. And next week, our last session will be automatic monitoring. Very exciting session. Make sure you come next week. Today's is going to be great as well, but next week in particular, applying technology for automatic monitoring and improving compliance for work zone safety. Last week, we heard from Tim Cox from Cox Transportation Safety, and Tim gave us a great presentation on clear, safe pathways for pedestrians, how to get people on foot to, through, and away from our work zones in a safe manner. We looked at vulnerable road users. We looked at safety systems that should be in place to assist those vulnerable road users, and some current and upcoming best practices for how to address those. If you missed Tim's presentation, again, the recording is available. By all means, take that one in. Next week, we'll hear from Iban Arakaldi, CEO and founder of Asimab. And as mentioned, he will be giving us procedures on signage, sorry for the typo there, and correct application of signage and procedures and automatic monitoring. Some great technology information will be coming next week. But this week, we're excited to present Phil Luke, co-leader of the Global Task Force, and Phil is with Highway Care in the UK. He's the International Commercial Manager. And today, Phil will be talking with us about mixing vehicles traveling at speed with construction traffic. That speed interface, critically important, looking at how we do our construction activities, where we place and allow access and egress for construction equipment and materials, and then of course, pedestrians, whether it's workers on foot or non-workers on foot. This is a tough balancing act to keep all of this moving together in a coordinated symphony. So Phil's going to enlighten us about some great positive protection products and techniques and break down some of the key hazards to make them actionable to better understand and implement our solutions, reduce risk, and improve safety. Very excited to hear more from Tim. Over to you, Tim. We look forward to your presentation.
Hi, thanks, Chip. Just give me a moment. I'll just look to get this screen shared here. Okay, hopefully it's coming.
My apologies, Phil. I said Tim. I know you're Phil. Okay.
You did. We'll let it go. Okay. Hopefully what you can see is the presentation screen that I've got there. So
Very
today
good.
what I'm going to be doing is I'll be taking us through making work zones safer for drivers and workers. So what I'm going to be focused on is how do we know that the work zone is a dangerous place, and we put a lot of processes, procedures in place in order to guide people through work zones, but ultimately things are going to happen and people are going to make mistakes. So how do we put engineering in place in order to make sure that when things do go wrong, that those people are as safe and the best outcome is possible? And effectively what I'm talking about here is positive protection. So, but one minute. First of all, get my screen moving. First of all, just a little bit about me. My name is Phil Luke. I do lead the Safer Work Zone Practices Task Force group, along with Chip here as a co-leader. And as we've heard from everybody else at the moment through the series, we've got a number of members who've got certain expertise in what we do. I work for Highway Care as the International Commercial Manager, Highway Care being a company who has been in the traffic management workspace since 1990. So we've got many years of experience of being within traffic management and the construction work zones. With that said, we specialize with using positive protection. So for us, it's longitudinal barriers, and we have, we develop and use longitudinal barriers in the works that we do. And my job is to take that expertise internationally and share that with everybody. What I'm going to cover today. So what I'm going to review, first of all, is we're going to talk about the worker. And I noticed that Tim covered some of this last week in terms of the worker being a pedestrian. But the reason I'm going to cover the worker is basically the work zone is the workers, the traffic management in terms of the construction worker. That's our place of work. So we've got to look about how that person is protected. And then the other side of what I'm looking at is the road user. Well, the road user is someone who has a right to safe passage through the work zone. Effectively, the work zone on a road is a place where we've changed the road itself and all of a sudden put objects into the middle of it. We put construction in place and we've changed everything. So as a person drives down that road, all of a sudden they find that everything's changed. Well, what is it that we do? What obligations have we got to that road user? Since we're going to be talking about positive protection, I'm going to just briefly touch on international standards. And the reason for this, those international standards look at making the barriers of positive protection that we're going to use crash worthy. And that's important because very often people think that they're doing the best for the work zone itself. And in fact, they're implementing objects that may not be crash worthy and probably are not suitable of being used in order to protect both the people who are working and those who are using the roads. So in terms of positive protection, I'm going to cover three aspects, really. One is the longitudinal barriers. The second will be crash cushions. And then the third would be crash cushions that are mounted on the back of trucks. And we call those truck-mounted solutions. So starting with the worker. First of all, yes, it is a place of work. So if you can just imagine this image that I'm showing on the screen at the moment, in fact, it's for us in the UK, it's part of what is the Think campaign, a public campaign that gets people thinking about Roadworks being a place of work, the place, as they're working on that road, they are, like this picture shows, you've got traffic moving by at high speed, usually on highways that can be 80, 100 kilometers per hour. And you can imagine that as this picture shows, just using cones and white lines is not adequate to protect those people should a vehicle veer off course and go into that work zone and impact into those people. So being this campaign, you can see, that, a number of things we can do is adjust speed. This is something that was covered in week 5, but not all the time can you adjust speed down completely to the sort of levels of speed that make it safe. And I will touch on this. Quick having a look at this picture here is just an example of a workforce that is completely unprotected. Looking aside from the fact that they've got no PPE or probably other things that you might identify in this photo as being incorrect, we can see that they are just reliant on small cones to protect them should the vehicles that we see driving past the work zone veer off course. Because if they were to, then more than likely these people would be either killed or definitely seriously injured by large vehicles that would impact into them. Now, speaking of pedestrians, Tim covered this. In fact, I noticed last week in his webinar. But what I will cover is just to have a look at this graph, because this really depicts for us where the construction worker who is a pedestrian on that road, where that person is liable to be injured or killed, in fact. So if you take just an impact speed into a pedestrian of just 30 kilometers an hour, the likelihood of a death is about 10%. If we raise that up to say about 45 kilometers an hour, you've now raised that to the chance of death is about 50%. And just at the speed of 50 kilometers an hour, we're now well into the 85% chance of death. As you can see, it doesn't take much of a change of speed before a road worker is going to be killed by a passing vehicle who happens to go into that work zone. And for that reason, this is where we need to be looking at positive protection for workers themselves, because they are certainly at risk to traffic moving by through the work zone. One of the things that Chip, in fact, covered in his first webinar in the series is the fact of, there are obligations and laws put in place on those who are working in or would have workers on roads, or those who are implementing construction zones. In terms of all workers, whether they're in the office or on a work zone, one of the things that we have here in the UK, and we can see by the link that we have here, is that the HSE, the government has basically given you the indication that it is the employer's duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of their employees and other people who might be affected by their business. Employers must do whatever is reasonably practical to achieve this, and that means by making sure that workers and others are protected from anything that may cause harm, effectively controlling any risks to injury or health that could arise in the workplace. Now, this sort of text is really talking about just general offices, but it also applies to work zones, which is the worker's office in the construction industry. What I would say is that more than likely in any country in the world, there are these sort of legal text that would be in place, and it's something that you would be expected to comply with. In terms of the road user also has a right to safe passage through the work zone. So again, I mentioned it already, they're driving down a road and all of a sudden you've come along and you have changed things by putting a work zone in place. Now again, typical law again, I'm using an example of UK. It says that all work associated with establishing, altering, maintaining, and removing static traffic management systems needs to be undertaken in ways that ensure the health and safety of both workers and road users. And again, I would expect that in most countries, and probably if it wasn't in place, it should be, that there would be text again similar to this that you would be expected to comply with. So failure to comply with this puts you at risk of legal proceedings. And again, that is something that Chip covered within week 1. So what have we got to do? Let's have a look at, first of all, about some hazards and risks that we might find in the workplace. The picture I show on the screen, well, it's really a video and I'll play it shortly, is a work zone that is particularly badly set up. So it's a good example, in fact, of a work zone itself is in fact a hazard and presents itself with risks that are associated with putting that work zone in place. So, there are procedures that you would expect people to use with which to make a work zone correct. This one obviously is not a correct one. And you can see that as I run this video now, you will see that cars who are approaching this work zone are surprised by what they see. They're caught out. There's a lot of brake lights going on. And unfortunately, this one doesn't end up in a good way. So as you can see, the cars are coming through, lots of swerving. Unfortunately, this one doesn't make it through too well, and we end up with the car going on fire, a seriously high-risk application. Hopefully I'm back. Okay. High-risk situation where now you've got the car on fire and things are not going well at all. Another thing that you may also see within a work zone is that barriers and other things are taken away. So what this then means is that you get single point hazards such as lighting columns or perhaps telecoms towers or other objects that are vertical would be left exposed. And I'll give you an example. This is another video. As I play through, you'll see that as this car hits into this post at what is a speed of 80 kilometers an hour, you can see that the impact of that vehicle onto the post is catastrophic as far as that vehicle is concerned. You can see that it's very unlikely that someone who is in that vehicle is going to survive from an impact like that. So again, positive protection is what's needed when you're moving barriers out the way or permanent barriers out the way, or you're changing the roadway. You need to be able to protect hazards like this. Another one that you would see is that you have in work zones, you're typically going to use large construction equipment. Such equipment such as this is something that if you were to hit it at speed, you would probably underride those vehicles and go under and impact it in a way that would be catastrophic to a vehicle. But also there are sharp objects on those vehicles, and as they're moving around, impacts into this would be, again, catastrophic. I have a video that shows an example of this where we've demonstrated just that happening. So as you're watching this vehicle, as you're watching the car going along, once it hits into the construction vehicle, you've got a impact that would be likely to result in serious injury or even death. So again, these are things that we need to be positively protecting people from. Another thing that we would do within a work zone is typically you would be looking to do excavation, perhaps digging large holes in the ground in order to do the works that are put in place. This one is an example of a dry hole in the ground, but sometimes we even fill them with water. So this in itself presents a hazard that if a vehicle was to go into that speed, it would come to a rapid stop. And it's always the rapid stop that causes injury to people. Or if it was filled with water, you can imagine a vehicle goes into that and would promptly sink. And again, that is a high risk application. In this case, and in this photo, you see plastic barriers that have been put in place, not connected. They can't even hold themselves in place. So a poor choice of barrier system that would be highly unlikely to stop a vehicle from going into that hazard. Now, speaking of hazards, sometimes people go and use sections of barrier and try and use those spaced out like we see in this particular photo. It's a photo that shows behind there's works going on. There is guardrail not yet in place. So someone has used spaced out concrete like this in order to provide some means of delineation. In fact, what you've got here in this example is effectively someone has used or placed, in terms of the road going way, a large number of boulders on the road, which in themselves are serious hazards. Well, how much of a serious hazard is this when you do this? Again, another video that I will show. What happens here is when you've got spaced out concrete barrier, they are no longer redirective in terms of the way that they would work. So it doesn't redirect a vehicle back to the driven way. But also you come to a rapid stop as you hit the edges of the barrier. Or the concrete sections, I should say. Another aspect that comes from it is that hitting those sections of concrete will very quickly push them into oncoming traffic that happens to be going in the other way. I'll run this video, and what you'll see from the video is that the vehicle that's coming along gets clipped by a truck, and then what happens then is that the vehicle itself is impacted in sections of barrier, and there's even a secondary impact that happens as a following vehicle then impacts into the vehicle that's been spun around, and it's just carnage. Surprisingly, in this particular example, people who are in this vehicle, and they all survive, which is amazing considering the amount of damage that we see to the vehicle itself, which is absolutely catastrophic. I think they're all just immensely lucky in this case. But had things been done better, then the vehicle would have been properly redirected, and they would have had a much better outcome. There's better ways of doing it, is what I'm saying. Another hazard that you may see is that as you're doing the work zone itself, either the barrier may have unprotected ends, which themselves are a serious hazard, or the permanent barrier that is in place that is part of the normal roadway has been left exposed. Those ends themselves are exceedingly dangerous, and an impact into the ends of those barriers is more than likely to result in death, and they must be adequately protected, hence the need for crash cushions. Now, to give you an idea of what that looks like, I will show a video here of a car crashing into the end of a concrete barrier system. In this case, it's a temporary one, but it could well be a permanent one. At 100 kilometers an hour, the kind of impact looks something like what you're seeing on screen now, and it is catastrophic. A person would not survive something like this. And again, if I show you the same thing, but from the side, we see the amount of impact damage that happens with that. Not the sort of thing that any person is going to be walking away from. So it is a very real risk, in fact. An example I'm showing here is a vehicle which I believe was either a stolen vehicle or a drunk driver, but whatever it was doing was traveling down the road the wrong way, down the road and at high speed. And this person has hit into the end of an unprotected end of a concrete barrier that, having gone the wrong way down this road, it wasn't expected that person would hit that. High speed, and what you can see is that the interior of the vehicle has been completely removed from the exterior of the vehicle. Obviously not the sort of thing that any person is going to survive. It's the sort of thing that does happen in real life. This example is from the Middle East, whereby a person has hit into some temporary sections of concrete barrier. A catastrophic event has occurred whereby the person and the passenger both have died from this event. So it is important that the construction zone that's put in place, the sort of barriers and things that people are using are properly thought out, properly applied, and done in a way that makes everything survivable. The pictures that we see here are yet more examples of concrete barrier that has been incorrectly used. Just one or two sections does not make for a barrier system. Yet someone has thought on the left-hand picture that this is suitable to use to try and protect a person from hitting, in fact, a lamp column, which you see has, has been impacted by this Land Cruiser. So quite clearly, those sections of concrete barrier has not worked. On the right-hand photo, what we see here is some supposedly water-filled barriers. Those barriers themselves are often the ones I see used within work zones. When they're cheap, they can't even hold themselves together under impact. In this case, hit by a small car, yet the plastic barriers have been completely destroyed. They're not something that is suitable for use on the roadway. So speaking of plastic barriers, any barrier system, if you're going to use it, should be properly connected to the next one attached to it, so that they're used in a way that is crash-worthy, is the term that we would use for that. However, the other thing that I often see is that plastic barriers are not properly filled with water, and like that, they are completely ineffective. So just briefly seeing the video that I'm showing on the screen here, plastic barriers not connected, not filled with water, are completely ineffective to even a small car that hits them and just punts them out the way. Important to note, because often with plastic barriers, they are used on a road without being properly filled with water. Like that, they are completely useless. And last but not least, in this particular photo, what I want to highlight is where people, as a hazard, incorrect lineage and signage on a construction zone may lead people to make the wrong decisions. In this particular case, the lines that are from the permanent use of the road have not been removed, such that they would lead people in towards actually what is the barrier system that is used to protect them here. So this is a very real risk that people need to be aware of and to make sure that they are removed. But they need to be careful on how they remove them. In this particular example, we see that where black tape is used to cover over, and this is a temporary application, but we have to keep in mind that when black tape is used like this under nighttime conditions or wet conditions, they may still be something that would lead a road user to thinking that that is the direction of travel, particularly at night or in bad weather. So ideally what you want to use is barriers that are properly covered with reflective tape such that they're perfectly visible, and also white lining that adequately demarks the way for people to follow. So ultimately, safety has moved on in construction, and this is the key, what I want to highlight here. All too often, we may well see people using practices and techniques from the early 1900s or even the mid 1900s in terms of what they're doing. We have good protection systems in place now, and that is what we want to get people using within the work zones. So your shielding options that you use are really your last line of defense. And the analogy I often use for this is someone who is skydiving. We can use a number of things to make sure that the skydiving event itself goes very well, that they use a good quality altimeter, they've got good PPE, they follow all the practice and procedures that are in place. But ultimately, what stops this person from hitting the ground is a good parachute. Now, I've been skydiving. I want to make sure that the parachute that I'm using is tested, certified, and fit for purpose. It is important to know that because ultimately it's the thing that's going to keep you alive. And it's very much the case with positive protection, whether that be longitudinal barriers or crash cushions or even truck-mounted attenuators or lorry-mounted crash cushions, as we may call them. So talking about positive protection, first of all, we'll cover the longitudinal barriers. There are two internationally recognized test standards that across the globe, at least, people refer to. It may be the case that your country may use their own set of standards, but largely they are derived from one of either of these standards. And the two standards I'm showing here are the European standard, which is known as EN 1317-2, which is the road restraint system, so that's part 2, or the American standard. And the latest American standard is the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware. This one has been revised in 2016, and the European one has most recently been revised for barriers, at least, in 2010. What I want to cover briefly is just to cover the topic of the weights of cars. What I have seen in the last 20, 30 years is that the weights of vehicles have significantly increased. In fact, the smallest vehicles that we tend to have these days are approximately about 1.2 tons. We've seen now that we have electric cars. They're starting to become more common around the globe, and typically electric cars would be weighing in at something like 2.25 tons. Hybrid vehicles can range anywhere from about 2 to 2.34 tons, and then the larger SUVs, you'd be looking at, roughly speaking, about 2.7 tons. So these are large vehicles that we need to be trying to keep control of and make sure that should they collide into a barrier, that the barrier itself is able to contain these vehicles. So very briefly, looking at the standards themselves, I'm going to compare here the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware versus the European 1317-2. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail in this, a lot of information here, but what I will say is that the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware has a number of what are called test levels. The first 3 test levels are effectively test levels that are assigned to a small car and also a pickup, a 2.3 ton pickup. The difference between test level 1, 2, and 3 is effectively speed. So it goes from 50 to 70 to 100 kilometers per hour. Then we go up to test level 4. We now lose then what are the passenger vehicles in terms of the pickup, and we start then comparing then the addition of a 10-ton single unit truck, which is tested at 90 kilometers an hour and 15 degrees of angle. Now, typically, in terms of work zone barriers, at least, these are the levels that we would look at. There are higher containment levels of test levels, which is in terms of the American standard, which is test level 5 and 6. We tend to see that more for permanent barriers, but not so much for work zones. In terms of the European standards, there is N1 and N2, and what we see by this is that it is a small car and a larger car. The larger car itself is a 1.5 ton vehicle, and what I've seen by the photos that I've shown just previously is that a lot of vehicles themselves these days are much larger for passenger vehicles, typically looking at between 2.3 tons and upwards. What we also notice from the European standards for cars is that the angle of impact into the barrier is 20 degrees, whereas the American standard is 25 degrees, which you might expect for roads that are physically, the lanes are wider, and also maybe is that there are more lanes, as you may see on some highways within the States. Also within the European standard, what we see is the addition of H2, which is a 13-ton bus, and that is tested into the barrier system at 70 kilometers an hour and 20 degrees of angle. So this is just to give a flavor of some of the differences, at least between the American and the European standard. When testing barrier systems, we get some figures and statistics that come from the testing itself. And for that, we need to, in order to understand it, at least we need to understand some of the typical terminology. The things that we're interested in when a barrier does work to redirect a vehicle is deflection. And the key one for us is dynamic deflection. It's how much the barrier face moves when it is impacted. Because ultimately what you want to know is that dynamic deflection plus the barrier thickness itself gives you something called a working width, which you want to keep away from the hazard. So the hazard you've been identified, the job of the barrier is to keep you safe and away from that hazard. But there's another key one, which is the working width in terms of larger vehicles, which encounters also, at least in American terminology, a term called vehicle intrusion, which you will see more in terms of European technology. Vehicle intrusion is an important one when you're looking at larger vehicles. And as you can see with this particular diagram here, as you can see from the truck itself, it is leaning over as it hits into the barrier system. So it is taking more width during the actual barrier impact. And that would be important to know when you've got something tall, like a bridge structure, or perhaps if you have a lighting column or lighting pole. You don't want the vehicle to strike that. So those are the sort of figures and detail that you will get from crash testing that you would need to know if the barrier system you're using is suitable and where you need to position that barrier in terms of the work zone itself. Another thing about doing crash testing is to get a guarantee of performance. I'll show you a video on the left-hand side where admittedly it is a permanent system, it is a guardrail system being tested with a bus. This is a European H2 bus. Obviously, as they did this test, they expected that this system would be a pass. They weren't expecting it to be a failure. It wasn't expected to be a failure from the amount of people who were stood in front of the path of that bus, and they were expecting just to watch a successful test. And at this point, we see that the secondary barrier system also fails, and people are running for their lives. Clearly, that was not a guarantee of performance that people were expecting to see. On the other hand, on the right-hand side, I'll show you a video of a bus that's impacted into a steel barrier system that has been successfully redirected back to the direction of travel. That is the performance that you would expect to see from a portable barrier system. So in terms of portable barrier systems, I'm going to show you some examples of what are MASH test level 4 barrier systems. A MASH test level 4 is a barrier system that is successfully able to contain and redirect a 10-ton single unit truck hitting the barrier at 90 kilometers an hour and 15 degrees of angle. So this one is a concrete system. They are anchored at the ends only, and it is reliant on the weight of the concrete barrier to help with redirecting that vehicle back to the direction of travel. Another system is this one here, which is a steel barrier system, can also be freestanding or anchored. Another one that we have here is another steel barrier system that has concrete weight inside it. So this one is more of a hybrid system. And then another one that I'll show you here is another system, which is again a steel barrier system, which is anchored to the ground. And again, all of these are MASH test level 4 barrier systems. And again, another one here, which is the one that I look after, called Highway Guard itself. So another successful steel barrier system that does what it says on the tin, and that you can be confident that using this would enable the workers who are behind the barrier to be safe and to do their job, and for the road user themselves to be safely redirected back to the roadway. Now, talking about safely redirecting the vehicle back to the roadway, we've seen some examples whereby a vehicle impacting into separated concrete barrier has a very unfortunate outcome. The photo that I show on the screen is part of a video. It is the vehicle, how it looks after the impact with a barrier. So what I'm going to show here is a barrier that has been impacted by a vehicle hitting at 80 kilometers an hour and 15 degrees of angle. That is not a design impact. You know, when we test these vehicles into the barrier, we test it at much higher angles and higher speeds. This one is just to show what would happen if a typical impact was to happen with the barrier system. So what we're going to do is just show this video. As the video itself is running, what you will see is that the car will impact into the barrier at 80 kilometers an hour and 15 degrees angle. The outcome of the vehicle is safely redirected back to what would be the direction of travel, and the impact damage to both the vehicle and to the barrier is minimal to nothing, such that the outcome is the person who's made a mistake, impacted into that barrier, is able to go home safe at night and have dinner. Something that may not be the case had the person struck a hazard, as I've mentioned and shown, the outcome would be a lot more serious. At the very least would be a visit to the hospital. At the very worst would be perhaps death. So what I will also show is just some examples of actual crash testing footage. I can show this one as a standard system of a steel barrier system, which is called Highway Guard. In this one, it is the 2.3 ton single pickup test. And what I'm showing here on the screen shows the amount of dynamic deflection that barrier has used in order to be able to redirect that vehicle back to the direction of travel. So behind the barrier, you need to provide enough room within the construction zone for this barrier to do its work, and so that the people who are to work behind it would work behind this amount of deflection room, and they would be safe from any kind of impact into the barrier system. Also, again, showing the larger truck. So this is the test level 4 truck. Again, what you'll see from this is more dynamic deflection from the barrier system. So it uses more room with which to do the work that the barrier is being asked of it. And then that vehicle is redirected back to the way that we would like safely, and that the people behind that barrier system who have given enough room for that deflection and working with are safe. Now also notice that there is a bit of lean from this vehicle in this location. So again, if you have a lighting column behind, you need to make sure that there is enough room such that the barrier is protecting the vehicle in the roadway from the hazard that has been identified in terms of, considering its working width. That's the amount of room from the vehicle intrusion in terms of what is going to happen if a collision were to happen. I mentioned about plastic barriers, and I've said about the use of cheap plastic barrier systems, ones where the plastic itself is not crash-worthy, where it is not suitable to be impacted into. What I'm showing here at the moment is an impact of the 2.3 ton pickup into this plastic barrier system, whereby the plastic barrier system is redirecting the pickup back to the driven way, and the plastic barrier system is retaining its condition such that it remains fully intact and that the vehicle is redirected. What you can see from this, it's full of water, but the plastic barrier is using quite a lot of deflection room in order to do its work. Now, this is an impact at 70 kilometers an hour and 25 degrees of angle. Similar sort of plastic barrier system on the video on the right-hand side. This one is a 1.5 ton car impacting at 80 kilometers an hour and 20 degrees of angle. So it doesn't use as much deflection room as in the case of the pickup, but it still uses some. So that's really just a touch into the longitudinal barrier systems. What I'm going to just very briefly show you now or talk about is crash cushions, because we identified earlier that the ends of barrier systems, whether or not they are a temporary barrier system or if they are a permanent barrier system, are a hazard. And what we want to do, as the video on the left-hand side and the right-hand side is showing, is to adequately attenuate the crash into that to make the crash itself survivable. There are two types of crash cushions that you may use within a work zone. One of them is a gating system, typically a water-filled and unanchored crash cushion. and which is the video that you see on the left-hand side, and the one on the right-hand side is a steel and cartridge crash cushion system, which is typically anchored into the ground and is fully redirective from approximately the nose of the crash cushion, such that the vehicle, should it impact into the crash cushion at the side, is then redirected back to the road, whereby a water-filled or unanchored crash cushion would gate and allow that vehicle to go through. So hence, if you're using one like that, you need to be aware that a clear zone is required at that point, such that the vehicle, should it go through the gating of the crash cushion, has got a room with which to come to a safe stop behind it. So in terms of the types of crash testing that's required, in terms of a non-redirective or a gating system, there are 5 tests that would be required. There are tests with using a small car, a pickup, and those tests are direct into the end of the crash cushion, but also at an angle into the crash cushion. And that one is for a gating system. But in terms of a non-gating or a redirective system, there are more tests that are involved, 9 of them, in fact, in terms of the Manual of Cessna and Safety Hardware. Again, you're looking at impacts direct into the barrier system, and also impacts at an angle, and also impacts that you might do from the reverse direction. So what you want to know is whether or not how the vehicle would be redirected should the vehicle hit into the work zone barrier first of all, and then into with the backside of the crash cushion. So do these crash cushions work? Well, yes, they do. They're engineered, designed, and crash tested to show. This is an example of a work zone crash cushion being impacted by a drunk driver. It's impacted just onto the edge of the vehicle. And what we see from this is that the driver has got out of that vehicle and is perfectly fit and healthy enough to climb over the barrier and attempt to run away from the has been able to impact into the crash cushion and has been able to run away. So yes, they work. I mentioned earlier about the potential to have single point hazards on a work zone itself, such as exposed lighting columns or perhaps other single point hazards that may be in place. And I showed what it looked like if a vehicle was to impact into that at a speed of 80 kilometers an hour. And if you remember on that video, it was total carnage. The small car was demolished in terms of its structure. Same thing with a small crash cushion put around this. Same test again. What we can see from that is that the structure of the vehicle has remained completely intact, and it would make that a survivable outcome. So that's a little bit about crash cushions. I mean, obviously there's more detail that goes into that, but this just touches at least around the edges. Now, I mentioned about one of the hazards that you would get within a work zone would be vehicles. So one of those is trucks and other vehicles that you may have on it. So within a work zone, we use truck-mounted solutions. So what we'd call truck-mounted attenuators or TMAs, and also what we would call here in the UK as lorry-mounted crash cushions. So those are truck-mounted solutions. So why would you use a TMA? Well, it's to protect the back of the truck, to try and stop a vehicle from underriding the vehicle and the truck itself, going underneath it and coming to a very rapid stop, whereby the structure of the car is not used and the chances of the survival are absolutely minimum. In this case, what you see here is a crash cushion that's mounted on the back end of the vehicle, used to attenuate the vehicle and to bring it to a controlled stop. What does a typical truck-mounted attenuator look like, or impact protection vehicle? Well, it has a TMA on the back of it. There are typically a set of instructions, something underneath. You would see a blind system. There'd be a signage beneath that, and also a light arrow, very bright light on these systems that would attract attention from a long way away. Unfortunately, this often isn't enough, and people still manage to miss that and look to impact into the back of a vehicle. Now, typically, TMAs are used in a couple of applications. One is a shadow vehicle for moving applications within a work zone, such as road sweeping and things like this, or perhaps as a barrier vehicle for when works are a very short duration, but of a short enough duration where you can't put out cones and you can't put out barriers. You would use TMAs and applications like that. So again, I do like to show an impact video, but here is an example of someone who has not been paying attention. On the left-hand side, you see where it tells us that the right-hand lane is closed. Again, you can see on the right-hand lane, we've got some bright flashing yellow lights. You can't really miss it. Again, another set of signage that tells us that lane is closed. But as you see on the right-hand lane, someone is driving down that lane, not paying attention, does not hit the brakes until such time as they hit the construction vehicle, the construction zone TMA. So it goes to show how that outcome itself would be survivable. The vehicle has been slowed adequately, and that person would survive that outcome. However, they may not have done had a TMA not have been used. So these are all examples of where a TMA could be used and the sort of positive protection that you would like to see people using within a work zone. So this just gives a flavor of the sort of things that you need to be considering within your work zones, within your territory, if you're not doing it already. Now, with that said, I will come to an end at this point, and if I could, it's just to invite Chip. Chip, have we got any questions from those who are watching that they would like to have perhaps some answers on?
Yes, indeed, Phil, we do. We have several. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent presentation.
Thanks.
A lot of helpful information packed into that. And for those of you watching, not only the video, but handouts are available for this session, so you can absorb a lot of the information that came by quickly. Thank you, Phil. Great presentation. We do have a question. Do modular barriers, such as water-filled or concrete blocks, do they work even if they're used contiguously and connected?
Yes, I mean, quite frankly, as I've shown there, if you have a water-filled barrier or a concrete barrier, if they are properly connected as they should be, as tested, then yes, they would work. But what people need to take into account here is the kind of containment that is being considered. So if you're looking for a barrier system that's going to contain a small car, then you would look for a barrier that's been tested to a small car. If you want to use one that is going to be tested and being able to contain a larger truck, such as the test level 4 MASH system that I was showing here, then you want to make sure that the testing has been able to demonstrate that, and that the barrier system itself is used in the way that it was designed and tested, which then means referring to the manufacturer's manuals on how to use them, and hopefully that you've also attended some sort of training, which is important, on how to use those barrier systems properly. So in answer, yes, they do work, but you need to make sure that you're using barriers that are properly tested and suitable as a barrier system. And we've got to draw a bit of a comparison here, because sometimes we see what looks like a barrier system, and really they're actually just a delineator. So you can have what look like a water plastic barrier, but they are not a barrier. In fact, they are simply a delineation device. And very often, in some territories at least, there is markings on them that basically tells people that this is not a barrier system and should only be treated as a delineator. So it's important to know what system you are using, in fact.
Yes, very, very good point. So a main takeaway from today's presentation is one size does not fit all. One has to know what sorts of vehicle is involved, speeds are involved, angle of impact, energy transfer. All of this engineering analysis needs to be done in order to assure that vehicles are properly redirected or that the cushion does its job.
Exactly that.
Very good. Nicely done. Another question that has come in, you mentioned both the MASH standard, the American standard, and the EN 1317, the European standard. If a country is looking to adopt one of these standards, is one of them considered entry level and the other more advanced, or is one considered more up to date than the other? What guidance would you offer?
Okay. Look, they are both suitable standards in terms of Europe, at least. Obviously, they use the EN standard itself. In terms of territories that favor the American standard, they are now looking to use the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware, otherwise known as MASH. It just so happens that MASH is the more up-to-date standard. Being updated in 2016, it does take into account heavier vehicles, and particularly the passenger vehicles. So what I did show within this, at least, is that the passenger vehicles that we see on the roads these days are comfortably achieving going on 2.3 tons, and even more than this. So that needs to be taken into account. Whereas under what we do see within the European standard is that the passenger vehicles that are being used for testing are not achieving the kind of sizes and weights that we see of these days, which, you know, and under the EN standard is only goes as far as a 1.5 ton car, which is, yeah, we're seeing that a lot more now. Particularly electric vehicles are typically much heavier than this.
Yeah, great point. So as the vehicle technology changes, the vehicle weight changes and the functioning of the system changes. All that takes some
Exactly
planning.
that.
Very good, very good. So you did mention early on that we have to assume that people are going to make mistakes. And I've heard the phrase fail soft as opposed to fail safe. So the failure will still happen. The question is, what is the outcome or the consequence? And as you brilliantly pointed out repeatedly along the way, if we absorb the energy, we improve survivability, and people have a better chance to walk away. But as we see technology changing, we see more autonomous vehicles or self-driving cars, as some refer them to. So if people make mistakes, but we have self-driving cars, does this kind of take the need for all this protection off the table?
I think no, and I often use an example for this. Really, is the the aeronautics industry. I've been flying commercial aircraft for decades now, and I can think going back, even 30 years ago, there was aircraft that could do automated landings and takeoffs. Yet I would imagine that people these days, even to this very day, would be horrified to find that if they were to get into an aircraft, that there wasn't, two well-trained pilots looking to look after that aircraft in terms of its landing and takeoff. And I think they're very much the same in terms of barrier technology. The reason that those pilots are still in place on those planes and why people wouldn't trust them, not to be there, is that technology is not completely fail-safe. What I've noticed even more recently, there's been times when, you've been coming in to land on the aircraft and all of a sudden the plane takes off again and goes and does, does basically a go around. And I've had it before where the pilot tells us that basically he's done that because he wasn't happy with the way that the system was going to land the plane and that he was going to take control of that and do that. The message from this is what I'm putting forward is that with autonomy, with increasing technology, it is not completely reliable. And for that reason, we still need these barrier systems to be put in place so that should that technology not read the lining on the road correctly, or it doesn't read the signage correctly, if it does not react to the work zone, which is a change on the way that the road itself is to be driven, if that vehicle has not reacted to that properly, that the person itself doesn't take control of that situation, ultimately, we still need that safety parachute. We need that barrier to be in place, tested and suitable to contain the vehicle and the impact that may happen from that. So it is always still going to be important that the barrier technology is in place, even with automated and smart vehicles, as we're going to want to call them.
Yeah, very good. Good points. Another question has come in, and this person says, we use concrete barriers like you showed, but we don't space them out like you showed with gaps in between. They're just kind of snugged up to each other. If there's no space between the sections, is that good enough? Will those work okay?
No, and the reason for this is because they're not properly connected together. Then what happens is that during a collision to the barrier itself, the vehicle itself will effectively just push away that section of concrete, which is in itself, or even plastic, whatever the barrier section is going to be used, would push that away. And then what you're presented with is the end of the next segment of the concrete barrier or plastic or whatever it is. And then the vehicle would impact into the end of that. So you're not going to get a smooth redirection to the vehicle itself. You're going to get a sudden impact and a sudden stop onto the end of that. And it's not speed that kills. It's always a sudden stop that does it every time. So for that reason, no, trying to just abut sections of barrier like that is not the way to go. It is a dangerous practice that should not be continued to be used.
Yeah, a great point. So those sections must be connected so that they react as a unit and they redirect rather than exposing an abrupt end. I understand.
Yes, exactly that.
I think we're coming up on probably our last question here, but we're seeing a trend in the emergency services in the U.S. where emergency response vehicles are also being fitted with truck-mounted attenuators.
Yes.
They're taking older fire apparatus and putting crash attenuators on the back and positioning those to protect crash scenes. Do you see that as something that is being implemented around the world as well?
It's quite a new practice, and it is in realization that when emergency vehicles attend a site, whether or not it's ambulances or whether or not it's the fire department or even the police, these then effectively make a work zone. It is where those people are doing work, so they need to have that protection. So in the case of the, particularly the fire units, that yes, they are starting to put crash cushions, attenuators onto the back of the units. And it is as a means of being able, one is to protect the road user themselves, who's going to make a mistake. They're going to be caught out by this and impact in the back of it. But also secondary to that is to protect actually the fire unit itself from damage due to collision. Because ultimately, if that vehicle is impacted by a road user, a car, that vehicle then, the fire tender, the fire unit itself would be damaged beyond, a state where it would be able to be used, again, it would have to go away for repair. And ultimately, that's not what you want. So fire services do not want their vehicles to be damaged in that way. They want them to be suitable for use again. So yes, it is something that is starting to be used a lot more.
Very good. So let's wrap up. A lot of information shared today about energy transfer, which requires engineering analysis to know how much energy is involved and the direction that it's coming from in order to safely redirect those vehicles on the road. Yes. Thank you, Phil. Excellent presentation today. Again, the recordings will be available by email. All attendees will receive that follow-up. Aubrey, any final word from you?
No, just that the presentation was wonderful and that we have one more presentation next week, and I look forward and hope to see you guys all there then.
Very good. Thank you all for attending. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Phil. Well done. And we'll see you next time.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much, Chip. Thank you. Thanks. Bye now.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and maybe even good night. I'd like to welcome you to the last session of the 8-session webinar series on safer work zones. My name is Philip Weyers. I'm the head of the IRF Road Safety Committee, and I'll be the moderator for today's session. I'm also working with Census Gazzo as the Director of Government Affairs. It's a pleasure to moderate this session. It's as I mentioned, the last session of the 8 series webinar, which was organized and conceived by Phil Luke and Chip Darius. They both are the leaders of the very productive task force on safer work zone practices. And if you're not a member of this task force or member of the Road Safety Committee, feel free to let Aubrey or Nina know. That puts you on the list, and you will be informed of meetings, working sessions, and other relevant activities pertaining to road safety or safer work zones. This is the last episode. We've had 8 episodes of this webinar series covering a very wide area of road safety aspects of work zones, dealing with safer drivers, safer workers, speed management, distracted driving, awareness, communication. And the last episode today will deal with automatic monitoring of road signage in work zones to ensure safety. This will be presented by Ibon Adechalde. And as we have seen from previous webinar sessions and presentations, signing is a crucial aspect of communication and safety in work zones with respect to, for instance, work zone length, lane width, number of lanes, speed regimes, lane demarcation, road conditions, and enforcement activities. So signage is very important. And I look forward to the presentation of Ibon. Ibon was trained as a communication engineer and a music composer in the 1990s. Both careers brought together technique and technology and also creativity and innovation for a quite demanding client. During the last 15 years, Ibon has worked in the digital transformation of the electricity network, managing a laboratory in a key technology center. And currently, Ibon is the CEO and co-founder of Asimov, a company focused on digital transformation of roads and dealing with supporting urban and interurban road administrators in various countries with maintenance and automatic evaluation of a wide range of road safety conditions. Asimov does so by the development and application of artificial intelligence, computer vision, data analytics, and sensor technology that are all required in the processes for digital transformation. Ibon and Asimov are based in Bilbao in the north of Spain. If you ever go there, wonderful city, I can encourage you to visit. And I encourage you to ask questions during the webinar. Please do so by putting them in the question section, by pushing the question button in the top right, if I'm correct. And we will address these questions after Ibon's presentation. I've taken too much of your time. Good luck, Ibon. The webinar floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Philip. I share my screen and we start. Okay, here we are. Well, thank you very much, Philip. As you have explained it today, I will talk about the work zone inspection using artificial intelligence. Really, after some series of webinars where we have been focusing we have focused these webinars in the users, in the workers, in all the people that is involved in that. Today we will explain how we can use some technologies to make these inspections of the work sites and also to help for these safer work zones, like is all this series of webinars. Really, for that, I will start with an introduction about how to use the artificial intelligence in road safety in general, and then I will go to put the examples related to different services that we have already done in Canada and in Spain in work zones, because I think that this is the best way to show everything. For this first introduction, I have to start with some studies that have been published in the past in United Kingdom, in Denmark, also in United States. The figures sometimes change, but approximately everything says that in the 30% of the accidents that we have with fatalities and with heavy injuries in the roads, the infrastructure is playing a role. Sometimes causing the accident itself, other times worsening the consequences of the accident. And really, well, we know that in a lot of countries we have this vision that we say that in 2050 we are going to reach this vision zero with zero fatalities. But really, this is something that is quite difficult if we don't understand that the infrastructure is not helping to get that. No? Here in this picture, you can see the example of a very degraded traffic sign, a pedestrian cross that really is poorly painted, some damages, some distresses in the pavement that do not help to be a safer place, some defenses or barriers that really they have shocks and they have problems, so they are not very safe, and the consequence of that could be something like that. That is, this is in Spain, and in Spain we put flowers when somebody has died in a place due to a traffic accident, and probably in this place we should not have accidents because it's a pedestrian cross and with good visibility. But probably this is something that happens when the infrastructure has this kind of problems. Another example of that is this accident in the Basque Tour that happened in the 4th of April this year. This was an accident where were involved Renko Benepool, Primoz Roglic, Jonas Vingegaard, Jay Vine, so the main riders of the world, and really was an accident with very, very heavy consequences. And really, although the cause of this accident was not exactly due to the infrastructure, because really, they went to 62 kilometers per hour, and this means that really the accident happened because of high speed. But the problem in this case was that there was not safety barrier in this place, and the escapes of this turn were very, very dangerous with a gutter, with some rocks, with some trees. So really, this accident could or should be something light, and really in this case, due to the different obstructions that they were in the escape, the accident was very, very heavy. So really, I think that we have to understand that this is not this is a problem that could be avoided if we improve the infrastructure, or if we are able to check all the dangers that we have in the infrastructure. And that's why we say that we can use artificial intelligence. This is an inspection just in this place where the accident happened, but the day after the accident. And with this inspection, we were able to detect all the assets, the condition of the pavement, the condition of the road markings, the condition of the traffic signs, also the condition of the safety barriers or the presence of not safety barriers. So really, it's something that we can do nowadays automatically using this cognitive artificial intelligence that we can use, like is the case of computer vision. Of course, the idea is not to apply that after an accident. Sometimes it's good to do after the accident because we can do the analysis of the causes and the consequences. But really, this is something also that can be applied before. To prevent this kind of accidents, because we can detect these potential black spots. Because in this case, this was a turn that was a black spot after the accident, but not previously to that. In this case, in particular case of this accident, the problem were this gutter, these rocks, these trees. But really, doing this kind of evaluations using artificial intelligence, using computer vision, we are able to analyze all the assets and measure the influence that they have. In this case, or to finish this case, like that I have put like an example, we have that we detected some defects, some distresses in the pavement, like was a pothole and a patch that was very, very close to the place where the accident occurred. We detected also some irregularities in the pavement, but knowing that the 10 kilometers before they also had this kind of irregularities because was a road in a natural park, so something that is usual in this kind of roads. we detected that the road markings in this place and the vertical signage in this place were with good visibility, were according to the procedure how that says how to put this vertical signage. So it was a place that was correctly signed. And then we saw that the main problem for these heavy consequences was the lack of safety barriers. The lack of safety barriers and the danger in the escapes, because you can have a place, a turn without safety barriers if your escape is safe. But if you have in the escapes, like in this case, you have rocks, you have a gutter, you have trees, this is a place that you should cover with a safety barrier. What I wanted to explain with all these examples related to the riders is that really we can evaluate the influence of the infrastructure in the road safety in our roads previously to any accident, to prevent the accidents, because really we can detect all these things and we can evaluate really the influence that they have in the accidents. Saying that, I will say that nowadays we understand that mainly the main inspections are doing manually. In some cases, we know public entities that they have people to collect information, and they are well, people with expertise in some fields, and that they are collecting this information manually. They are checking these places. Even in the work zone, sometimes we see people that they are checking that every sign is okay, that all the information is okay. But well, this is a very labor intensive. We need a lot of people to do this in a good way, and also it's very dangerous sometimes because this means that we have people just in the road doing this, adding or added to the works that they are doing in the work site. Sometimes also this information is recorded manually or through a tablet, but really well in a very manual way and with few evidences of that. We understand that this is not a very easy way to do well, but sometimes we also see that some public entities, it seems that they are expecting others to solve the problem. When I say others to solve the problem is because there are other companies that are offering information about the road, or sometimes it seems that the road authority is waiting these companies to give them the information. And I am talking, for example, about the vehicle manufacturers, that they are collecting a lot of information about the roads. I am talking also about the navigators, the navigators that they are providing information to the users. And I agree that they have a lot of information of the roads. But sometimes when we are talking about specific places like can be the work zones, the problem that we can discover is that the information that they have is not updated. And I put here these two examples in two different places. On the left, you can see a place in Italy. On the right, a place in Spain. In both cases, this is a town where they are warning about the problems that you can have if you follow the indications of the Google Maps or GPS, because really they have not all the information that is required to understand if you can go through these places or not. So, well, really, I think that these navigators probably are the key to give the information to the end user, but just because of that, we think that the road authorities should give the information, the correct information to these navigators to have updated information about the places where the people can run. And this is very, very important in work zones because in the work zones we are changing the lanes, we are changing the directions, we are changing a lot of things. And if we are not able to give this information to the navigators, probably the people will have problems in those places.
well, really to generate the correct information, we decided to change the way to apply or to develop a solution that really is trying to do the digital transformation of the sector. And really, well, we developed the solution based in computer vision and information also obtained from some accelerometers and other sensors to geolocate all the different assets in the infrastructure and classify them and analyze them to obtain the defects that they have and the problems that they have. This is a solution, of course, that can be used for different um, applications. It can be used for asset management because in this way you can improve the efficiency in the asset management. But it can be used also for road safety because as we will see now, we can evaluate the if a place is safe or not, but can be also used for the adoption of the autonomous vehicles in the future in our roads. And that's why, for example, we are working with some of our solutions with some OEMs. Of course, that I will not talk today a lot about the adoption of the autonomous vehicles because I think that this is something that requires a webinar dedicated to that because really also the approaches that we have in United States, in Europe, and in China are completely different. So to do a webinar, probably we should cover all these approaches and explain the differences and explain how we can help in that in the different approaches. But I wanted to mention these autonomous vehicles or these levels 3, 4, 5 in the autonomous vehicles because the war zones are places where these vehicles have problems. Of course, in other places, probably the company can obtain high definition maps and this kind of information. But when we are talking about war zones that are changing the signs, that are changing the protections, that are changing everything all the days, this is a problem for the autonomous vehicles. So, well, really, that's why we wanted to explain this application of artificial intelligence just for the road authorities, just to generate the information that the road authorities need. And for that, we suggest a solution that is based on cloud because in this way we can cover all the assets at the same time. Otherwise, if we apply solutions in the edge, we only can apply to monitor some assets, but if we apply in the cloud, we are able to cover all the assets at the same time, only with one pass. And we suggest a solution that we call the autonomous road inspector that is only composed by 2 devices, very lightweight devices that can be installed in the vehicle. And with that, they are transforming this vehicle in inspector and then configuring the geofences of the places that you want to monitor. You only have to manage this vehicle to drive these places and automatically can detect all the places and can detect all the assets in these places. So really, well, we suggest this solution because it's a very automatic solution. The driver only has to drive and the information can be get automatically. And this is the key when we want to monitor war zones because the war zones are places where the information is changing continuously. If we are thinking in asset management, if we are thinking in an inventory of the traffic signs, for example, probably we see that the road authorities, they only apply the inventory once a year or less because they are thinking in permanent signage that is not changing and that will remain in this way during a lot of time. But when we are talking about war zones, we are talking about places that are changing every day, that with a lot of workers that have to move the things, and with a lot of not only the traffic signs are changing, also the lines and the road markings. Sometimes they have to change. They have different colors because you have the permanent signs in yellow or white, but you have the others in white or in yellow or orange. So really, well, they are places that are continuously changing. And that's why we think that this kind of dynamic solutions that can be applied every day, with this, you can obtain the information and the notifications of the different changes every day. In the examples that I will show to you now, I will focus in the vertical signage and in the lane markings and the rest of road markings, because probably are the main and are the things that are changing more in this kind of sites, but can be applied also for the evaluation of the condition of the payment, and also for the evaluation of the position and the analysis of the condition of the safety barriers. So, well, I will put the examples related to the vertical signage and horizontal signage, but could be also applied for the rest of the assets in the infrastructure. And I will start with one of these two examples of the work zones that is related to a project that we developed in Canada. I want to share with you two different approaches from the road authorities to define how to put the different signage, the different signs, traffic signs and barrels in the places. This first one in Canada is based in a general procedure that has defined different setups and different situations, and so the people in the work zone, they have to apply one of these general conditions that they have in the procedure. And usually these different scenarios depends on the number of lanes, depends on the division between the two directions or not, depends on how many lanes you are going to cut, and these kind of things. But finally, in all the pictures, you can see the traffic signs that have to be defined depending on the speed of this road, but are defined by the code of design and by the distance that they have to maintain with the following sign. So really, you can see this kind of procedures that they are making this picture of this work zone. The problem is that nobody knows if then this is correctly applied or not. When we went to Canada to apply our services, they explained us that in a lot of cases, they were applying this procedure during the night, because the work zone was only open during the night. So really, they had to put all these traffic signs and all these barrels at night at 10 o'clock. And then they started working, and then in the morning, all these barrels and all these traffic signs were skipped and put on the side. So really, this configuration only was in the road during the night. But nobody was checking if during the night this configuration was complying with the procedure. So the idea that we had is, okay, we are going to use the computer vision to detect the different barrels, the different signs, but to check if the procedure was correctly applied or not. And that's why we applied the service in this case in Canada. The second example that I want to put on the table is this second one in Spain, in Vizcaya, very close to our city in Bilbao. And in this case, I am sharing with you the map that is created by the project team that has defined the work site and has defined the different works that they have to do. And in this case, you can see that they are creating this plan and this map with the situation, the location of the different signs that the workers have to put in this place. and they have different pictures because this was a work zone that was changing during 12 months. And really, well, they had different images, different pictures for the different moments along the works. But in this case, well, it's very clear that they put all these signs in the place they have to be, and also not only the traffic signs, also the panels with the directions and the different things. No? So in this case also, well, each traffic sign is assigned to a GPS location, and really in this way, by computer vision, we are also able to check if the workers are complying with this procedure or not. Really, the check is the same in both cases. In the case of Canada, they are putting a general procedure that sometimes then the workers they have to adapt depending on the place. In this second second example in Spain, they have to put exactly in the place because this is a very accurate map. In these two cases, the application of the computer vision is the same. And here you can see an example in the video. This is the example in Spain, and you will see now how we access. Well, the vehicle is accessing to this work site, and well, it starts recognizing some signs for work zones, and then it's recognizing also the lane lines, the road markings, the safety barriers, and all the protections that are in the site. So really, with the information that we get through these computer vision models, we are able to check if every sign is in the place where it should be. And when this is used frequently, we can detect all the changes along the time. In this work site, we had more than 180 different incidences along the time because we were checking this place every morning and every afternoon during 12 months. So really, well, of course, in some moments, the change of the signs were because they had to change from one map to the following map. But in all the cases, they were receiving this warning, this alert, this notification, saying that it was a change in the sign, and with a click, they were able to go to the sign and see this video or the video of the day with the information and so on. So really, well, I think that with this video you can see exactly all the things that we can check and how we can ensure that the workers are complying with the requirements that are established in the project related to the traffic signs. And with direct access from the office by the responsible of the project in the public entity, but also by the manager or the responsible of the prevention of accidents in the company that is doing these works. So, well, really, this is the information that can be get. So in this way, we can check exactly if all these signs are in the place that they should be. And also we can report defects. I mean, we can report if a sign that they have put is not in a good condition, if they have stickers, if they have graffitis, or if they are degraded due to other questions. So, well, this is the information that we can get. Finally, the way we show to the people is through a map with the icons and with the with these green dots or red dots with the sign when the sign has disappeared, or orange dots when the sign has some defects, and in this way they are able to check this automatically in some minutes from the moment that we have received the video. So, well, sometimes when we explain that and when we say that we are using computer vision, the people says that Well, probably the accuracy that we can obtain by computer vision and by a very raw GPS is not very good. Really, well, in computer vision, we have when we use videos, that is a difference from well the use of separately pictures. But when we use videos, we know the GPS position of each frame in the video. So really, we can create some pictures that are very, very accurate related to the position of the different assets. In this case, this is also in the service in Canada, we were able to put exactly the position of the barriers and exactly the position of the traffic signs, because inside the video, the uncertainty that we can have in the distances between different elements that are quite far is only an uncertainty of 10 centimeters, 15 centimeters, like more. And even for measurements of small things like can be the dimensions of a road marking or the dimensions of a traffic sign or dimensions of a barrier, we can obtain uncertainties of only 2-3 centimeters. So really, as you can see in this picture, we can do very accurate pictures of the position of the different elements. And in this way is how we can check if, in the case of Canada, they are complying or not with these distances that they have to manage between, or they have to put between the different traffic signs or between the different barriers. Because the idea is that they can check how they have been working during the night and say the next day that they have improved the location of the barrels or the location of the traffic signs that are warning about the presence of these war zones and so on. The idea is that in the case of Canada, they can improve the way they are applying the procedures. Finally, related to this explanation about the application of the computer vision analysis in war zones, I have to say that we are pending of last step. That is that all this information that we have collected, it could be sent to the navigators, then to obtain all this information and to be able to put this information for the people that is using these roads. And this is, I think, that this is our objective now. Really, with this information that you have seen related to the traffic signs, warning about the war zones, the Google Maps, Waze, Apple Car, and these navigators, they can have really very accurate information of the presence of these war sites and can be updated every day. In the case of these war zones that we have been applying in Spain, all the mornings, all the afternoons, really they can have a very updated information. So, well, really we are just in this process because this process is quite complex. Because they need the approval of the road authorities. But well, this is something that we will get in the next future, I think. And the last thing that I wanted to show related to this application of information in the war zones is that sometimes it's also important to generate the evidences. And that's why we are generating also this kind of virtual aerial views. These virtual aerial views are like images taken by a drone, but not taken by a drone, because they are generated by the video. So really, in this way, we can show exactly which are we can show exactly the road markings. We can show exactly the presence of sewers, like you can see here in some places, or you can see exactly the distresses in the pavement and all the problems in the shoulders and this kind of things. If we apply this virtual aerial view in war zones, also we can see the lane width and we can see some places where perhaps it is not easy to drive the vehicle. So well, this is only an example of other ways to show the things and other ways to analyze the things that can be applied also in work zones. Okay, I wanted to finish with some explanations about how we should evolve in this digital transformation of the sector. We started 8 years ago thinking that our main objective was working for the road maintenance. Really, we are checking the assets, and really this is something that in a lot of countries this is something that has been already applied by the road maintenance teams in the contracts of maintenance, and really well, with a solution based in artificial intelligence, based in computer vision, we can help these teams to be more efficient. So really, well, this is the idea that we had, and it's an idea that we have also now in mind. But we have discovered these last years that really we can help also in road safety, because we are able, with this information of the assets, with the information also of geometrical data that we can obtain from these devices, we are able to analyze these black spots. We can detect these places with potential risk for the users. We can detect in the work zones also a potential risk for the different workers in the site. And we think that this is a key nowadays. And also, we think that we have to prepare the future for the adoption of the autonomous vehicles. In the case of the autonomous vehicles, as I have explained before, a war zone can be a dangerous place, because can be a place where really they need the driver to take the wheel and to drive really the car in this site. And sometimes, if in a war zone they are used some barrels, cones, or other kind of elements that are not the standard, probably the autonomous vehicle could have problems to detect this kind of non-standard elements, and this could have a problem or could generate a problem because this misunderstanding of the situation. We are working with different ministries in different countries, and with all of them, we are working in solutions that really can help to this to go for these three objectives: improve the efficiency in road maintenance, improve the road safety, and help to the adoption of autonomous vehicles. Because we think that really the things that we have to check are the same, and well, in this way we can help these three at the same time. I know that sometimes it's difficult because in some ministries, in some places, in some big cities also, they are working in separate departments. So sometimes it's quite difficult to align all these things or to coordinate these works. But we think that this is something that we have to try, because this is the future. And I will talk also in this end about the roads that forgive. We are talking specifically about safer work zones, but I think that the work zones have to be able also to protect the workers that are working there and to protect the users. We think that this kind of technologies, like is the use of computer vision and cognitive artificial intelligence, they can help to prevent the accidents in these places and to prevent the accidents in any road. And really, you only need 10 minutes to transform a vehicle in an autonomous road inspector. So really, this is something that can be applied in any place in the world and in any moment. And the inspection is applied at normal speed. our limitation is 90 kilometers per hour, more or less. So really can be applied at normal speed. So we have been working in some places where the inspection is applied by taxis, because really we only need a driver and a car. So, well, this is something that can be applied in this way. We think that in this previous picture, the road maintenance is the key, because the departments of maintenance, they already have people in the place, in the site, that they are running these places and they are doing different works. It's the same in the case of work zones. We already have people there. We already have vehicles that belong to the responsible of the work, that belong to some workers that really they are passing there. So the way to check all these places is quite easy. So really we can, with these devices installed in the vehicles of these workers, or of these maintenance workers, we can improve the safety of these maintenance workers. We can improve the safety of the users. We can apply automatically these road safety inspections to detect the cases where the infrastructure is playing a role. And we can also evaluate the roads in different conditions, in different weather conditions, that sometimes this is not very traditional in our sectors, because sometimes we are measuring things like reflectivity or like other things in ideal conditions. And really, with these kind of techniques, we can use them in any kind of condition, in any weather condition. So really, this is something that we apply in all these cases. And something that for us is important is that in the case of incidences or in the case of accidents, we can apply the analysis before the accident, not only after the accident. Of course, after the accident, we can go and do the analysis, but we can try to prevent the accident. And well, we think that this is very, very important. Well, I finish. Thank you very much. Here you have a lot of reference of the places where we are doing this kind of works, because we are nowadays working in 10 different countries. And really, well, we are working from this summer in United States, in Australia and South Korea, but also in other places that I have mentioned before. And well, so I hope that this presentation helps to you to understand better the application of artificial intelligence in our roads. And of course, I am open to all kind of questions that you can share with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for a very interesting presentation. The road safety benefits of the systems are actually, the way you explained it, are immediately clear. And also what came up to me personally is that actually this cannot be done in a better, safer way than with artificial intelligence, because as you already indicated, the speeds are high. It's impossible for vehicles to notify, to check this if everything is there on the right location. So the only way forward is doing this with artificial intelligence and with the accuracy that you have described. So my compliments. Regarding the questions, I'd like to kick off with some questions. There's no questions at this moment. Feel free to use the question box on the top right. But based on what you said, I was just interested in the model you are using. Because are you providing the service to the road administrator? Do they contract with you? Because you mentioned the taxi, or do they install the systems in their own vehicles, or is the contracting party involved? How does this work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, our idea is that we don't need to put more vehicles in the infrastructure, so that we should try to use the vehicles that are already there. Of course, this depends on the use case, but in the case of the work zones, it's very simple. We put the device in one of the vehicles that are in this site, and that they are moving every day. Usually they have in the contract put that they have to check in the morning and in the afternoon that everything is okay. In this check, there is no, or in this contract, there is no the detail of the things that they have to check. So they usually they do a round to check that nothing is very, very wrong. But in this case, we use this trip in the morning and this trip in the afternoon to catch all this information. Then our final client always is the public entity because they are the owners of the streets and roads and they are doing these works. But in a lot of cases, they are asking to the company that is doing these works to contact us and to provide this information. So sometimes we don't have a separate contract to do our work, and we are part of the services that this this company that is doing the works, they have to provide to the final client. But well, we are like auditors of this in the case of traffic signs or markings and these kind of assets of the works that they are doing.
Okay, so it's the responsibility, obviously, of the road administrator to see to it that this is properly in place. But they also make the reporting based on the data that you provide, or that your system provides. For instance, if a speed sign is missing or it's not properly readable, how does this information then reach the contractor? Because I believe that's the responsibility of the contractor.
Yeah, well, really, we have the responsibility to generate all this information in the case of these issues that, as you have explained, for example, very typical issues that the traffic sign has dropped, or that a traffic sign is covered by the own trucks that are doing the work, because the place where they have to stop is just a place where there are some traffic signs or something like that. So well, they will receive the notification that this sign has not detected, or that this sign has dropped, or something like that. And in this case, they enter, and then of course they talk between the public entity and the company, to say, okay, you have two signs that have disappeared. You have to put and to control that, or you have to change, because perhaps in the map that I have shown, we have put that this sign is in this place, but you are putting the trucks just in front of that, no, or something like that. So sometimes they have to have this conversation. They have to maintain this conversation between them, but to solve these issues that in other case can generate some problems to the drivers that are, or the users that are in this place.
Okay, interesting. So you also have you showed examples of in Canada and in Spain itself, but also through this process you learn a lot about different standards of signage in various work zones. That means that you have a lot of knowledge. Do you also share knowledge, or you give suggestions to improve signage, or is that not within your scope?
Well, something that we have discovered with these examples is that sometimes in a general procedure, even having dozens of examples, you are not going to cover all the possibilities. I think that is a good starting point to have these general procedures because well, it's nice because then if you want to fix to a specific place, you can say, okay, I will take like an example this general procedure, but then at the end we have a lot of situations where really this is not exactly like in the procedure. So I don't say that in all the cases you have to do like in this example in Spain, that they are putting exactly the place of each sign, but probably with some of the information that we generate, then you can improve these general procedures, because sometimes you can put things that are not very easy to implement. No? For example, when you are putting the general procedure for a highway, well, depending on the different access that this highway can have, you cannot put the barrels in the way that they are saying in the procedure. No, but so this is something that can be improved. But in any case, I think that only the point that with these check-ins you can improve a procedure, and you can ensure that the workers are putting in like you are saying in the procedure. This is nice, because in the checks that we were doing in Canada, we discovered some signs that were not put directly. So this is something that is something that is good only because you are improving the procedure that you are using every day.
Yeah. No, this is very interesting, very important from a safety feature point of view. So you showed the very complex map in Vizcaya with, and you mentioned even that within tens of centimeters you can check the accuracy of the placement of the various features, signage, lines, barriers. So so that is the basis, and then you need to check if it's compliant with that basic map. Do you upload that drawing in your system, and it then indicate this is not right? What is the basis, and how is that input in the system?
Yeah, if the map is such as accurate, like in this case in Vizcaya, we directly put, we have the GPS locations of all these signs, so we directly put like the first inventory, we put the signs just in the place they should be. So in our first pass, really we are checking if these signs are in the place or not. And in this way, we are giving to them the information. We can give even the information of the distance between the ideal position and the real position, no? And we can, but this is something that sometimes is not very interesting, but it is interesting to understand for example, that when you are approaching this war zone, you are watching all the different traffic signs that they should warn to you that there is a war zone in this place. No? So really, we can download these positions and then check that they are in the real world. They are just in the place where they decided to put in the map.
Yeah. And the challenging thing with work zones, I believe you already described this, is the fact that, of course, the signage changes constantly. The work zone may move along the road or up the road. So there's, in contrast to the other situations where you do, for instance, maintenance, check on the condition of the road. This is very dynamic situation, which can be challenging from an operational point of view. And you mentioned, I think, the frequency that the checks need to be done twice a day, or does it also depend on the road authority?
Well, it depends on the road authority. In the case of Canada, for example, they only want it once because as it was during the night, they only wanted a registration of this work site and the information to improve the following day. So really, they only want it once. In the case of Spain, they are collecting like these war zones are put all the day. So they wanted to check early in the morning and in the afternoon. And then they were receiving notifications in any moment that there was a change. Really, then the check of the notifications is very, very, very fast, because you click in the notification, it is open the map with the sign, with the video, so instantaneously you can check if it is an issue or you have to alert something or something like that or not, because it's very, very simple. I say that all the days the time to check that is 2 minutes, 3 minutes in the office. I mean, not more. So,
Yeah.
well, really is something that anybody can afford.
Yeah. Very interesting. I'm just looking at the question box. I don't see any question. I think the presentation was very clear. Thank you very much, Ibon. The road safety benefits in the work zones are also very obvious because signage is crucial. It came up in many presentations in the series. So with this, we have come to an end of a very successful webinar series on work zone safety. I'd first like to thank Ibon for his presentation, very clear, and as mentioned, very specific work zone safety benefits, in general benefits, and also the integration is very interesting. The three balls you showed, so maintenance, the importance of road safety, and then in the future, but already today with your lane departure warning systems, the importance of the quality of the lines along the road. Very clear. Thank you very much, Ibon. I would also like. Thank you. I'd also like to thank especially during these 2 months and the work that has preceded that, the leadership of the Road Safety Committee Task Force on Safer Work Zone Practices, especially Phil Luke of Highway Care and Chip Darius of Safety Priority Consultants. They presented us with a very interesting setup of themes that are important to improve the safety situation in work zones from actually many different angles that you can think of. Also on behalf of the IRF, I would like to thank them dearly for the initiative and the organization and the well-balanced overview they gave of the aspects of work zone safety. Also like to thank the various speakers and presenters of the individual webinars for their contribution and for sharing their experiences, and obviously also thanking the attendees for the participation and the interaction with questions. You continue to have the option to replay all these 8 sessions by linking via the IRF website to these sessions. So I can invite you to do it if you missed any of these eight series. Very convenient to check them. I also encourage you to become a member of the IRF, the Road Safety Committee, or the Task Force for Safer Work Zone Practices. If you want to learn more about this, or if you want to network, which could be beneficial for your organization, for your company, very often along 2 lines, safety and infrastructure. I thank you very much again for your participation, and I look forward to meeting you in person in Florida in the second week of December when we have the Road to Tomorrow conference and exhibition. I look forward to that. Hope to meet you there. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good day, good evening, and hope to see you again. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thanks again, Ibon. Bye-bye.